Happy Friday. Welcome to the show. Thanks so much for being with us. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we've got a great show for you. We're going to talk about James Comey. We're going to talk a little bit more about this borderline insanity, what's going on. We got women in Virginia under the leadership of Governor Abigail Spanberger, and we're trying to get her, please cooperate with ICE because your citizens are being killed by illegals. We've got that story. We've got more on Lindsey Clancy, everything under the sun. But first, James Comey. This is ridiculous what's going on. Obviously, we covered a little bit of this yesterday. We've got even more evidence now to suggest that there is a lot more premeditation surrounding this post, this Instagram post of 8647. What exactly were they thinking? We now have James Comey's wife being caught in a lie, omitting what some people are saying is a constructed alibi, a premeditated alibi. She did not divulge this to investigators, but then they got her cell phone. The cell phone that that James Comey did not want to give over to investigators, to prosecutors, so they had to go and subpoena Apple, and then they got the information, and now there is a very critical text message that Patrice Comey sent James Comey a couple of minutes before he posted the 8647 threat against President Trump. And we're going to talk about it. This is very interesting. It's not necessarily black and white, but it actually is it's very intriguing to try to figure out the different possibilities. What are the most reasonable conclusions as to why Patrice Comey would not tell federal investigators the truth about what she sent her husband right before he posted the 8647? We're going to talk about it. I've got Eric Haynes with me in studio today in seat number 3. Happy Friday to everybody out there. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, here we go. So, I appreciate you, chat. You guys are awesome. We're broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas, but we're also obviously on Live from America, and we really do appreciate everybody in the chat, all of your compliments. Eric was just reading me some of them during the intro, and so we cannot do the show without you, so thank you so much for watching this program. We want you to share the video. We want you to subscribe. We want you to like. We want you to do all of the things wherever you're watching. We really need to get this message out. So, as I said yesterday on the program, I'm perfectly happy with going after these deep state intel oligarchs any way you can, right? We obviously have been clamoring for accountability in any way we can get it. And there's a lot of people to hold accountable. But James Comey, arguably, is the top guy. I mean, there's others. I mean, you think of President Obama himself ordering a fake intel assessment to frame President Trump for treason and put the country, through hell for that entire, at least 2.5 years. So you do think of that, but this is a big deal where James Comey is one of these guys that just with this post was just basically asking for it, was basically just flaunting his above it all, being above the law. There's nothing that I'm untouchable. But I also think what we're going to find here with some of this is that James Comey was simply really desperate for money and wanted to basically get another tranche out of these radical leftist Trump derangement syndrome fans that are in America. Wanted to get one more tranche out of them, and in order to do that, needed to get in the news. And that's, at a bare minimum, is what that 8647 post was. I actually think it could be a lot more sinister to career communists in the FBI that are still there waiting for the next guy to take over that's not Trump. But Eric Haynes, my friend, good morning to you. Happy Friday. Thanks for being with me.
Good morning to you, sir. Good morning to the audience. It is great to be part of the conversation. Blessed to be here.
It is always great to have you. And before we go any further, I want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Go to healingveteransproject.us or simply scan the QR code and donate $5, $10, $1 monthly, annually, whatever you want to do. We've got this incredible technology called photobiomodulation. It is red light therapy. We have veterans, a long list of veterans, that have been prescribed this tech by the doctor, by their own physicians, but the VA will not cover it. So that's the simplest explanation. That's where Healing Veterans Project comes in to simply say, hey, we'll buy the panels for you. And that's exactly what this is going to do. And we're in the process of growing this thing, and we're going to be able to tell you soon, hopefully sooner rather than later, how many veterans we're able to help with this. If you're a business, we want to talk to you. If you're a retail business, email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us, where we will love to talk to you about getting this integrated into your point of sale to where your customers get asked, hey, would you like to donate $1, $5? And we can even provide you with an affiliate marketing fee if that makes things easier. So here we go. Let's get into it. Let's get right into this James Comey situation. This
story that never dies.
That's true.
Just keeps sprouting new legs of stuff we start figuring out.
Well, it came, yesterday on the show, we went through a series of these tweets from Paul Sperry, and they kept coming throughout the day. But this was the big one. And the tweet is kind of, it confused me. I'm going to be honest. Like, I had to really read this tweet several times to try to figure out exactly what it was saying or what the implications of it were. So in a new court filing, prosecutors suggest James Comey's wife, Patrice, deliberately misled investigators by omitting the fact that she texted her husband a possible alibi just 2 minutes before he posted his 86 threat against President Trump in the form of a Google screenshot of a benign definition of what 86 is. So what was it that they said when they were caught? Well, we thought it just was a restaurant talk. We thought it was bar.
We just happened upon this thing.
Yes.
And, it's just so innocent what we're doing. No.
Yeah, we just was strolling along, and by the way, it's very interesting. I was always led to believe that the story was that James Comey and Patrice were walking the beach together.
Yeah.
Okay.
And spontaneously, this thing showed up,
yeah,
and we snapped a picture of it immediately and posted it.
I was like, "Hey, look, Patrice, look at that. That's interesting shelf formation. Yeah."
Even talking through it now, it just sounds stupider and stupider. Like, wow, did they really expect everybody to think that?
So then she texts him a screenshot, and you're like, okay, well, why would you text a screenshot if you were there? That was my first. Like, why would you text? Does that mean that you weren't there?
This is what they mean, honey, when they're 86 to catch up.
Right. Or it probably means that they took the photo, didn't post it right there at the beach, took the photo, and then went their separate ways, and they started talking about it. Now, this is assuming that they actually just found it because I think James Comey himself I think we may end up discovering James Comey is quite the connoisseur of shell formations. I think we're going to find out that this man loves shells and loves to do shell art, and he's a shell artist.
Seashore.
Yeah, loves them. Man can put away some oysters.
Whatever, dude.
All right, so federal investigators learned her omission from a search warrant to obtain iCloud data and Google search history related to the Comeys. Former FBI Director Comey was fired in 2017. Okay, get all this. So what exactly does this mean? Here's the Gateway Pundit drama. Comey throws wife Patrice under the bus after seashell stunt, as prosecutors suggest Patrice deliberately misled investigators. James Comey threw his wife Patrice under the bus after the Trump seashell threat, as prosecutors suggest Patrice misled investigators. So, I'm going to break this down for you guys, okay? I'm going to break it down for you the best I understand it. So, again, I thought the Sperry tweet was a little confusing, but you have to kind of sit on it, think about it, break it down. All right, so here's the deal. James Comey, according to what we're told, James Comey and his wife, Patrice, all right, they're walking on a North Carolina beach sometime in May of 2025, all right? Comey says, oh, look, there's some seashells arranged in 8647. He photos them and then ultimately posts the picture on Instagram with a caption about finding a, quote, cool shell formation. He actually, that's why I said, I am using his exact words earlier. Okay. So then the controversy, obviously, is that, this is a threat against Trump. You're calling for violence, or you're calling for his death after he survived 2 assassination attempts that we know of. All right. But according to this new evidence that's now in these court filings that Paul Sperry is, revealing here, At approximately 3:12 p.m., Patrice Comey sent James Comey a screenshot of a Google result defining 86 in the benign restaurant sense. Essentially, get rid of, refuse, service, or an item being unavailable. We've 86 that off the menu. This was the explanation that Comey gave when he went on the late-night talk show host, hawking his new book, while also saying, yeah, well, we didn't really know. We thought it was a restaurant thing. Like, this was, okay, right? So Patrice sends this at 3:12, all right, saying, hey, it just means the restaurant version. 2 minutes later, at 3:14 p.m., Comey posts the 8647 picture. So this is a new sequence of events that suggests some level of premeditation, of being like, we know this may be controversial. All right? Now, it could just be, well, we didn't know what 86 meant at all, which is patently ridiculous because you're the former head of the FBI. You clearly know what that is. That's why Perry says this looks like some sort of premeditated alibi. Like, oh, I'm innocent here. I've got an out. I can say I didn't know to my rabid leftist fans that think I'm still a Boy Scout, and I am just trying to get one more tranche of money out of these crazy TDS supporters of mine. Okay. So the question, this is the real question, why, and there's a few different plausible answers here, right? We don't know. Again, as I said earlier, it's not necessarily black and white. Why was Patrice Googling the meaning of 86 and sending James a screenshot defining it immediately before he posted 8647? That's a question for you guys in the comments. Why did James Comey's wife send him the benign meaning of 86, the restaurant version meaning, right before, 2 minutes before he posted the threat against Trump? So Paul Sperry, what he's saying here is that when Patrice was subsequently interviewed, she didn't tell investigators anything about this pre-post that she sent Comey, and then they found it in the iCloud. So prosecutors are rightly asking whether the Comeys already understood that the post could be interpreted as threatening Trump and deliberately documented an innocent definition immediately beforehand. What do you think, Eric Haynes? Seriously, though, I got to know, what do you think about this? Because honestly, it is kind of left up to interpretation. There's maybe a plausible explanation.
I just vaguely remember his Sunday show marathon that he did, and his message was all about how spontaneous and just random everything was.
Right.
And how completely innocent he was, because it was just innocent. It was just this thing that we just happened upon, and there was nothing to it. It was a nothing burger. But oh, by the way, I have a book coming out that you guys might want to buy. And and at the time I was just watching. I was like, "There's just no way, man. Like nobody's gonna believe that."
I certainly didn't.
No, we talked about it immediately about how big of a farce that was, but it is what it is.
Wasn't he? I think he did the Colbert Show.
He was on all of them. He did. It's funny how when these folks have books and they get their publicists and agents going to book them on all this stuff. It's just like you see them on one show, and for 48 hours, you'll just see them make the rounds on all of them.
Yeah, here actually is. Let's actually listen to this in light of what we now know about. In light of what we now know about this new text that was sent 2 minutes before he sent it. What did he say back in? What was this posted? I don't have a date on this. Anyway, this was May of 2025, basically.
Instagram, you grammed this. You were walking down the beach. What happened? You were walking down the beach, and you saw this on the beach?
Yeah, my wife and I, Patrice, were walking on the beach and saw those numbers in shells on the beach. And
you didn't do this. Somebody else did this.
Yeah, somebody else did it. We were on a walk.
Hang on. Yeah, we didn't do it. I don't believe that, dude. Like that is so ridiculous. That is such a ridiculous. I'm telling you, this guy he's such a prolific liar. It is It is, man, it's sick.
walk,
Yep.
preparing for this week,
Right.
the rollout of my book.
Yep.
She looked at it
See?
and said, why'd
See?
someone put their address in the sand?
All right.
And then we
8,000
stood at it,
employees,
looked at it,
Yeah.
trying to figure out what it was. And she'd long been a server in restaurants. And she
Yeah.
said, you know what I think it is?
Yeah.
I think it's a reference to restaurants when you would 86 something in a restaurant.
Right,
I
it's off
said-
the menu.
Yeah. I said, no, I remember when I was a kid, you'd say 86 to get out of a place. This place stinks, let's 86 it.
Right, I was a bartender. You would 86 a customer if they were getting drunk. Like, let's 86 them. Let's, like, give them a low-proof alcohol or something like that. Yeah.
And so I said, I think it's a clever political message. And she said, you should take a picture of it. I said, sure. And then she said, you should Instagram that. And boom.
Yeah.
That's so dumb.
We got my book coming out.
Yeah, right.
We've got to be relevant. We've got to get a new tranche of money. We've got to make me like Trump's now coming after me. I'm against Trump. It's me versus. Hey, remember us? Remember me and Trump? How I used to be the champion of trying to fight corruption in the Trump White House, and now
I
it's,
beat Hillary Clinton for him.
yeah. Remember me?
Yeah.
Give me more money.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
This was a threat. And I think that's the most plausible explanation is they knew it was a threat. They knew what it would do. They knew it would create a controversy. But then they also knew, but we do have plausible deniability because we can always say that we weren't calling for violence. I mean, come on. It's not like they don't know when they post this clip that President Trump has survived 2 assassination attempts that we know of. It's not like they don't know this. They know it would be the former head of the FBI. Arguably, the generals of our time are the heads of intelligence agencies, especially when they go out to pasture. They still have loyalists within the government. They've got their armies in their government. They would have to know this, and they did. So this was, look, and a lot of people kind of roll their eyes that he got charged for this, and I get it. But at some point, and we've got the grand conspiracy case down in Florida, at some point, though, you have to say enough's enough, and you have to get a guy like James Comey, no matter how you get him, because he is just that corrupt. So what a joke! This is a conspiracy, and let's hope that the government gets a conviction. I'm not holding my breath that they will get a conviction, but we know that James Comey. I think it was actually, you know what? Back in Trump's first administration.
Hey, I got to tell you this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Such a great comment in the chat. The same people who believe Comey believe the arrows on the grocery floor protect him from the germs. And it's like having a pee area in the pool.
Having a pee area in the pool. Yeah, that's pretty good.
You win. Family low. That's awesome.
That's pretty good. In slightly related news, I mentioned the Florida grand jury here, but Reuters is reporting this yesterday. I guess this was yesterday. Headline: DOJ seeks to question FBI officials tied to search of Trump Mar-a-Lago estate, sources say. This is by Andrew Goudsward, or Goudsward. Let's see here. The U.S. Department of Justice has requested to interview FBI officials who were involved in the 2022 search of Donald Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago. In a wide-ranging probe examining past investigations of the president, 4 sources familiar with the matter said on Thursday. The request came from investigators working with Joe DeGenova, a Trump ally who began overseeing the Florida-based investigation earlier this year. The investigation has been seeking to establish that Trump was the victim of a criminal conspiracy against his rights. The questioning over Mar-a-Lago search, which was first reported by the AP, is an indication the probe is examining a range of prior government investigations into Trump's conduct. Spokespeople for the Justice Department and FBI did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Investigation so far has appeared to focus mostly on a 2017 U.S. intelligence assessment that concluded Russia sought to boost Trump's presidential campaign in 2026. Investigators have interviewed current and former intelligence employees over the last several months. Of course, we know that was a fake intel assessment ordered by President Obama himself, thanks to Rick Crawford, thanks to Tulsi Gabbard, Congressman Rick Crawford and Tulsi Gabbard. Congressman Crawford again sat in that chair a couple of months ago and told us about the latest revelations. But I will tell you this, back when I was on terrestrial radio in Arkansas, I remember Rick, he was on the Intel committee back then. He was not the chair yet, but he was on the Intel committee when Devin Nunes was the chair. And so he would make regular monthly appearances on my show. And this was kind of at the height of the Russia collusion hoax, where the Republicans were trying so hard to get the truth to the American people. And, of course, the liberal media were, lying, actively deceiving half of the country. And he came on my show. I remember this because I thought, wow, sitting U.S. congressman called James Comey a scumbag. That's what he said. He came on my show and said, James Comey has this Boy Scout image, but he's actually a scumbag, Paul. He's actually a scumbag. And
awesome.
And you know what? I don't think we knew the depths of the depravity of really how bad it is, because I would say on the right, a lot of people, most people believe that Mar-a-Lago raid was about was basically a fact-finding mission of trying to figure out, does Donald Trump have the report that Devin Nunes and Rick Crawford worked on that uncovered that Obama ordered the fake intel assessment? I think that's one of the reasons why they raided Mar-a-Lago. They wanted to know if he had those documents. And, of course, we know the raid was a big joke. It was an exercise in political theater where the FBI had pre-printed sheets labeled classified, and they put those sheets on the documents they did find, so that then when they took the photo, it looked like Trump had big red confidential classified documents spread all over his house, like he's like Scrooge McDuck, but instead of jumping in a giant pot of gold, he's jumping in a giant, basque of classified documents. I mean, it was ridiculous. The theater, the spectacle with all of this. And I would say also, I read earlier, so much of what we talk about, much of what we report on, really, you get right down to it, it is performative. And RFK Jr. said that the other day, that the Senate confirmation hearings, all of this stuff, it is just theater. It is just people trying to get their sound bites, their talking points. Now, he didn't say this, but I'll say this. Put them into emails, send them out to supporters, raise more campaign cash. And that's why that's why we're so frustrated with Congress. It's not that I don't mind, you owning the libs in a committee. I actually love it.
Yeah.
But so often, that's where it ends. That's where it stops. Let's hope that's not where it stops with Fauci. Let's hope the criminal referrals that Todd Blanche has been given actually result in, and maybe even challenging the pardon. Although they've abandoned the auto pen investigation, so we've heard. But let's hope that this Florida grand jury actually does its job, and actually we see people in handcuffs. Let's hope that happens. Now, on Todd Blanche, you guys know my take on this. He's now our new Attorney General. I don't entirely trust the guy because of his past, his Democrat-esque past. But Patrick Byrne is actually calling attention to a tweet by Bad Hombre saying that I was on the fence about him, but he's doing a great job. Fair is fair. So you can look at this record out of the DOJ, and again, we always want more, and we're always going to want more, and that is our right to demand more, and we should do that heartily. But this is an interesting list. You have the SPLC indicted, which is a huge one. Essentially the government going after an organization that was held up as some sort of bastion of neutrality, that they call it like it is. They know where the hate speech is. They know where the racists are. They know where the white supremacists are. No, just joking. They're paying the white supremacists to create their own false flag to then fundraise off of. Then they indicted last week Heidi Barrich, who is this final boss, this final boss lady, who was shacking up with a white supremacist, sharing a bank account with her, and she was the former CFO of the SPLC. We now find that Gavin Newsom and his wife are under investigation. That has now been revealed that the FBI was doing that. I think that was in the Biden administration, though. That investigation, I think, is still ongoing. But I will remind you that my theory on the reason why they were investigating Biden to begin with, they were investigating Newsom to begin with, is because I think the FBI, the communists in the FBI, they like to get dirt on people. Right? If you're an up-and-comer, you may be the next president of the United States. The FBI wants... I mean, we've heard this before. We've heard that it happened. We've heard the FBI did this for Hillary Clinton, that the FBI, had her dead to rights on a lot of things. But they didn't do anything about it because if she gets in, we have something we can control her with.
Hey, I'll take this little brag book here list over what Pam Bondi's record had in
Oh, yeah.
her first however long.
Yeah.
So
100%. 100%.
My dad always said everything is what it is by comparison to something else.
Yeah.
And so in objective comparison here, like I'm looking at Todd Blanche's record just over the past very short period of time, and I see these bullet points the same way you do, Paul, and I'm seeing better progress than we've had in a long time.
Yep.
And I actually liked Bill Barr's objectivity and the way he seemed very objective at the time.
But yeah, at the time.
But
yeah.
yes, not now, but certainly better than what I saw from Pam Bondi.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I really cheered and hoped for Pam Bondi because she was such a firecracker.
Yeah, I think
during
all of
her
us were like,
confirmation. It was just like, oh, she's
Yep.
gonna literally turn this place upside down.
Yeah,
like
but
she's gonna come in there with a baseball bat and a 2x4 in the other hand, and it's over.
that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. That's just been the biggest upgrade so far. Is that I don't have to hear
Big upgrade.
her type of delivery, her type of delivery behind that podium. It is just so much nicer to hear Todd Blanche because he's a dude. I mean, I'm sorry, it's so much better.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, on the whole Bondi thing, like I think everybody was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. Starting out, we're like, yeah, okay, fine, go on Fox News, be your, live vicariously, as a news anchor, even though you're the attorney general or whatever. I think everybody was fine with that as long as we got results. But instead, we got the botched Epstein files, and it was just a total nightmare. But Eric Swalwell's homes raided, electronics seized at the airport. John Bolton pled guilty. James Comey indicted. Act Blue is under investigation. 4 prosecutors who targeted pro-life activists fired. 3,400 America-hating activist prosecutors fired or resigned. 455 Medicare and Medicaid fraudsters charged, the most in history. So that got the attention of Patrick Byrne, who said, yeah, fair's fair. And so we do a lot of complaining on this show when it comes to accountability. But this is the other side, right? There are things getting done. It's just important to understand that, and that doesn't mean I'm going to complain less. But it just means that you do have to look at the score once in a while, and there's still a lot more work to be done. And I guess that's my point. Is I do it from an entirely selfish perspective. Like I do it from an entirely like I can't help but think about. And we talked about this yesterday about the anti-Christian bias that the others. If you don't winnow the enemy, if you don't winnow your enemies when you have power, especially when they have been caught dead to rights as traitors, when they get back in power, they have no incentive to not go even harder against you. And so it's not just me and my own self-preservation. It's yours. It's your families. I think of American children. I think of the country that they're going to have to grow up in. And that's why I am, and again, I'm just a talk show host, right? What do I know? But I'm just the guy trying to scream like, hey, pedal to the metal, like let's go, right? And I know there's different strategies and stuff out there, but all right. So now it's time for our first official segment of the day. That concludes our James Comey segment as well as our DOJ segment, which have yet to be named. But now we're going to move on to a segment we like to call Ballot Bandits. All right, so for this edition of Ballot Bandits, we go back to this story. James O'Keefe obviously embarrassed all of the intelligentsia, the status quo in Minnesota in their primary election. Well, now he goes to Alaska this week, where he actually impersonates Lisa Murkowski's brother. Lisa Murkowski's brother, and is offered a ballot, his ballot, Lisa Murkowski's brother's ballot, with no identification.
I'm so glad you put this this segment together because I had seen just some little clip. It was our twins' birthday yesterday, so I was
happy
tied
birthday
up,
to your kids.
I was tied up a lot last evening in a good way. We had a blast, but I had seen this scrolling through something and didn't get a chance to click in and watch. So I'm so glad you have this segment.
Dude, can I just pause you
up.
for a second? I know this is like totally off, but I know, like, thank you. You took me out to lunch yesterday.
Oh yeah,
That Thai place
isn't that good?
was I've never I've told everybody about it. I mean, I'd heard great things about that place, but I don't go out very often. But that was incredible. Like, I will be going back to that restaurant.
You can judge a lot by a place by just peeking your head around and seeing the folks that are in the back.
Yeah.
As they're working. And when you saw those folks, you're like, this is going to be an authentic experience.
That was crazy, man.
This place is clean and super nice, and that was a lot of fun, buddy. It was a good lunch.
It was great.
Yep.
Anyway, here it is.
But yeah, dinner last evening was with the kids. We did hibachi. They want to go.
So you got Asian different.
They want to see the flames and all that stuff.
So it was an Asian day for you.
It was.
And
we've been
Asian
cooking
day.
a ton at home. Trying all kinds of new recipes. I've been grilling a ton, so we haven't been eating out that much. Plus, it's just so expensive these days. We've talked about this before, not to get too off topic, but it's just so stinking expensive to go out these days. We've really been focusing on just finding ways to cook what we have and what's in our freezers and in our pantries and all that stuff, and just enjoy extra time together. But yeah, we did splurge a little last night at the hibachi grill and had some fun with the kids. But that was when we were coming back, and I'd seen something about this
particular story.
Yeah. I was like, oh, O'Keefe again?
Oh,
he's already dodging bullets from the Minnesota people now that are all mad at him, which is so funny because you expose something that's just this big, glaring, insane issue with vouching program, and then to deflect from the problem, you go after the person.
Well, that's exactly what's happening.
It's like a mob hit. It's like let's just go after the people that could expose us.
That's exactly what's happening. We'll get to the video here in just a minute, but the response to what you're about to see has triggered Senator Lisa Murkowski to the point where they're now wanting James O'Keefe to be prosecuted. Senator Lisa Murkowski is now calling for James O'Keefe to be prosecuted. Here is the statement. You see it there. Here it is. This is from Murkowski's office after this video dropped, which we're about to show you. Quote, Senator Murkowski has consistently supported the requirement of photo ID to vote. And earlier this month, she voted in favor of a separate measure on the Senate floor to do just that. However, the Save America Act is an overly burdensome, one-size-fits-all mandate from Washington. It would be impossible to implement in time for this election and would likely disenfranchise thousands of eligible Alaskan voters. In any case, voter impersonation is a crime and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. That is Murkowski calling on James O'Keefe to be prosecuted for this video, which is an act of investigative journalism that once again exposes our government as being unserious and as being enablers of election rigging and election theft. Watch this.
This is James O'Keefe in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm about to get offered Senator Lisa Murkowski's brother's ballot.
It's perfect, dude. It's
Last
so
name
nice. Next one.
Murkowski. I think I left my wallet in the vehicle. Would it be possible to vote without it today?
Absolutely possible.
Oh, good.
I said, I can vote. Brian Murkowski can vote. She's like, yes, you can vote.
You can vote if you'd like to. Do you want to do a question ballot?
I mean, all I got to do is do the question ballot, then I can vote.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Brian Murkowski, Senator Murkowski's brother, doesn't even live in Alaska, but his name is still on the voter rolls.
Do you know how to spell Brian?
Brian.
Yeah,
That's
you are
the address.
in the correct place.
Oh, perfect.
to vote. You have a mugshot.
Oh, I think I left that at home. Blood?
DNA.
I got blood. Yeah.
You got blood. You want to leave your blood?
You're Caroline. Carolyn. Carolyn's a funny one, by the way.
It's perfect.
You see Nana Mildred there?
It's culture jamming, though. This is like...
Thank you for
Nana was
helping
like,
me.
And you know what? We appreciate it too because we're volunteers
at her.
and we're trying to figure this out.
We're all trying to figure things out.
That's what you want to hear.
Brian Murkowski
Yeah,
always does the right
That's
thing.
what you want to hear from your poll workers. Like, yeah, we're all just trying to figure this out like you are. I mean, you want to vote. What's a vote? Okay, you cast a ballot then. Okay. Well,
Is that your Alaskan accent?
well, yeah. I've been watching this. I've been stuck
So
in this
wait.
TikTok loop of this overweight guy that dresses up as fat Southern women. I can't remember his name, and just talks about. Oh,
So
it's
was
just fantastic.
okay? So what was the Brian thing? Was that a test for if it was an I versus a Y? And if he had said Y, they'd be like, "No, that's not how Senator Murkowski's brother spells his name."
If that's true, what state-of-the-art security precautions
right,
they have? I mean,
that's the way that seemed to me. Like, how do you spell Brian?
give me the you can vote if you just give me the secret handshake.
Yeah.
Like that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna teach all the voters secret
Dude.
handshakes to get into the club. This is insane, but that's what you want to hear. Yeah. Oh yeah, we're all just trying to figure
Helping
this
me.
out.
And you know what? We appreciate it too because, we're volunteers and we're trying to figure this out.
We're all trying to figure things out in life, right? Brian Murkowski always does the right thing.
Always does the right thing. Watch this. This is my favorite. The vibe. I love the vibe here. It's just you can't.
James O'Keefe here in Girdwood, Alaska on Election Day, primary day here, where Senator Lisa Murkowski lives. Senator Lisa Murkowski is a holdout on the SAVE Act. She has reasons for opposing the SAVE Act, including that it could disenfranchise or alienate voters in rural places and islands
Also,
off
I
the
love
coast
that
of
he's dressed
Alaska.
the part.
It's
Like,
a logistic-
I'm going to Alaska. Need a
got
ball
the-
cap. Need a flannel shirt.
Got the Paul Bunyan
Let's go.
lumberjack. Yeah, I'm gonna go cut down a tree now.
It's like the opposite of that Jerry Seinfeld
Yeah.
bit. Okay, you're 60. White shirt, white belt, white pants, white shoes. Get in the golf cart. We're going to Florida.
Challenge. Is it insurmountable? Maybe not. Is it going to be really hard to do in certain places? I think that's fair to say.
So we went to those places. More on that soon. We came out to Alaska to prove how easy it is to get offered the Murkowski's ballot. Murkowski's brother lives over there in Anchorage. We're going to go there and see if I can get offered his ballot with no identification just by signing a piece of paper. We also saw if we could get offered Karina Waller's ballot. That's Senator Lisa Murkowski's own state director, which she just hired.
All right, so you guys can watch the whole video yourself. But what are we doing, man? What are we doing? And how dare these people? Like, how dare Lisa Murkowski now say impersonating a voter is against the law? Dude, he didn't vote. He just exposed your system as being vulnerable.
Yeah.
It's like no different than these companies that sometimes hire ex-thieves to try to test their firewalls or whatever. I mean, it's probably more cyber now than anything, not physical. But like, it's just, this is insane. Like, we are not a serious country.
Can't somebody primary her? I mean, come on.
Not with that,
There's not-
not with that jungle primary system they got
Oh,
going
that's
on.
right.
By the way, Alaska's not
Yeah.
looking good.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to talk about this, but
You
that
gonna go blue?
yeah, that Percola or whatever her name is.
How many electoral college votes
Not a lot.
does Alaska get?
I don't know. What do they get? Three?
Three. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I knew it was less than a handful.
What do they have? One congressman? I don't know. Maybe
It's never considered like a swing state or anything like that, but she is definitely a problem in the Senate.
Yeah, and there's some people predicting that, if Dan Sullivan loses, and again, turnout was low.
Alaskan Dan Sullivan, right?
Yeah, turnout was low, but
Yeah.
the fact that that the Democrat, I don't remember what her name is. Hang on one second. I'm going to get her name right. I need to know this. I should know what her name is. Yeah, Patola or Peltola. Peltola is her name. So some people are saying, now I know this sounds crazy, and I don't necessarily agree with this, but I mean, people are gaming out these scenarios because they should, and they look at Lisa Murkowski, they look at her across the table, and you can just look at her and you can tell that she's not a dependable person and that she's going to kind of go wherever the political winds blow. People are saying that if Dan Sullivan loses to Peltola, who was already dangerously close to 50% this far out, and again, turnout was low. Conceivably, there's going to be more Republicans turn out to go vote for Dan Sullivan come November. But if for some reason this Senate seat flips and the Dems pick this up, and the balance of power let's say the balance of power comes down to Lisa Murkowski, some people are saying that they think she would switch parties to flip the balance of power. And I think that it's possible because I think she hates she hates President Trump much that she would do something like that. I really do believe that. So, I mean, you just look at her. She's a huge liability.
He
for
hates
us.
her right on back.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he does.
There is no relationship there or loyalty.
Well, you kind of wish, I
don't know what her voting record is as far as how often she votes with Republicans, but we were having the same conversation with the lady up in Maine. And how often
Susan Collins
she actually votes with Republicans, and that being one of those things that's really, really measurable. But she just is such so problematic in the Senate for what she does. I mean, it's just
I mean, but it is kind of I will say it is satisfying that. Headlines like this from Daughtery where he's like, that Murkowski's team is furious at James O'Keefe and that saying that he should face prosecution. This is the kind of reaction that actually just fuels our base in a good way, right? The Murkowskis of the world are a huge problem for us. Obviously, if you were to believe John Thune and take him at his word, and again, I go back to the article from several days ago, and I can't remember where it was published. Does John Thune secretly want to lose? And I know you were not on that bandwagon. You've been giving him the benefit of the doubt. I know you've given him less of the benefit of the doubt than you were 3-4 months ago. But if you believe John Thune, Murkowski's a big problem for him. If you gave him the benefit of the doubt that he just can't do it, he just can't get Murkowski on board. It's like, well, that's your job,
Yeah.
And
that was my fault as far as my optimism in having too much confidence that he could actually whip the votes like he's supposed to. I mean, that was I thought this isn't meant to sound weird or anything like that. I thought by his good looks and charisma and time in the Senate and his, reputation by a lot of his colleagues that had spoke up for him in the past, I just thought he would be able to get into a room with a person like her and be like, Lisa, what do we need to do here?
Yeah, what are we doing?
And look, no offense, but to what we've talked about before, but Lindsey Graham's the type of person that could have done that and that did that many, many, many times.
He was for the SAVE Act as much as he was for all the wars.
It's like part of me. I wish we had Lindsey Graham in leading the Senate right now instead of John Thune. That's how far I've gone. Hold on.
No, I'm just imagining.
That's how far I've gone from this stance of
you.
Paul and Rob. I gotta believe in Thune, man. I think he's gonna be able to do it. He's charismatic. He's well spoken. I think he's gonna be able to do a good job. Now look at me.
Yeah, that's quite the hero's journey you've been on.
God bless. Yeah, we need rest in peace. We need Lindsey Graham to do what Thune can't.
It's insane, dude.
It is insane. Every time these Republicans start to blame it on Democrats as, well, we'd like to pass the SAVE Act, but it's the Democrats that are holding us up. Now all of us are like, BS.
It's factually not true.
It's completely inaccurate.
Right.
You have the majority. Don't lie to us.
Yeah. We just are not. We're not monolithic, right? I mean, we're not monolithic, and these people don't want it. And again, going down the conspiratorial trail, I mean, I think these Republicans know, some of them know that they have benefited from election fraud. Even who was it? Was it Senator Tommy Tuberville from Alabama that even said this? That there are people, and I think he was saying this about the Democrats, that there are Democrats in Congress right now that would not be there had the elections been secure. And, I mean, he even went so far to talk about Venezuela. A sitting U.S. senator, talked about Venezuela, the same stuff that we found in the Tulsi Gabbard declassified report that said that they, had figured out how to hack the machines and manipulate the votes in Venezuela. They stopped short of saying what many of us suspect about how there are many different ways to steal election with the ballots, with the mail-in ballot, with the lack of voter ID, mail-in ballots, all that. But then there's also the We're letting computers pick our leaders. Oh, computers only do what you program them to. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. And what's a better program than one that, looks fine on the surface, but actually can connect to the internet or is susceptible to all kinds. I mean, Brian Norris, former candidate for Secretary of State here in Arkansas. I mean, he sat there and said, you know what's in those ballot machines? Do you know what is actually in those electronic voting machines? What's inside it? A laptop. You know what's inside laptops? Wireless internet capability.
Yeah.
It's really pretty simple. So, and yet we've got people that are, continuing to just, try to protect the machines and the status quo. All right, folks, now it's time for our next segment we like to call Borderline Insanity. Love it. All right, we got for this edition of Borderline Insanity, just reminding you of the tragic results of the Biden administration policies when it comes to illegal immigration. This from a local ABC News affiliate. DHS is sounding the alarm after Fairfax County mother's killing cites other Virginia murder cases. I'm going to read this to you because it is harrowing. The Department of Homeland Security is urging Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger to keep a man accused in the brutal killing of a Fairfax County mother behind bars, pointing to several other murder cases in the county involving people DHS says were in the country illegally. So you got to have a governor at some point who's going to work with ICE. Abigail Spanberger, the CIA's choice candidate to set up a deep state beachhead right outside Washington, D.C., her plan is apparently working. This revolves around a man by the name of Alexis Cadilos Campos, 19. He has now been charged with second-degree murder in the death of a 42-year-old woman named Carmen Putch. Campos appeared in Prince George's County District Court in Maryland yesterday morning for a bond hearing and is being held without bond. He is awaiting extradition back to Fairfax County. ICE has also lodged a detainer for Campos. In a statement released Thursday, DHS said Campos entered the United States illegally through Texas in April 2024, was apprehended by the U.S. Border Patrol near El Paso, but was later released into the United States to wreak havoc and, unfortunately, murder American citizens. Jeez. In February, DHS said Abdul Jallo, a man from Sierra Leone with more than 30 prior arrests, was charged with murder after the fatal stabbing of a 40-year-old woman, Stephanie Minter, at a bus stop in Hibla Valley. In March, DHS said Anibal Armando Mui, a man from Guatemala, was arrested and charged with second-degree murder after a man was fatally stabbed inside his home in Bailey's Crossroads. In April, DHS said Misael Lopez Gomez from Guatemala was arrested and charged with murder and felony child abuse after the death of his 3-month-old daughter in Fairfax County. DHS also pointed to an April court development in a separate Oakton murder case. The agency said 2 people in the country illegally received a 5-year plea deal in connection with the murder of a man at a park and a walking trail. That killing happened in July of 2024. DHS specifically called on Spanberger and Fairfax County officials to cooperate with ICE and not allow Cadilos Campos to be released from custody. But as the case draws new federal scrutiny, those who knew Carmen, the 42-year-old woman, are trying to make sure the focus does not get lost on the woman at its center. Co-workers and family describe Putch as a devoted mother who was always smiling and working to build a better life for her young daughter. Putch had moved from New Jersey and worked at Bites restaurant, or I guess Bites, sorry, excuse me. I'm trying to pronounce all these Hispanic names.
You're doing good.
So Bites. So he worked at Bites restaurant in Herndon for about 6 months. Employees at the restaurant could not speak with 7 News on camera Thursday, but described Putch as kind, hardworking, and someone who was constantly talking about her 3-year-old daughter. Co-workers said she was often smiling, making people laugh, and checking on those around her. They said much of what she talked about centered on her daughter and the life she hoped to build for her. Campos also worked at Bites alongside Putch. Fairfax County Police said Cadillos Campos told investigators that he and Putch were involved in an intimate relationship. However, employees who spoke with 7 News said they had no idea the two were romantically involved or whether a relationship existed. Police said Putch and Campos intentionally met near Difficult Run Park in the Great Falls area early Monday. A jogger discovered Putch outside her vehicle shortly before 6:45 a.m. and called 911. Investigators said Putch had been stabbed repeatedly. Police Chief Kevin Davis said the killer then poured gasoline on her and attempted to set her on fire. I think we have some of that clip right here.
Out of his motorcycle, he filled the water bottle with gasoline after he dumped the water. We know that when our victim and our killer eventually found themselves at the park, Difficult Run Trail Park, we know that our killer stabbed our victim repeatedly and eventually doused her in gasoline and tried to set her on fire.
Golly.
This is.
So back to this article. With about 48 hours of Putch's body being discovered, or within 48 hours with her body being discovered, Fairfax County detectives identified Campos as the suspect. He was arrested Wednesday in Prince George's County with assistance from the U.S. Marshal Service and Prince George's County Police. Davis said Campos confessed to detectives after his arrest. Police initially charged him with second-degree murder, but said investigators and prosecutors would examine whether the evidence supports a more serious charge because of what Davis described as evidence of premeditation. Yeah, who walks around with a water bottle full of gasoline, right? That's premeditated.
Right.
While investigators continue building the case, Putch's family is focused on caring for a 3-year-old daughter. Relatives traveled from out of state after her death, and friends have launched a fundraiser to help fund the funeral and memorial expenses, immediately family needs, and the child's future. Putch's family told 7 News she was a happy person and a devoted mother. The fundraiser also describes her as soft-spoken, caring, and always looking out for others. Her loved ones say they are grateful for the support and they have received, but are asking for privacy as they grieve. This is the consequences. This is really just par for the course, but we're still experiencing the consequences of this open border, where our own government allowed our country to be invaded by third world barbarians. And really, I look at it as a proxy war. The Mexican drug cartels have been allowed to conduct a war against the American people, against their own country. And there's still so much work to do to get these people out. But then you've got these sanctuary states like now Virginia is. Again, Spanberger, former CIA employee, now the governor of Virginia, and people are dying because of it. This is insane. We don't have to live this way. But in order to reverse this, it's going to take an equal level of severity, right? Like, it is what has happened at our southern border has been extreme. It has been a declaration of war. It has been a war executed against the American people. And in order to reverse that, it's going to take measures that are just as extreme, if not more so, to save the country. And this is what I knew when I voted for Trump, 3-time Trump voter, but this is what, specifically in the 2024 election, this is exactly what I was voting for. Like, I was voting for, not obviously death, I was voting for, like, I knew, hey, to actually reverse this is going to be gut-wrenching. I was not surprised when Renee Good was killed. I was not surprised when Alex Preddy was killed. I wasn't surprised by this. As a matter of fact, I thought a lot more of it would happen before it actually happened, because you have to look at it in terms of cause and effect or reaction. Like what happened at our southern border is what was extreme. 20 million people. Now we've got 50 million people in this country, and they need to go. And how do you do that? How do you do that without Obviously you got the liberal media fanning the flames, clapping like seals, like, hey, yeah, resist the fascists. And we're just trying to have our country again. We're trying to get our country back. So
things are happening, though, man. Have you seen the latest numbers?
Oh, yeah, the million deportations. I mean, that's better than anything in our lifetime.
27,000 last week. That's a 3,600
that's
a day
great.
average.
That's great. I mean,
so look, I mean, we're seeing progress.
It's better than anything in our lifetime. Obviously, better than anything we would have gotten otherwise. I don't dispute that.
Yeah,
I don't dispute that at all, and that's amazing.
Yeah, I think there's like 66,000 in custody on their way out.
And
right now,
there have been self deportations as well. I know of one.
And the processing is so much better now to get their information, photos, identification, the fingerprints, all that stuff, to prevent them turning right around, which is what they did for decades. Every time they would get deported, they would just turn right around and come right back in through, a different place, or through, in a lot of cases, through the same place.
Yeah,
especially during the Biden administration, when there wasn't deportations regularly. So,
right.
Yeah,
well, in keeping with this segment, again, borderline insanity, we now go to Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan, obviously is that city looks like we've lost a war. Being overrun by essentially the political religion of Islam. And there's one black pastor that was at a Dearborn, Michigan town hall meeting that had enough of Sharia law, and he made his disagreements known. Here's Pastor Lorenzo Sewell unloading during a Dearborn, Michigan meeting, saying that the city is now under Sharia law, and that enough is enough.
But you're only 1% of this nation. We are not a nation of Muslims. We are a nation of Christians. We are one nation under God, indivisible, the God of the Bible, the God of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the God in whom we serve. I want you to prove to me we're not up under Sharia law. Will you denounce, Councilman O'Reilly, will you denounce Sharia law? Will you denounce Sharia law? Will you denounce, I know you won't. Will you denounce Sharia law? Abraham, you went to Hillsdale. Will you renounce Sharia law? Will you renounce Sharia law? America, we have lost this city. This is a city that is no longer up under American laws. We are up under Sharia law, and we will not have it anymore. Remaining. Enough is enough. But
wow.
You heard the guy try to yell over him. You have 30 seconds remaining in your rant.
Yeah, man,
well done.
Well done to Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. Number one, number one, using the name of Jesus Christ as incredible. Thank you for that. And number two, speaking truth and saying, "Hey, we've got to stop this nonsense. We can," and saying, "Look, Sharia law has infested, and that we're no longer an American city." There are several Republican-led states that have passed back. This was back during the Obama years. There was pieces of legislation that were going through state legislatures. I don't know, was it Frank Gaffney's group that was doing some of this? I can't remember his national security. But anyway, basically there are several states that have passed laws already years ago, 10 years ago now, banning Sharia law, saying that this is incompatible with our, with a free society, incompatible specifically with the Constitution. And coming up later in the second hour, we actually have a conference call. What is it? A Zoom conference call with DSA, Democrat Socialists of America.
Strap in for this.
Yeah, strap in for that. That's crazy. That's going to be in our mid expectations segment coming up in the next hour. So we hope that you're with us for that.
They're not hiding their agenda anymore.
No,
folks. And we've talked about that many times before. The DSA is not apologetic, and they're not in the back recesses influencing. They're not Homer Simpson backing into the shrubs. Okay?
They actually say in this video, they out and say it, the Constitution is bad. We have to find a way to get around it. Which
remember what they call the U.S. Constitution in that video too? The U.S. Constitution to the DSA is a quote obstacle,
right?
Unquote.
Well, and it's what Barack Obama basically said.
Imagine that philosophy as
do you remember when Obama said that, fundamentally the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, is a subscriber of negative liberties? It says what the government cannot do to you, but it does not say what the government must do on your behalf. Well, so that's literally you take that to its logical conclusion and you get communism, which is we're going to trample your liberties because we know what's best. Folks, we're going to wrap hour one here, going to reset, going to go to break real quick. We're going to be back here in a couple of minutes. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Happy Friday to everybody out there watching. I hope you are having a great Friday morning, and I hope you're getting ready for a prosperous, relaxing weekend. We'll be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
Why is Red Vive different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vive devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98, Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you, what a concept, now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba. So we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make, so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
You got homeschooling moms that they keep this on in the background, and they feel that, their kids are not necessarily going to hear something that's, depraved or, going to influence them in a negative way. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. All right. So I want to address that real quick. First of all, thank you, because we really try to keep the show as family friendly as we can, and we try to give you a disclaimer like we did yesterday when we had that guy confronting Nick Shirley, out in California. So there's going to be things that slip through the crack. I can't guarantee that there's something that little ears shouldn't hear, but we really do try to make this as informational as we can while also family friendly. So I appreciate that comment. I really do. Now, if Rob were here, when Rob gets fired up, now he's really doing a much better job now of pulling it back. But sometimes Rob gets fired up, and he can say some things. We all know that, but. And Rob would agree with me if Rob
were here. I see that vein in his head start to come down.
I know.
Yeah.
But
it's very Viking-esque.
Yeah, he does. He does. But it's gonna be. It's.
I am Uhtred, son of Uhtred.
Well, there was that one time where what was the lower third? This was back when the whole Memphis National Guard went to Memphis. For those of you who don't know where we're located in Arkansas, we're about 50 miles from the Mississippi River, the bridge at Memphis, and I started calling him the. Rob Al Ghul, the League of Shadows Memphis division, because Rob, listening to him, he's like, Memphis is ready to fall. Their time has come. Anyway, all right, so want to remind everybody before we get into it, the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Go to healingveteransproject.us or scan the QR code to support our veterans who need red light therapy. The doctors have prescribed it. VA won't cover it. That's where we come in. But we got to have your money to get them these panels, in-home medical-grade devices. And so do that now. Scan the QR code. Healing Veterans Project is a fiscally sponsored organization with fiscal sponsorship allies, which just means there's basically a trustee, a third party, that makes sure the money goes to the vets and doesn't all go to administrative costs. Certainly, I'm glad to partner with Healing Veterans Project, and I look forward to it in the future, to telling you more about it and telling you the success stories that we're going to have where we can really help these guys get non-pharmaceutical intervention, not pills, but red light therapy. Okay, so yesterday we told you about Lindsay Clancy. This was a story that I had just basically ignored. I was ignorant of it. We got up to speed yesterday on the show about Lindsay Clancy, this mother who strangled her children and is now on trial. She's admitted it. Her husband, did not do it from what we can tell. I mean, there's CVS footage backing up his alibi. But, she's admitted to it. So the trial is to whether or not she's going to jail for life or whether or not she's going to go in a psych ward with padded walls for the rest of her life. This is the debate, not whether or not she did it. And yet, there are women who are drunk on feminism, and they are rallying around Lindsay Clancy. They are putting up these videos, standing with Lindsay, listening to the testimony of trial while holding their babies, as if to say they identify and they can sympathize with why she killed her kids, why she smothered her children, and strangled them. And then, she slit her wrists and jumped out the second floor story and, now is paralyzed from the waist down. She was on 30-something antipsychotic medications that apparently did the opposite of what antipsychotic, the word implies.
It was a very sobering segment yesterday.
It was, and you came in clutch, Eric, with your healthcare background, talking about the different cocktails, the giant cocktail of drugs she's on and just how insane it was. Well, so Lindsay Clancy arrived in court yesterday to a parade of supporters. Here is actually before we get into that, we need to kick off the segment, right? Because this is an official segment. Time for Left Turn to Crazy.
Left turn ahead.
Crazy. Yeah, so this was the scene outside the courthouse. Lindsay Clancy brutally strangled her 3 kids to death, and now there are women out there waving to her as she arrives for court.
Show her high. Show her high for Lindsay. It's a mental health.
I don't know if you'll ever have this many women in one place at one time who may understand all of us on a level that others don't. So.
Okay, there was that. Then we have, there's something genuinely creepy about seeing a crowd of women show up like this for Lindsay Clancy after 3 children were killed. Look at the crowd, almost entirely women. Of all the people you could rally around, this is who brings everyone out. The whole thing is bizarre. It is incredibly bizarre. And this is not to mention the TikTok videos, the very creepy TikTok videos of women holding their babies while listening to the court audio recordings of what she did to her kids. And so the implication is that these mothers on TikTok holding their babies are one step away from doing the same thing to their kids. It's absolutely insane. Now, here is a sane woman, mother, who is calling this out. Listen to this.
If you would like to unfollow me because I think a child murderer deserves to go to prison because she murdered her children, go ahead, leave. Because fundamentally, we are never going to get along if we can't even agree that killing a child is wrong. Apparently, we need a freaking reminder that women are perfectly capable of hurting and killing their own children. So why don't we go ahead and count them? Number 1, we have Melissa Campos Sanchez, Miami, August 2026. Police say that she poured hot candle wax onto her 3-year-old and 6-year-old daughters. She then lit clothes on fire in the kitchen and danced around in...
Probably viewer discretion advised if you got young kids. Gosh. Just letting you know. Sorry, I just literally I'm missing the mark on what I said this show's trying to be, but we got to cover the news.
Till the 6-year-old had to try to put the fire out. Number 2, Kaylee Earhart, North Dakota, August 2026. 3 young children were stabbed. Her 3-year-old and 5-month-old died, and her 1-year-old survived. And she told their father that, say goodbye to your kids before she did it. Number 3, Haley Dempsey, Florida, May 2026. She killed her own mother, then she killed her 4-year-old daughter and her 4-month-old daughter. She then allegedly tried to shoot her 2-year-old, missed, and then killed herself. Number 4, Marlene Vidal, Texas, May 2026. Her 5-year-old son and 6-year-old daughters were killed with sharp force injuries, and their bodies were found inside a burning car. Number 5, Sarah Myers and Amy Stedman, New York, June 2026. A mother and a grandmother are accused of murdering 4 children, 13, 11, and 10-year-old twins. Drugs were used and 1 child was stabbed, and investigators say that the planning appeared aimed at keeping those children away from their father. Number 6, Mackenzie Critton, Wisconsin, July 2026. Charged with smothering her 7-month-old baby to death. That is 6 cases in 2026. And it's only freaking August. And while all of that is happening, women are sitting on the internet holding their babies and crying into the camera and saying, same, Lindsay. Oh my goodness, same. And that's where I snapped. And apparently saying that maybe we shouldn't be identifying with that while we're holding our own babies is controversial now. I have more numbers for you. Federal child maltreatment fatalities in 2024. Mothers acting alone, 31.8%. Fathers acting alone, 13.7%. Non-fatal abuse and neglect, mothers alone, 37%. Fathers, 25%. Newborns killed within the first day of life, almost always the mother. Or should we talk about the over 1 million abortions every single year? So spare me this little fairy tale that y'all have come up with in La La Land over here that somehow women are incapable of being danger to children. We are more of a danger to our children than their fathers are in most cases. But women will search the entire freaking zip code for somebody to blame other than say, yeah, she did it. And that is why this whole same Lindsay trend thing has me genuinely concerned. And if me saying all of this makes you uncomfortable, well, you can stay uncomfortable because I am done prioritizing grown women's feelings over dead and abused children. And I'm damn sure done pretending the person who killed the child is somehow the biggest victim in the room. The children are the victims, not their murderers. This was fun. You women are psychos. Have a day.
She's exactly, round of applause. She's exactly right.
Little louder for the people in the back, ma'am. Keep preaching.
Let me say this, though, and I'd love to get your opinion. Two things can be true. Is Lindsay Clancy responsible, even though she was on all of those drugs? Is she responsible for the murder for children? Absolutely she is. Absolutely she is. And at the same time, should her doctors be investigated?
100%.
Absolutely they should. And they should be charged if there's any evidence, to suggest that, well, look, medical malpractice led to the deaths of kids. Then, yeah. I 100% think that there should be criminal charges pursued against these doctors because, like you were saying, psychology versus psychiatry. Psychiatry's, they prescribe the drugs, right? I'm getting that correct. So this entire profession of psychiatry that's giving this cocktail of drugs to people who are depressed or mentally whatever it is, you guys are clearly missing the mark. This isn't the first case that something like this has happened, and we also know that so many of these mass shooters are on some form of antipsychotic medication that's making them do psychotic things. So I don't even know if you can call this medication antipsychotic anymore when it's driving people to do and participate in psychotic behavior. Lindsay Clancy is responsible for what she did and needs to pay the consequences for it. And at the same time, the medical industrial complex has got to be examined. And we got to stop this nonsense. It's insane.
I looked at the medication list and the prescribing information for a lot of those medications that she was on, and to me, there's also, and this is representative of a problem of the breakdown in our healthcare system too. Like, you have prescriptions prescribed to her by her general practitioner. You have prescriptions prescribed to her by her gynecologist. You have prescriptions prescribed to her by psychiatry physicians in the mental health care. A lot of times, those folks don't talk and don't have the exact same access to the exact same records. So you have a lot of problems in just the communication of all of these physicians that are trying to give her care, that are, in my opinion, doing a pretty bad job of it by just loading her up on this giant cocktail. What other reason would there be for her to be on multiple antipsychotics of the same exact class of medications? Like, you're taking Zoloft and Prozac at the same time? Like, why? They're the same thing. They're SSRIs. They are supposed to do the exact same thing. Why are you on those? Why are you on multiple benzos at the same time as you're also on tricyclic antidepressants? Those medications don't mix. So, yes, she is absolutely responsible for this, and these ladies that are just sitting around making a mockery of it as if, they're with her and she's innocent. No, she's not. But the physicians certainly did not do her any help at all in managing her major issues that she was having.
Yeah, and you get this sense that, look, and everybody knows that, being a parent is hard in general. Yes, there are different roles. Being a mom is hard. Being a stay-at-home mom is hard. There are certainly, frustrations and, your kids are kids and that sort of thing. But you get the sense with these videos that you talk about victimhood. It's like these mothers with their babies in their arms saying, "Same, Lindsay, same. Like, I feel you. I've thought about murdering my kids before. You actually did it, but I sympathize with you." It's like, what are we doing here? Like, you're not a victim. You're not a victim. Right. The fact that you have a kid, you are not a victim in this. Now, does having a kid remind you, make you aware of how selfish you are as a human? Like, was there a lot of growth when I became a father? Absolutely. I realized, wow, I'm a pretty selfish person. There are struggles there, but you know what? We live in this day and age where feminism has corrupted people to such a degree. There are women who claim that they are not feminists, that they don't even know how they have been secretly influenced by feminism. I think this is true with a lot of people, that they now believe, and this goes to the whole abortion thing, when that abortion doctor was like, yeah, I'll do an abortion if they want it. Well, if the mother's sick or something, or the life of the mother, he was like, no, the baby is the illness. The baby is the sickness. So I'll do an abortion anytime, all right? It's kind of the same mentality. Like, you've got these women who are mothers at home raising kids, and they're sympathizing with a child murderer who a mother who just said, you know what, I'm gonna wipe the slate clean, right? It is
people will rationalize anything. Paul.
Yeah,
they really will. They will rationalize anything if it fits their narrative, if it fits, their way of wanting to be. That's our culture now. It's your truth, Paul. It's not the truth. It's your truth. And you just live out your truth and do what you want to do, man.
So wicked, dude. It's so wicked that what we've allowed to happen. And yet you have these meltdowns of these women on TikTok throwing ice and doing all of these things and being so upset about it. Oh, Lindsay Clancy, like, I get it. Like, it's tough being a mom at home. And, yeah, I want to kill my kids. But if you'll notice these videos, they're having to set up their cameras for these staged theatrical rage events. That's why, point of view, you come home and your wife's filming one of her crying on the phone videos again. Like, that's actually what...
That's real.
I don't know if this exact photo is real, but they actually, physically, that has to be what they're doing. It reminds me of some of the... you've seen these videos of nurses lost another patient, and, they're up against the hospital wall, sinking down, like, oh, I'm just so upset, I've lost...
During COVID?
Yeah, they did it during COVID.
Yeah.
But they've had to set up they've had to set up their phone to film their grief and then post it for internet clout. Oh, I'm a nurse and I lost another patient today. It's so hard. It's like, this is insane, dude. Like, we are so self-absorbed, so narcissistic. The narcissistic generation, where narcissists just continue to raise narcissists. I was talking about that the other day, actually.
Yeah.
So here's a girl by the name of Keenan Peachy, or Peachy Keenan. It says that she's one of America's most famous trad wives, according to The Economist. Okay, so that's who this lady is. I've never heard of her before, but this is what she said. Why are women so angry? They won. They got everything they wanted. Men have never been doing this badly, and women have never been doing this well. They make more. They have the majority of jobs. They're the majority of college graduates. UCLA undergrad is 60% female. They make more money, have much lower rates of suicide, addiction, and alcoholism, and live longer. They won. They took over all of the men-only spaces. They took over the Boy Scouts. They ended men's bathrooms. They can fly fighter planes and be in combat. Marriage is optional. Divorce is no fault. They win 99% of the custody battles. That's because family court, civil court, and criminal court are different. Family court is a total scam. Marriage is optional, and then they says they can control fertility at will, and they can't get drafted to fight in wars. We are living in the female future they promised. So cheer up, ladies, and please, for the love of God, do not hurt your children. She goes on. We abolished or degraded beauty standards, body size standards, judgment, shame, unwed mothers, male-dominated workplaces. You want to know why you have a human resources department, folks? It's because women were en masse led into the workforce, encouraged to go into the workforce, actually by CIA funding women's libs movements because they wanted to double their tax base and destroy the nuclear family at the same time. Don't submit to your husband, but submit to your boss at work, right? Where there actually is this juxtaposition where, if you ever think about it, there's a lot of women that are still doing the exact same thing. They wanted to leave, the household duties to be submissive to their male boss at work.
Wow.
Think about that. Think about what you're really trading. Oh, and by the way, I'll also say this: the matriarchy. For whatever the pitfalls of the patriarchy are, the matriarchy will be much, much worse. So she says, we've eliminated shame, we've eliminated unwed mothers, male-dominated workspaces, the male gaze, Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. One of our cards in Left Wing Will and the Red Pill, like the first card, is a literal whale in a bikini on the cover of the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. Sports Illustrated, Playboy, men's magazines, cheerleaders, supermodels, heteronormativity, and monogamy. She goes on, any unwanted touch or glance is prosecutable as rape or assault. We even made it so inclusive that anyone can be a woman just by declaration. The list is endless. Will a list of new demands be published soon? And then she actually says this, which is not true. I think she's being in jest. Thanks to the miracle of modern medicine, you don't even have to stay female if you don't want to. Obviously, that's a lie. I will say this: feminism is a demonic lie, because at the end of the game, when the whole progression of feminism and more rights for women depends on there being two separate sexes. It depends on men existing as men to compare to what female has. But the demonic lie was in the fine print that once the feminine takes over, once they're put on a pedestal, once they're given all this equal treatment, hey, just joking, the demons say, hey, let's like blur the sexes to where we don't have any distinctions. And a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man. Obviously, that's a lie. But now we can let men and women sports. You see how it's all in the fine print. You're promised freedom. You want to live outside biblical norms. You want to. I am woman, hear me roar. Anything you can do, I can do better, which is obviously not true. And then all of a sudden, hey, just joking, we're going to rug pull the whole thing, and men can be women and women can be men, and there is no distinction. And you think, well, this androgyny was the goal the whole time. That Brian writing, obviously feminism doesn't lead to happiness. Feminism has given women everything they asked for, which has made them miserable, pill-popping, child-killing lunatics. And this is one of those videos where they throw ice, but they have to set the camera up to do it. Postpartum rage got the best of me today. And this is all happening in the context of Lindsay Clancy, where these videos are going viral.
Was that ice?
Yeah, this is a thing.
A bowl of ice?
This is a thing where they're doing. This is another trend where they take ice and throw it.
I'm not up to speed on
this.
That.
This is a thing.
Ice?
I've just discovered this in the last 24 hours myself, Eric.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
I'm happy to be behind on that one.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we're all. But speaking of, like, again, left turn it crazy. This is another woman. We had Peachy, whatever her name is. What's her name? Peachy Keenan, saying about the whole fat shaming thing. Well, it's still not done. Here's one woman and her thoughts on it.
Fat women are over 40% of America, yet all of the clothes made are not in our size. It's not catered to us because they want to demonize being fat, because the demonization of being fat is rooted in racism.
Wait. What?
Yeah, I know. It's only 13 seconds.
This is that wait what thing that I was talking about a few weeks ago. It's like, this is what happens to me now at this point in my life. And it's not just the funny stuff with kids that I see my kids dealing with that I didn't have to deal with when I was their age, but just this kind of nonsense and the DSA. I just see this stuff and I go, wait, what? Mm-hmm. That's what it is. I'm Mr. Wait What?
Yep. Clothes.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's not enough clothes. There are not enough clothes being made for fat people because of racism.
You're fat because of racism.
Yeah, because of racism. That's what it is. It's insane.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
That's going to be a new segment.
But we could get back to something a little bit
what
more
do you think in the chat?
Reasonable.
Wait, what?
Back in 1945, Hollywood made a movie called Frontier Gal, and it has this famous climactic ending.
I'm trying to tell you something. Will you listen?
No, I will not listen. I don't like the words you say. I won't hear them.
You'll listen, all right?
Oh, no, Paul.
I
do this.
What are you doing? Let's go home, Aunt Abigail. I wouldn't mind helping him raise his child, but I certainly don't intend to help him bring up his wife.
Wait for the Indians. Wait for the Indians.
Say, what goes on there? She talked too much.
Daddy, you spanked Mama.
Darn tootin' I did.
That means you love her.
That's what I've been trying to tell her.
You love me?
But why?
Oh.
Come here. Come here. Get over here. Get over here.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Isn't that the lady from Miracle on 34th Street? It is. That's the mom from Miracle on 34th Street.
Is it really?
The original.
Get a
yeah,
look at
that's her. I mean, there were only like
20
actors and actresses back
Yeah, that
then,
does
but-
look like her. Yeah.
Dude, that's so bad.
Yeah.
So bad.
That was a lot of spankings, though.
That means you love her.
Yeah.
That poor little girl. Good
That was like 30 seconds of spanking to where like we get all the rest of the cast like, well, I'll help you raise your child, but not your wife. But the Indian was the best. She talked too much.
Yeah.
There's so much there that can be triggering to a leftist.
What's her name? Not Dances with Wolves. She talked too much.
She talked too much. There's a lot there that's triggering, obviously, for our modern, evolved, polite society. But it is I think the larger point that
Hayward. Thank you.
Yeah, Susan Hayward. The larger point that we're trying to make here, though, is for some reason women have gotten everything they want in modern secular society, and they're still really, really upset and mad about everything all the time. And you just kind of wonder, maybe it's because you're worshiping yourself.
Yeah.
And when you worship yourself in whatever capacity, which we all can tend to do from time to time, little idols pop up or whatever, you're essentially trying to fulfill some spiritual sized hole with all these things that only Christ himself can fulfill. And and then when your idol fails you, by the way, everybody's idol. You want to see somebody have a meltdown in their life. If you ever have just a total meltdown and you're like, man, what is going on? Well, a lot of times that's because something you've been worshiping or pursuing that you've been putting in front of God has failed you, because they always fail you, right? Satan will take you out for a nice dinner and promise to pay for it. But you're the one that pays. You pay every single time. And you believe it. You believe, oh, yeah, it's going to be great. I'm going to enjoy it. But you're stuck with the bill, and you're going to pay it every single time.
Yeah.
So a lot of time when your idol fails you, you have a meltdown because you're like, man, this thing failed. And now, this can happen in this can happen in a Christian's life, right? And there's, obviously the answer is, oh, man, I'm convicted, I repent. And I know that, Christ's burden is easy, his yoke is light, and so I'm going to cast my cares upon him and refocus and repent. But for the non-Christian, this is an ever-ending cycle of, well, this failed, I had a meltdown, I'm going to find something else. And it's just this cycle of slavery. It is a cycle of slavery. And I think modern feminism is a perfect example of that. They got everything they wanted, though, back in 1973. Everything has been down the slippery slope since then. I know they've gotten more pay or more jobs, and you look at these towns, you look at how male jobs have tanked, and the ability for a man to be able to pay for and finance your lifestyle when most big jobs in towns are you're in the education business and university, or you're in healthcare, and those jobs are predominantly female jobs, right? Whereas like the American trucker is like the last job where a middle class guy can make six figures by and take care of his family. But they got everything they really wanted in 73. And if you were an alien race, right? Seinfeld used to have this bit. I think it was Seinfeld. No, this is too lowbrow for Seinfeld. But it may have been Jerry. You tell me this. That the phenomenon of walking your dog in big cities where you have to pick up their poop after they use the bathroom, right? And how somebody once said, some comic, I don't know who it was, said, if aliens were watching this, they're going to think the dogs are the leaders, because they're like, oh, well, clearly, the dogs are the superior being because their excrement is being picked up by the human, right?
Talking about the masters of their domain.
I recant.
You're talking about.
I recant.
So you're talking about Jerry Seinfeld's individual stand-up. I'm pretty sure you're right, though. I think that was him. I think one of his live stand-ups. That was one of his bits. It's definitely a comedian.
You'll forgive me, but it was either him, and I know this is totally different styles. It was either him or somebody like Steve Harvey or something.
No, it wasn't Steve Harvey.
All right. Well, anyway, whoever it was, they're going to think the dogs are the leaders. Yeah. Likewise, you just look, who are the leaders? The women have been the leaders. They got protected class status in 73. They can murder their children and not be prosecuted for it. And everything since then has been downhill, and now a majority of women are miserable for it. And the ones that do have kids are sympathizing with the child murderer. They're calling evil things good. They're calling good things evil. And it's so sad. It is so sad and disgusting. And we'll give you another. Oh, yeah, we've got to get this one in. So if any of you men out there are married to any of these women, in the light of the Clancy murders, and you're coming home and you're seeing your wife's TikTok videos identify, can you imagine being a husband and a father, and you see that your wife is making TikTok videos with your kids in their arms, and the implication is like, yeah, I'm pretty close to murdering mine too, man. Like, I can't take this anymore. Or
if I walk into my house, into the bathroom, there's just busted ice cubes everywhere, and I just walk around, I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Just a trough of crack of ice cubes all over the place, and I'm hearing the echoes from the screams of
so
throwing the ice cubes.
So divorce lawyers, so this is the meme. Divorce lawyers right now, after hearing about husbands who see their wives' Lindsay Clancy meltdowns on TikTok, Scarface, we of course remember this iconic scene. Obviously, we don't want anybody to get a divorce, but it's like one of the best scenes. Take it to the limit. Anyway.
God bless all the single ladies out there, conservatives, the folks that are in the chat. God bless all the married ladies that are
in
the chat. Moms, grandmas, people that are just doing their thing and contributing in to society and being great at what you do and how awesome you are. God bless you all, because the thing is why we highlight some of these freak shows and some of the it's a sad state of affairs that some girls see this and think that this is okay or this is acceptable. They obviously didn't have mentors and friends and good people like you that we have in the chat that are always chiming in and providing great commentary. Like, they don't know people like you. Their folks that they're around all the time are like them, and it's just gross. Yeah. It's gross to all of us.
Real quick,
so God bless the great ladies.
Amen. There are
lives.
Still plenty of great women out there, and there are, but there's unfortunately, the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
The ice throwers,
gets our attention,
and the criers.
New Jersey Governor Mikey Herrell, she signs a bill that's banning praying outside of abortion clinics. This is from LifeSite News. Now, the bill obviously doesn't explicitly say that, but the implication of how you define words and how a prosecutor interprets them essentially leaves it open to the fact that, hey, it creates a new crime of, quote, interference with reproductive health care services, and because terms such as threat, intimidate, coerce are inherently subjective and rest on individual feelings, this language poses a serious danger to free speech. Peaceful sidewalk counseling, prayer, holding signs, or simply offering help and alternatives outside a facility can easily be labeled intimidation by someone who claims to feel threatened, leaving pro-life advocates open to criminal charges that are difficult to disprove and chilling constitutional protected speech. Again, New Jersey is basically mimicking what they've done over in the UK, where they even have over the UK, they have prayer-free zones where even if you're silently praying, you can be arrested for it. We've seen that happen over in the UK. So, again, the reason I bookended this with the abortion topic is because I think it's all related. I think what you're seeing with these women is all related to this big spiritual battle that we lost when our country essentially said women can participate in generational, just genocide, honestly. So there's that. Now it's time for our next segment of the show. What do we have next up? This is called, hang on, where it is. Yeah, it's now time for our 2026 midterm coverage called Mid Expectations. All right, what we got here today is President President Trump. All right, now this is a midterm segment because this is something that is greatly needed. Okay,
I love that this is called mid, by the way. Because
Yeah.
these are the words that I hear
The little kids.
in my house
Yeah.
with 12-year-olds now. My
Yeah.
twins just turned
Not little
12
kids,
yesterday.
but like
yeah,
preteens.
kids. Yeah, so everything's mid.
Everything's
everything is
mid.
sus.
That's
everything
sus.
is cap.
Mhm.
I'm getting used to these new words.
Yeah, I
Paul,
mean, as a
so
40,
this is
look,
great.
I know it's like
Oh, it's so mid.
it's so mid.
Dad.
I know.
So mid.
We're 42 years old, and the fact that we're using the term mid is mid. By the way, I'm 42. You're a little older than me, but we're mid because we've adopted the mid language of what a generation that I hope is not mid. I hope you guys are not
That's
mid.
right.
I
Don't
hope
be
you
mid.
guys take our country back for us.
Yes.
Today, President Trump says, today I concluded a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for working American families. Now, stop. Full stop.
Not mid.
I don't mean to be looking a gift horse in the mouth to inspect its teeth.
You see the thing down at the bottom, right?
But brisket prices are still too high. As you see that there on my screen, this is just about ground beef. This is not about brisket, but who knows? Maybe in some derivative format, brisket will come down from the $7, $8 a pound or whatever it is, back down to $3. I remember when brisket was $2.98, folks.
Ribeyes were $16.98 a pound the other day at Sam's Club. Like, I go there for bulk discount pricing.
Yeah.
Like, and because we're running out of we buy our beef in quarters and halves from a local. But I just wanted to get, I didn't have the time to thaw anything out from the freezer. So I was like, all right, honey, I'm going to go by Sam's and get a big pack of ribeyes.
Yep.
We'll grill them out on the green egg. It'll be awesome. I go by there and it was a 2x4 to my face.
Yeah.
Like, am I seeing this right?
Yeah, they're expensive.
$16.98 a pound?
Mm-hmm.
And that was probably fairly good.
I mean,
I'm guessing.
I remember when I thought.
Am I wrong?
I remember thinking. I remember when they were $8.99 a pound and being like, man, that's high.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like so
right.
It's a big deal. And
I didn't even price shop brisket or any of the other cuts, but I was like,
luck.
dude, I'm switching to skirt steaks
Good
and
luck.
tri-tip.
A pre-trimmed,
I could get a tri-tip for $20.
A pre-trimmed brisket flat was over $9 a pound. I was priced that the other day. Now I don't get pre-trimmed anything. I get the full packer because I want both muscles. But still, I was thinking $9 a pound. That's insane to me for brisket. Anyway,
wow.
President Trump, today I concluded a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for working American families. As everyone knows, under President Biden, beef prices soared at their fastest rate, and the American beef herd fell to its smallest size in modern history. As we work to rebuild this herd and help our ranchers, for the next 90 days, the United States will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of product for ground beef to be imported with no out-of-quota tariff. We have a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market prices. This deal will reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to regrow again or to grow again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald Trump. So what President Trump is trying to do here in light of the midterms coming up is address this prices. This from Zero Hedge. Cost of living remains biggest challenge facing Americans. In the first sentence, blames it on Iran and what we got involved in. Quote, the war in Iran marked a significant setback for Americans' year-long battle with high gas prices. I filled up this morning. When I say I filled up, I didn't fill up. I got some gas this morning. In Arkansas, the one right down here, Eric, this Maverick was $3.96 this morning. I don't know what you've seen in other places, but
I filled up in Memphis a couple of days ago for $3.85 or something like that coming across. But it's because I'd seen it was a little more expensive here.
Yeah.
And then I was in Tulsa last week, and it was in the 350s, 360s there. So I was like, doggone it.
Yeah.
We're more expensive here in Arkansas than we are in our surrounding states.
So while inflation has come down a long way from its 2021-2022 highs, when it peaked at 9%, it remains elevated at 3.4%. More importantly, though, as Statista's Felix Richter reports, people are still struggling to cope with the lasting effects of the inflation crisis because they never come back down. It seems like I was trying to buy some, and this is bad. Sorry, RFK. Last Friday, I was trying to buy some frozen chicken strips. We were just like, we don't know what to have tonight. So I was like, hey, we'll do a little kid dinner, macaroni and cheese and chicken strips.
Sure.
And I go to the grocery store, and I'm trying to find some pre-fried chicken strips, and I find them, and you get the bag, and the bag was a third full. It's this giant bag, and you're feeling around. And I was like, you know what?
Shrinkflation, man.
I was like, good grief. It's like $13 for, I was like, I don't think this is going to feed a family of 3. I really don't.
It's in everything, too, man.
And
it's in cereals. It's in all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? Whatever. I just went and bought, I bought fresh chicken and, fried it, battered it, and fried it myself. That's what I did. So this is probably more, probably healthier for me in the long run anyway. But it's obviously fried chicken is never that healthy for you. But anyway, it says here, according to Statista Consumer Insights survey conducted, 53% of U.S. adults said that the high cost of living was one of the biggest challenges they currently face, making it by far the most common answer ahead of mental and physical health at 26%. So President Trump is trying to address the price of beef, because that is one of the main problems in our country when it comes to inflation. Now,
well, we haven't bought ground beef in a real long time at our house, but I'm sitting here watching the chat, seeing some of these prices that are coming in from all over the country from our listeners.
Gas prices?
A pound of ground beef. It's wild. Because we still have a ton left from our half of beef that we bought last year, and then we kill extra deer at our farm.
Yes.
And so we have a ton of ground venison that we have them cut with either pork or beef fat. It tastes incredible and super healthy, and it's amazing for us. And so we haven't bought ground beef in a very long time. But seeing some of the prices in the chat of just a pound of ground chuck or ground. My goodness, it is absolutely nuts, and it has to be addressed, because this is the stuff that the DSA and all the other wackos on the left are trying to twist the narrative so that these things become the voter issues.
This is what we
don't like paying $7.99 a pound for ground. Vote for Ocasio-Cortez and El Sharid.
I'm glad that's a perfect segue into this. The Blaze posting over on Facebook, DSA committee says U.S. Constitution is an obstacle. Listen to what we have to look forward to if things don't turn out our way in November.
Cool. So the two things that we're famous for is our commitment to a program and our hatred of the United States Constitution. And what the program does is it gives us a roadmap to revolution, and it gives us the obstacle that we finally will have to get over to have a revolution, which is the United States Constitution, the basis of the United States government. And so the two things that we're famous for
there you go.
Is
hear this?
The hatred.
This is
we're famous for
Democratic
our hatred.
Socialists of America committee having a little teams meeting about their agenda and about their strategy. This is what they talk about.
Yep.
Openly now.
Yep.
Their hatred of the U.S. Constitution.
And what will they do? What will they do to start the overthrow? And one of the things they'll do.
This is Mamdani's team.
Yep.
This is Ocasio-Cortez's team.
Well,
this is all of them.
It'll be a lot easier to weaken the Constitution once you end the filibuster, which the Republicans should have already done to strengthen the rule of law. J.D. Vance is warning exactly what's going to happen if things don't work out in the midterm.
Try to understand their position as well as I can. What they say, and I think they genuinely believe this, I don't know how, but I think they genuinely believe that if they protect the filibuster for the next couple of years, then let's say the Democrats take over in 4 years, the Democrats are going to return the favor and protect the filibuster when they're in power. I don't know how anybody believes that. We have to remember that if you go back to Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, by the way, two very good public servants, moderate Democrats. I disagreed with them on a lot of issues, but they did protect the filibuster. And what happened to them? Were they promoted by the Democratic Party? No, they were destroyed by Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats. They sent a message that if you ever dare to stand against the national Senate Democrat leadership, we're going to destroy your career. And that means the filibuster has to go away. I guarantee you, even if there are some good Democrats in the Senate who would preserve the filibuster, to sort of show good faith to their Republican colleagues, they're never going to be allowed to do it by the Senate leadership. The politics of it are obvious. Senate Democrats are going to destroy the filibuster. And by the way, they're not going to do it to protect American election integrity. They're going to do it to add Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. as states. They're going to do it to further weaken election integrity. And this is what I think that, again, it's not the majority of the Senate GOP, but a few senators have got to wake up to the reality that the Democrats are going to blow up the filibuster and try to destroy the country, pack the Supreme Court. We need to end the filibuster to save American elections. It's the smart and also the patriotic thing to do.
Yeah, so we know what what is waiting for us if it doesn't go our way, and so speak out, never stop, do not stop speaking out at all. We're about to run out of time here, so we got a
conversation today.
Yeah,
Paul.
man, I've loved this. This has been great. Next segment, I don't know if we'll have time for 2 more segments or not. We got about 7 minutes, but we do have time for Fourth Amendment funeral. Yeah. This edition of Fourth Amendment Funeral, we're going to cover this East Tennessee. Once again, we're talking about flock cameras. Check this out. There was a commission, a Tennessee commissioner that says that the CEO of flock cameras needs to be hanged for treason.
I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. And I actually have a problem with this resolution because I think it needs to be amended. It's too open-ended. It says that we shall not renew it until such concerns have been addressed, as laid out by Gary Stidham and written in the resolution. And I have some concerns with what Gary and what Mark are talking about. I don't think we need to renew this at all. I don't think the people of Sullivan County want this. I believe that Flock right now is one of the most hated companies in America. They are one of the most corrupt companies in America. And quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. Your company is an enemy of the American people.
That was Commissioner Joe Carr of Kingsport. Called for the public execution of the CEO, whose company has come under fire in recent months because of the ethical and legal surveillance concerns. Yeah, they're shredding our Fourth Amendment, right? And, of course, this is the government as well, because the idea that everything digital doesn't go into some NSA server somewhere, I mean, it's just insane. And, of course, we're against the flock cameras. I'm against the data centers, especially when we're not even really being told how they're going to improve our lives. I remember when 5G was supposed to make my phone faster, and my phone is the exact same that it was. It's negligible at best. Now 6G's coming up. They're going to be able to scan the insides of our bodies, according to some reports. I'm sorry, dude. Like, I'm with check out of the Brave New World. Like,
they call it the thanks. Superman app.
Yes, and people are taking to other. They're doing other methods. They're resorting to extreme theatrical methods to wake their cities up as to what it is you're doing. You're literally becoming the Empire in the Star Wars movies. Here is a man dressed as Darth Vader trying to communicate this point.
Here we go.
The Emperor is a fan of Flock, and we must continue utilizing Flock technologies so that we can follow and surveil the rebel scum as they move from playground to playground, from playground to pool, from pool to gymnasium, because we all know that the Flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stop my ex-girlfriend. Also, it should be known that the people of this town, the poors that want their storm drains cleared, they should not have their storm drains cleared. Because in order to do that, we will have to raise taxes. And how will the people trust the city council when this city council continues to vote for surveillance technology that imprisons them? Miss Campbell, you must work on your Jedi mind tricks. You do it like this. And when you do it, make sure that when you're double speaking them into telling them that police services have become more humanitarian, make sure that you don't emphasize the detail that you put a ban on camping. You put a ban. You made criminalizing homelessness illegal, and that is why there is no such thing as humanitarian policing for the homeless, because we have effectively criminalized homelessness, which is good. Now we can fill our jails with free prison labor, especially like that of the Otay Mason Detention Center, where they are making $1 a day for working for 12 hours. And there have been multiple cases of tuberculosis. Yes, and this is good. This is what the emperor needs. This technology will help us find the rebel scum and the hidden base on Hoth. This technology will help us find Luke Skywalker.
He's really peeling the onion now.
This technology is a necessary force.
This technology.
James Earl Jones back from the dead against flock cameras.
This technology is a necessary force.
He even goes, I need to spy on my ex-girlfriend.
Yes. Flock cameras. The Emperor is not as forgiving as I am. Yeah, I needed that. I needed Darth
awesome.
Vader to
That's a great
to
segment.
talk about tuberculosis. This dude has clearly a very specific list of grievances against this city.
Yes.
Flock camera is the beginning, and then he's just going through them. But you know what? Do what you got to do, folks. Speak out. Do everything you can to try to wake these people up, because, I mean, the government is supposed to protect our rights. They're not supposed to infringe on them, and that's what we forgot.
It's their one job.
It's literally their one job, and they cannot seem to do the right thing. Eric Haynes, I appreciate you being with me today, sir. Thank you so much.
So good to be here. Great conversation.
God bless you and your family. Folks, I really appreciate all of you out there. And this is the time of the show where I try to do this every Friday. Sometimes I forget, where I remind you to go to church. If you don't go to church, I would just encourage you to find a church that preaches the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ and his mighty ability to save sinners. For those of you that do go to church, I hope you have a great weekend and a blessed Lord's Day. And we're going to see you back here on Monday. We will be ready to cover the news Monday morning. I believe Rob is supposed to be back in chair number 2. So we're going to have a great time. Thank you so much for being with us. Shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, 844-RED-VIVE. Mention my name, Paul. New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sherrod Chiropractic. God bless, and we'll see you tomorrow, or Monday.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome. It is Friday. Yes, it is. Friday, August 21st, that is, year of our Lord, 2026. And you are locked and loaded. Rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, actually live from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. And I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the Hip-Hop Patriot. And I am broadcasting, like I said,
streaming live from the Red Hawkeye State. Let me introduce to you, it's his favorite day. If it was his world, it would be the only day. Producer Eli on this Friday.
Damn, Skippy, every day should be Friday. You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, we need you to hit the rumble button, hit the share button. We've got some psychotic, crazy news to get to today. America's hit a new low, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get to it.
All right, let's get right to it. By the way, if every day was Friday, Fridays would be pretty boring, I'm just going to say. Collie for Peace says, finally catching Jeremy live here on Live from America. Thank you very much. Joe Bo, Hopes, 1972, Arrow Pink. Deb Pollen, we've got a $5 donation from Sean Maga on this fundraiser Friday. Big Mama Campbell, how you doing? Tommy, how you doing? Good to see you. Yamain is here. Barb Naylor. Mander's Mama is in the live chat. Milkmaid says hello from Michigan. How about Patty from Nebraska is live today. We've got Mama Rhett here. William, 2861. How about C. Michaels, S. Rose, and Eileen? Just Cricket, Carl, and Purple Snowflake. And a couple more here. Let's give it to T-Man. Gene, how you doing, Gene? And Robbie, 978. Thank you guys for being here today. I also want to thank some of the folks that are watching over on YouTube. We've got Ann, Scott, Chris, Andy, Cheryl, generic name, Alabama, Jay Keat, Swiss Michael, and Dog Football. Thank you for being here today on Live from America here on LFA TV. We have got a lot to talk about today. Producer Eli, when he said America's hit a new low, well, we're talking about the surveillance state. And even though a lot of this surveillance state stuff that we're going through right now was signed and passed under Joe Biden, it has not been stopped, removed, or completely wiped out yet under President Trump. But America is speaking loud. America is speaking up. And I don't think they're gonna get what they hoped out of it. Somebody said, Kim said hello from Rockford, Illinois. I also want to give another shout out to Rockford, Illinois, to Mary D'Agostino. Kim, I don't know if you know this or not, but you and Mary D'Agostino live in the same exact area. So maybe you should get together for some coffee in case you haven't. Alan and Belinda from Michigan, good morning to you. I'm going to ask you guys, it is a Friday, so there's two things we have to recognize on Friday. Number one, it's Friday, so we really need everybody to get in and share like you care or share if you dare. Either one. Number two, it is Fundraiser Friday, so for the donors in the chat, if LFA TV, or if you want to, if you can, today is the day where we bring in the donations for the week for LFA TV outside of sponsorship here in the Rumble Rant chat. And that keeps our producers in their seats and keeps us moving along where we need to. So thank you all for that as well. LFATV.us, the official website for LFA TV. Do not forget about that being the one-stop shop for if you're driving anybody towards the network. The best place to do it is to say, go to LFATV.us. If you tell them to go to Rumble, they maybe have never heard of Rumble. They maybe don't have Rumble. They maybe never been on Rumble. Maybe it's hard for them to navigate. But if you tell them to go to LFATV.us, then they can click over from there to our Rumble channel, okay? And also, anywhere you get your downloadable audio podcast, type in the search bar Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Now, we've been seeing a pretty big uptick in listeners for the audio podcast. So whether it be Apple, iTunes, iHeartRadio, Spotify, wherever you get your downloadable content for audio, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell gives you 2 podcasts every day. You get 5.5 hours of content with Rise Up in the morning and Live from America at 11 o'clock. So, always remember that as well. Eileen said, great idea, Jimmy. Just send them to the website. You know how many times people have said, I tried to send them to your Rumble channel, but some people don't know what Rumble is, or some people don't have Rumble, or they've heard of it, but they've never used it, whatever it is, it's a lot easier just to say, hey, go to lfatv.us. Mary said I had to go to Telegram because I tried twice on Rumble, and that is why we share. That's why I put it on Facebook. That's why I put it on Telegram. That's why I put it on X. That's why I put it on wherever I can share out, because some people have an easier time getting through the pathways than they do direct, depending on their cache, their stored data, or whatever it is that they're using for a for a search engine, or for their how they access the internet. So anyway, here's how we're going to start out today, and we're going to start out with Mr. Scott Jennings. Also, before we do, X, if you are on X, follow us over there, and it is at LFATVUS. At LFATVUS if you are on X, and then of course, also if you want to follow us on Facebook, it is LFATV, which, by the way, blowing up over there lately. We got 2,000 followers in one day. Okay? Jeremy, what did you think of the webinar yesterday? Amazing. Absolutely amazing. So much information. I'm going to have to go back through and watch it a second time, which by the way, if you were in, you all have access to it. For those who didn't jump into yesterday's, don't worry, there's one tomorrow as well at 11, so I won't spoil it for anybody. But I'm going to have to go back in and watch it again, because it's one of those things where there was just so much information coming at one time that it's hard to all take in. So, all right, here's how I want to get into this today. Scott Jennings. This is the kind of Scott Jennings that I love, and no wonder why CNN wants to keep him. I have a feeling he's going to be the next press secretary, though. I'm just saying. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Scott Jennings would be the next press secretary to replace Caroline Leavitt. That's just what I'm hearing through the grapevine. Obviously, we're all hearing about a few different people that they could have up there, but I wouldn't be mad if it was Scott. Not at all. Check this out.
That focus on things that are going right is a great idea for a midterm. Case in point, on Friday, numerous outlets reported that government data shows prescription drugs prices are falling faster than they have in 60 years. That's the kind of thing. In part to the Biden administration. That's the kind of thing that if you were running for office and you were in office and you were getting the credit and the blame for everything that's happening, you would actually be talking about nonstop. That's an example of where, in a world that feels expensive, that's actually coming down. That's a good thing.
You can't take credit for that. When Joe Biden.
Sure we can. I just did.
He said, sure we can. Just did. So it doesn't matter what you're getting ready to come back with. Everything that happened under the Biden administration in the very beginning, we said, hey, that wasn't anything that Biden did. That was, there you go, living in the past. This is the administration now. This is what's going on in the administration. Give credit where credit is due. Give credit where credit is due. Of course we can. I just did. Say something else. I just did. I love that. Eli, today is Friday, so we won't be here tomorrow. Now, tomorrow is somebody's special birthday. So before we get into the thick of the news, into the weeds of the news, Eli, would you like to give a very special happy birthday to somebody that is in your life?
Oh, I suppose we could take some time away from the show to do that, sure. This one goes out to my lovely wife, Liz. Very happy birthday, babe. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear B. That's what I call her. Don't make fun of us. It's really cute and you know it. Happy birthday to you. I love you, B.
Yeah, happy birthday to Liz. Fun fact, I knew Liz long before I knew Eli. I met Liz in 2004. And I didn't meet Eli until late 2005. So, Eli, I've known your wife longer than you. Not as intimately, of course, but longer. Because I knew Eli was going to say something about that with the whole keys, you left your keys thing. That's an inside joke.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Figured I'd keep it classy and not mention that.
I also lived with the both of them when I was on hard times, when the mother of my first two children and I split up, and she left me with the kids for a while. I had a rough time, a rough go of it, we'll say, and I actually ended up living with them for a little while too. So that, if you ever wonder how close Eli and I are, that's why. If you ever wonder why we bicker, or if you ever wonder why that day that I switched the camera to him and he didn't know it, and he told me to go F myself, that's why.
Don't let him leave his keys at your place, Iowa.
Yeah, Iowa. Don't let him leave his keys at your place. Oh, man. All right, we're going to get ready to get into the thick of it. But first, before we do, how about let's have a sip of some Rise Up coffee, shall we?
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Want to give a big shout out to, it looked like, who was it in there? Native Flows. Said, sorry, gotta go. They watch another news station at this time. So Native Flows, thank you for being here this morning. Appreciate it. Enjoy wherever you're heading, and we hope to see you back on Monday. Yes, Rise Up Coffee. Get yours today. We have the American pecan, or pecan, or pecan, depending on which part of the country you're from. That is the light to medium roast. We get that in decaf and regular, and we also have the dark, rich Sumatra Gold for those who like that dark, manly coffee. You can get that, but that only comes in regular, not in decaf, okay? Only regular, not decaf. All right, let's get to the Lord in prayer, and then we will get busy here on LFA TV's Live from America. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Folks, some good news. Next week, we should have our first in-studio interview. That first in-studio interview is going to be with Dylan Fillion, who is running in my region of the Quad Cities for a state representative position. He is going against a Democrat who is funded at least 20 times more than he is, and a right-wing group that we have here in the Quad Cities said that they wouldn't even endorse him because of the fact that he is more of a populist Republican. So we got to do everything we can to get Dylan across that finish line here in the state of Iowa. And next week, you will see me right there in front of that backdrop, at the side of that table where that TV's at the end, and Dylan will be on the other side. We just got to get the rest of it set up. So hopefully we'll do it live. If we don't do it live next week, maybe we'll record it. It depends on just what time he'll get here. But the Studio B will be opening next week. And I'm very excited about this because that means that we'll start to be able to bring more and more people into the studio, especially people who are coming in from other states. The airport's literally 10 minutes away from this studio and from that bridge you see behind me constantly. So I'm very excited about this next step in this next stage of LFA TV going into the midterms. And Dylan will be the first guest here in the studio. Milton said, Jeremy for president. I'm going to absolutely decline. I don't want to be president. I don't want to be a senator. My position that I really, really would like to represent the people of my community for would be in the House of Representatives. That's where the negotiations go on. That's where the dog and the cat fights go on. That's where the knockdown, drag out, dialogue and debate come from. That's where I would rather be. I believe that's where I'm better suited to be for the people of Iowa. Outside of that, I really don't have any political ambitions outside of that. But the in-studio interviews are going to be fun, and I'm really excited about that. Having said that, let's lift up our cups and let's have the first slurp of the day, shall we? Okay. The first hour and a half of this show, or first hour of the show, is going to be hyper-focused on the Big Brother state that we're living in right now. Okay? Yamain said, yeah, Studio B for the best news, LFA TV. You're going to love the face-to-face interactions we have, because I'm hoping to get even Democrat candidates from Iowa in here and have a friendly but stern debate. So it should be fun. The deep state bureaucracy, the Big Brother, the all eyes on you. Look, these are one thing. I get it. I get it 100%. But guess what you can do with these? There are pretty much every app that you use on these, you can give it permissions or take permissions away. Now, when I got Facebook back in the fall of 2024, in order to do whatever we could to help push President Trump over that line, I had been banned for Facebook for 3 years. As soon as Facebook and as soon as YouTube said, please come back, they haven't bothered me since. Really no censorship at all. But when I went back to Facebook, it tried to make sure that I got Facebook Messenger. I didn't want Facebook Messenger. It kept pushing Facebook Messenger on me. I didn't want Facebook Messenger. So it said, in order for you to post pictures, or in order for you to have to message people without it being a hassle, you're going to have to give Facebook permissions to have access automatically to your camera roll, to all your images, to all of your contacts, and pretty much everything else. I said no. So for the last almost 2 years, the reason why you don't see me much on Facebook is because every time I post something, I have to go into the permissions and I have to give it permission in order to go through my camera roll. And one by one, I have to do that. I can't select multiple pictures at once, just like I can't go in and message somebody very easily. I have to get onto the browser side of things. I have to go through the message, the Facebook message, old school way of doing it. And I don't even have access to chat history. So what they'll make you do is they'll say, yeah, we want some of your privacy, but you're going to, in order for us to give you these amenities, you're going to give us some of your privacy. At least with these, you've got the option to opt out. With this new kill switch stuff and these new flock cameras, you don't really have the option for anything. And that's the problem. You're at a point now where you're not going to be able to be out in public without your information constantly, facial recognition, vehicle recognition, license plate readers. You're not going to be able to go anywhere without being surveilled. And while I know that you can track these in your location, again, you can shut your location off. There are things that you can do. There are apps you can download on your phone to where even if they were to geo-track you, they would need a warrant from your cell phone provider in order to get that information to geo-track you outside of just geo-tracking anybody. But see, nobody cares about these nobody cares about safeguarding their privacy. They just want the amenities of the app. They want their phone to tell them what to do, where to go, what to think, what to buy, what things they should or shouldn't say to somebody. ChatGPT has become some people's therapist. I literally know people, including people very close to me, who use ChatGPT for literally everything during a day. I know people very close to me that consult ChatGPT rather than making up their own mind about daily decision making. This is how bad it has gotten. And people are okay with giving away all of their information, all of their privacy, to have an amenity where they don't have to take another step to do something, or to have an amenity where chat or the phone will say, hey, here's a store coming up that you visited before. Do you think you might want to go shopping? Here's some of the deals they got going on. Oh, I can't wait. It's constant advertising. It's constant monitoring. It's constant corruption. It's constant people using these systems for their own gain, whether it be their own personal gain, whether it be a monetary gain for advertising or anything else. It is constant. And we're going to start with this. How many people are aware of what General Motors and Ford did last week? Raise your hand if you're aware. Last week, General Motors, which is my family, me and my wife, we really only own Chevys. We're not going to buy a Chevy again unless this is what you're about to hear is completely squashed and repealed. Now, if you drive a Ford, you should feel the same way. Last week, Ford and General Motors went and lobbied to President Trump and to congressional members to repeal the Right to Repair Act. Now, if you don't know what the Right to Repair Act is, you might remember John Deere losing a lawsuit over this. John Deere also tried to get... Now, we've been talking about the kill switches for quite some time, folks. The kill switches are coming. Right now, I'm talking about something different. John Deere, if you remember, lost a lawsuit, a fight in court, where they wanted to basically remove the right to repeal so that or the right to repair, so that nobody outside of John Deere could work on John Deere tractors. So that you, by law, could not go to take it to a third-party person and have them fix a problem. So if you had a hydraulic hose bust, or if you had a cylinder bust, or if you had a tire repair issue, or if you had it depends on what your tractor is, if you've had a bucket repair issue, you would have to, by law, take it to John Deere, and John Deere would be the only licensed people that could work on it. Well, Chevy and Ford are advocating and lobbying for the same thing. They want the Right to Repair Act completely overturned, and they don't want you to be able to take your vehicle into a mechanic and do the work on it. They want you to you have to take it to the dealership. And so what they're doing, by the way, and what they've been doing for quite some time, Mary said we do our own repairs. Here's the other thing. If they catch you doing your own repairs, you'll get in trouble as well. You'll get fined as well. You would get charged as well. This is where Ford and Chevy wants to go with this. And for quite some time, they've been putting plastic parts where they should be putting metal parts. They've been putting subpar parts and trashy parts where they should be putting better and good parts, because they know that when these things go, or when these like transmission plastic undercarriage protectors instead of being metal, when they go, that you're going to have to take it in and you're going to have to get the repairs. They don't want you to be able to make the repairs or take it to a garage to do the repairs. They want to make that illegal. And so they visited the White House last week. And ever since they visited the White House on this, It has been, as far as in the car world and in the manufacturing world and the tech or the garage auto mechanic shops of the world, this has been like the biggest priority is this conversation. Now, El Judo said you would use your warranty if for it yourself. I don't know what you're trying to say there. But this is even beyond your warranty is what I'm saying. This is beyond your warranty. Warranty doesn't cover regular wear and tear, right? So that means if you went in to get brakes done on your car, what Ford and what Chevy says is you can't take that to your local garage for that. That has to come to a Ford or Chevy dealer. It has to be done inside. Why? So they can upsell you on everything, and so they can charge you $600 for something that should cost $100 or $200 for something, using all OEM parts that are trash anyway. This is a problem. And Ford and General Motors, I should say, you ought to be ashamed of your damn selves. I've got 2 videos here that I really, really want to show you. Here's the first one. This is the first one that I saw after I was researching this story. I started going and looking for videos of it because really I want to see people's personal testimonials of it. Here's one of them that I found. Check it out.
Ford and GM are saying they don't want us to work on their vehicles. Good. We don't want to work on their junk anyway. So if you haven't heard yet, the suits from GM and Ford went and met with President Trump last week, and they tried to get him to introduce a bill that prevents guys like me and you from working on their cars. Basically, they're wanting to restrict the Right to Repair Act because the software they're putting in their new cars is dangerous when it's in the hands of the public. But let me tell you what's really going on. You see, when Ford builds and sells a truck like this, they don't make very much off the sale of the truck. I mean, the dealership gets a piece of it, the salesman, a whole lot of people get a piece of the action, so Ford doesn't have much meat left on the bone. So what do? Well, they try to make it up with repairs in the dealership and by selling parts for their crappy car. And nobody likes going to the dealership to get their cars repaired anymore because they overcharge, they don't tell you the truth, and they upsell everything. But this way, they could force you to go to the dealership so they could get the money for the repairs. You see, it's no secret that vehicles Ford and GM have been making aren't as good as the ones that they used to make. And is this on purpose? I think so. I mean, what other reason would Ford have to put a plastic transmission pan on a nicely designed 10-speed transmission? The answer's simple. They're under-designing them in the factory and then making you pay for the repairs later on so they can make more money. And now what they're trying to do is restrict the information so you and me can't repair it, and you gotta take it to the dealership to get it fixed. And Ford's not alone in this either. GM is making crap too. I mean, their 8-speed transmissions paired up to the 6.2 liter, practically the worst powertrain you can buy right now.
Truth,
and even if you do take it to the dealership, they probably won't even have the parts to repair it right on site. You'll have to wait a few weeks, maybe even months. I've been trying to tell y'all these companies are doing this stuff, and now they're just being completely open about it. It's like they don't even care anymore.
Nope.
They're burning junkyards, building junk, and forcing you to go to them just so you could fix it. It's crazy. 20 years ago, we thought the future with vehicles was so bright and so cool, but now it's just depressing. And the only thing I know to do is just keep working and building these old vehicles, which I truly love to do. And that is what I'm going to concentrate on now. Like this dune buggy. I'm going to put a 200 horsepower Honda engine in it and make it the most baddest thing on the internet. Stay dirty and subscribe to see.
You know what he said there that really got me was they're burning down junkyards and they're building junk. They're burning down junkyards and they're building junk. I guess Toyota, here I come. I mean, Dodge, maybe. I'm a truck guy. Ever since I got my first truck, I'm a truck guy. Toyota, here I come. Tundra, Ram, I don't know. But as long as General Motors and Ford are advocating for this, I'm not cool with it. But pretty soon it's not going to matter as far as Big Brother what car you get starting next year. But to stay on this topic real quick, go to this gentleman here.
Imagine going to prison for fixing your own truck. That's something that automakers are pushing politicians, and they want to outlaw independent mechanics and you being able to work on your own truck. Yesterday, CEO Ford met with President Trump to complain that automakers are losing money because independent mechanics are working on cars. They want to make it a law where people can no longer fix their own cars. It's an American pastime. Dads work with their kids. They did oil changes. They change their brakes. They change their tires. How many of you worked on your cars with your parents, right? I know I did. That's how I learned about cars. And now they were trying to ban that. They're trying to do away with independent mechanics because they want to charge you $200-300 an hour labor. But the independent mechanic, that's your friend, he can go in and do a lot of your jobs for substantially cheaper. It's all about fleecing Americans. John Deere tried that and see how that worked out, right? That's every day we cross the thing where Big Brother keeps getting bigger and bigger. You want to lock up people for every little thing. This is my fucking car. I own it. I can work on it if I want to. If I want to go sit there and take this fucking grill off myself and fix it myself, I should be able to do so. If I want to do a transmission job and I know how to do so, I should be allowed to. Now we want to basically do everything where big corporations control everything. If Congress passes this, this is one of the worst things ever. Do you know how many mechanics were going to go out of business? Do you know how many parts stores are going to go out of business? And their argument is this, because hackers will hack into these computers. Well, let me tell you something. Get rid of all this electronics, because ever since you guys put electronics in all these cars, they're acting up. They're not doing it. I don't want cameras telling me that I can enter and exit my vehicle. I don't want cameras telling me that I need 2 hands on my steering wheel when I already have 2 hands on my steering wheel. I don't need my car watching me and slowing down because I slouch down in my seat and it thinks that I'm falling asleep. No, I just slouch down to get comfortable. I'm urging Congress and I'm urging President Trump, take this fucking proposed law and throw it in the fucking garbage. This is not what Americans want. This is not America. At that point, what's the difference between us and China and Russia? It's a fucking fantasy. It's a fairy tale. We're not a free country. We lost our rights ages ago.
He's not wrong. Even though he's dropping the F-bombs, he's not wrong at all. I, too, am upset. What is going on? You know what I have not heard, though? I have not heard of what President Trump's response was to them in whole. I've heard what his response was in part, which is, doesn't sound like anything that's going to be popular with the American people. But I would much rather hear him say, get your stuff and get out of the White House. Get your stuff and get out of the White House. Sheba Rista, in the near term, this is about keeping dealership networks happy. Service is the main profit center. Absolutely, yes. You are 100% correct. Calpurnia, dealerships do suck. I love my Toyota FJ, but the dealership wants $200 to change a light bulb in my taillight. A speaker has to be removed to get to the light. Well, here's the other problem with going to the dealership to get anything fixed. They are going to press you hard to buy a new car every friggin' time you go. To the point where you're just going to drop it off at night, have him fix it, and then have somebody else pick it up so they don't have to deal with the pressure. Even if you say, no, I'm all good. Well, are you sure? In the next 6 months, you're going to need, you're going to need this. You're going to need a transmission flush. You're going to need all your fluids changed. You're reaching that 50,000 mile where you got to have this flush, this change, that change. Your serpentine belt looks a little bad. Your alternator might be a little old. It's not showing the charge that it used to have. Constant BS over and over. And if it's not the new car they're going to try to sell you, it's the constant upgrade that they're going to try to sell you. Eli, do you remember back when I remember when this happened. Remember when you could go to, like, say, Tire Warehouse or some, quick lube tire change place, and you could go in and you could say, hey, I got a bad tire. I got a flat tire. This tire sucks. I need to get a new tire. And then they come back in and they're like, well, we just gauged all your tires. We can't just put 1 tire on. We got to put 4 on. Well, I only need 1. Yeah, but because your tires don't meet the gauge of, safe on the road, we can't legally just give you 1. Now, if you want to bring the tire on a rim, which means you go home, put the donut on or whatever it is, bring the tire back on that original rim, then we'll change the tire for you, but it has to be on the rim, not on your vehicle. If it's on your vehicle, you need 4. And I've seen people many times go, I'll just take the 4. That's the BS I'm talking about, Eli.
I'm almost complete. I'm to a point, dude, where I don't know what to say anymore when we start the show. All the goofy crap that apparently, I don't know, according to feminists, I know this is a weird correlation, but it's like it's almost more accepted to strangle 3 kids today than it is to take your car wherever you want to get it fixed. What the hell is going on in America, dude?
Satan and Democrats. That's what the hell's going on in America. Satan and Democrats. Isn't that it? So, now we're going to move from Ford and General Motors advocating and lobbying to repeal the Right to Repair Act, so they are the only ones that will be allowed to work on your vehicle, and we're going to switch to the kill switches. Now, everybody's heard about this, right? The kill switches in your car. Well, it's not just the kill switches. Now, one might think on paper, okay, well, we've seen all those high-speed chases, right? We've seen the cops and the police shows where the high-speed chases are going on. The helicopter's like, yeah, it's weaving in and out of traffic. He's doing upwards of 120 miles an hour, and the police just keep chasing him instead of not chasing him through residential neighborhoods, just keeping the helicopter on him and then going where he goes, or knowing where his address is, knowing where the place of employment is, and, not chasing them through the neighborhoods where they're, at 100 miles an hour and trying to knock them off the road and cause accidents with other people. I mean, the police have not always been, very smart on the high-speed chase thing. But you think about it and you're like, okay, cutoff switches. All right, let's think about this. Somebody steals a car. Somebody flees from police. They're driving 100 miles an hour through a residential neighborhood. Pew! Shut their car off, right? Sounds cool on paper. Until you actually understand that shutting your car off requires a hell of a lot more than some OnStar switch because of a police warrant or because of a judge's warrant or a police order. No. In order for them to have these kill switches in your car, it also comes with cameras, both visual and audio. Now, I'm going to ask you this question. For a police officer to search your person without probable cause, or your vehicle without probable cause, what do they need? What two things would they need in order to search something that is private? Anybody? I'll pull up the Rumble chat. What two things could they possibly need? They only need one, but out of the two that they would need, just give me one answer. What would you think they would need to search your car, or to search your person, or to search your home? They would need one of two things. Let's see what the audience says. Let's see. Consent. There you go. Yep. Warrant or permission, says Tree. Warrant or permission. Warrant or probable cause. Suspicion and just cause. Permission or warrant. That's right. Outside of probable cause, they would need one of two things. Permission from you, consent from you, or a warrant from a judge. Why do you think a cop has to say to you, do I have permission to search your car? You have to say yes or no, because that is a private space. Your car is considered a private space, like your home. Okay, we're all clear on that, right? So, why would it be legal for a camera or a multitude of cameras scanning your eyes, scanning your face, scanning your body movements, scanning your heart rate, scanning your breaths, how you're breathing, scanning everything that you do or say? How is that legal? Are you giving them permission like you do with your phone when you buy the damn car or when you register it? Is there some kind of a piece of paper that you have to sign saying, I give consent to the law enforcement of this world to do anything they want inside my car, take any audio, take any video, watch me do this, do that, and the other? Somebody said, well, why wouldn't you just cover the cameras with tape? Funny you ask. Number one, the car won't start. Number two, you'll get some legal ramifications for doing that. Now, do you remember when insurance companies gave you the option to monitor your driving? Eli, have you ever heard about this from your insurance company, where they say if you enroll into this program where the insurance company can monitor your driving, then we'll give you a discount on your insurance and based upon your driving. You've heard of that before?
Never actually heard that. And before all this institution of putting things in your car to track it, how would they do that?
Oh, it's easy. You take it into the garage, and the garage or the dealership or whatever puts these sensors in. How you brake, how fast you go, how often you brake, how hard you accelerate. And all of this is tied to your OnStar, because your OnStar tells you there's police ahead. Here's your speed limit, blah, blah, blah. So if you're in a decently new vehicle within the last 10 years, your insurance company could say, hey, enroll into this program and you'll save money. And the better you drive, the less you'll pay over time, right? Well, now it's just going to be automatic. Thanks to Joe Biden and the Congress under Joe Biden. Would you like to talk about what I'm talking about? Would you like to hear what I'm talking about? It's the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed in 2021, the same year that Joe Biden took over. It passed the Senate on August 10th of 2021. It passed the House on November 5th of 2021. And it became law signed by Joe Biden on November 15th, 2021. So when you people go, I can't believe this is happening under Trump, it's not. It's being enacted now, but it was signed into law in 2021. So for it to be repealed or removed, you need a congressman or a senator to put another bill forward to repeal the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. You see, this is the problem with having 5,000-page bills. A lot of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was probably needed and good, except I didn't see any infrastructure being repaired. I didn't see any infrastructure being upgraded in the 3 years after that. Did you? And what they did is they pile all this pork in, and this is it. So, if you want to know more about this, then go look up the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, also known as the IIJA, okay? Passed under Joe Biden. What does this do? Well, if you're impaired, the vehicle can shut down while you're driving. It'll just come to a slow stop. What if you're on an interstate? What is impaired? Well, it's going to scan your eyes. It's going to scan your movements. It's going to scan your breath. It's going to scan your demeanor. It's going to scan whether or not they think that you are able to drive or not, based on, I assume they think you're driving impaired or something. I want to show you something I posted this morning. This was the first time that I had seen the actual cameras in the car. Check this out.
Monitor camera, those two red eyes. Yep, they're tracking my eyes. But if that wasn't enough for you, there's another camera here watching, and then there's another one up top. They can see everything that you and all of your passengers do. That right there is a driver monitor camera, those two red eyes. Yep, they're tracking my eyes. But if that wasn't enough for you, there's another camera here watching, and then there's another one up top. They can see everything that you and all of your passengers do. That right there is a driver monitor.
Unreal, right? Not real, you say, right? Well, boy, there's a lot of people fighting against this, and I understand why. Watch this video.
I think we're getting dangerously close to where buying a brand new car just isn't worth it anymore. And the reason has nothing to do with horsepower, reliability, or even the price. Starting with upcoming model years, vehicles are expected to be equipped with increasingly advanced surveillance systems designed to watch the person behind the wheel. Camera sensors can track your eyes, your head movements, whether you look tired, and whether the system believes that you may be impaired. And if the car decides that you are unable to drive, then it will literally shut off on you in the middle of the road. This has already happened with people on the highway. Imagine if you're in a road rage incident and you're being chased by someone that is trying to do harm to you. And this vehicle sees that your heart rate has elevated, your pupils are dilated, and then it decides that you're incapable of driving this car. And then it shuts off on you. There are way too many scenarios where this can be critically dangerous. Now, on paper, they're going to sell this as a safety feature, but we've heard that before. Because once your car is constantly collecting information about your behavior, the obvious question is, who does all that data go to? Is it stored? Is it sent to the insurance companies? Is it used to raise your rates? Or is it sent to advertisers? Because automakers have shown us that they're perfectly comfortable charging subscriptions for features inside of a vehicle that you've already paid for. So are we seriously supposed to believe that they have suddenly become the guardians of our privacy? And here's the bigger problem. What happens when the technology gets it wrong? What happens when you're tired after a long shift and you naturally move your head a certain way, or a camera simply malfunctions, and your own car decides that you are not allowed to drive? Technology always makes mistakes, except this time the mistake could leave you stranded inside a vehicle that cost you $50,000. Oh, and don't forget that you're paying for the surveillance system too. These camera sensors, computers, and software aren't going to be installed for free. Their cost gets added directly into the price of the car. If this is where the automotive industry is going, buying a new car may soon mean paying more money for less control over something that you supposedly own. I think we're getting dangerously...
So again, like he said, what if somebody's chasing you in a fit of road rage? What if somebody kidnaps your kid and you're chasing them down while on the phone with police and it notices that you are erratic and it shuts you down? Now, you may say to yourself, like I said, I heard so many people in the comment thread, just cover the camera. Well, if the cameras are there to make sure that it's detecting you and your behavior before you start the car, what do you think is going to happen? And on top of that, how fast do you think it's going to be before law enforcement comes to your house? And you might say, okay, well, the simple answer here, Jeremy, don't buy any more new cars. I hear you on that one. But here's the other thing that they're doing. Ready for this? You know how gasoline is changing and it's going more towards like the ethanol and the 85, which you can use in hybrids and stuff like that? That stuff is not built for your older cars' brake lines, gas lines, and all of that. So what's happening, especially your gas lines, it's going to start eroding faster. It's going to cause you to have to get a new car. Now, for people that are in their older age, they're probably like, whatever, I don't care. It's over with anyway. I'll own this car until I die, and that's just the way it is. But you should know all of this stuff. This is information that everybody should know before you go make a purchase to something that you decide is a really bad idea. I'm going to continue to play some of these videos because I think the more we know, the better. I think testimonials are great. All you have to do is look and read inside the Infrastructure Jobs Act and read where all this is. It's in there. It was passed under Joe Biden. The language is in the bill, and it needs to be repealed immediately.
They're not banning old cars. They're banning cars they can't track. Everyone's talking about right to repair, but they're just not connecting the dots. So you have the Telematics Control Unit, or TCU, in the vehicle. That's what's allowing the data to be recorded and sold to insurance companies. I mean, that's what got GM sued. But since then, Ford has patented the technology to read your lips, look at your eye movement, run your face through a federal database. And that's not conspiracy. You can look that up. And then that's happening while the manufacturers are lobbying Congress to keep you away from your vehicle's electronics. You have Illinois, who just passed House Bill 4948.
Look it up.
If you get 2 speeding tickets in the same year,
you
have to install a device in your car that tracks you for up to 3 years. And then here's the kicker. If you have a car that was made before 96, you don't have the port for that device. So either get a new car or get your license suspended.
See
so
that?
They're spying on you, keeping you from your electronics.
Stop real quick. You see how they're going to force you to get the car, especially in these states where they're making this happen, like Illinois? Sooner or later, your car that you own before 1996 that doesn't have the port for you to put this device into, they'll suspend your license. One way or another, they're doing it just like they did with COVID. Oh, you don't want to wear a mask? No problem. It's not illegal, but you're not going to attend anything. You're not going to go to the movies. You're not going to go out to eat. You're not going to be allowed to be in places. You're going to get kicked out of supermarkets. They're doing the same exact thing with this, as they did with COVID. They are going to make it so difficult for you to live in society that most people will just say, I give up. I give in. Give me the clot shot. Go ahead. Put the device in my car. I'll go get a new car. I yield. I'm on my knees. I'm waving the white flag. Again, signed under Joe Biden.
Selling your data and making it illegal for you to drive a vehicle that they can't monitor. I'm sorry, that's not about safety. That's about control and profit. So if you want out of their grips, I highly recommend getting into a good, reliable used car and then taking care of it. All of the maintenance, like basically anything you could do to keep this car on the road and keep you out of the new car trap. Comment car and I'll send you the maintenance tracker I use to make sure I don't miss anything and I keep my car on the road. They're not banning old cars. They're banning cars they can't track. Everyone's talking about right to repair, but they're just not connecting the dots. So you have the telematics control unit or TCU in the vehicle. That's what's allowed.
So, you might be wondering, how is this possible? Because Congress signed it into law with Joe Biden. No one person can stop this now. Not even the President of the United States of America can stop this now. The only way one person can stop this unilaterally, like the president, is if he says this is a danger to national security. Otherwise, it would now have to go either to the Supreme Court to challenge the validity of that language in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and they say, hey, that's completely unconstitutional. That needs to be removed immediately, which I've not seen anyone do. Or you're going to have a congressman with a set of balls or a congresswoman with a set of chesticles to put together a bill, get some sponsors and some co-sponsors, put the shit on the floor, and get it done. Sorry for my language, but this is ridiculous. The joy of the Lord, why can't it be repealed? Anything can be repealed. But do you have enough people to do it? Let's get into this video.
Law that has a cutoff switch in every car being sold in America starting this year goes into effect. A day like today, I would have never been able to drive my car home today. So I woke up this morning and for some reason just didn't feel right? Felt very lethargic. And I go out, and when I was leaving, all of a sudden I got really hot, got a fever. I'm just tired, exhausted, right? Now, if I had a kill switch in my car and the new technology that General Motors has, where basically it senses your eyeballs, your body movements, and the whole 9 yards. And if it suspects that you're not, 100% there, it won't let you into the car, and it won't also start your car. Now, I made it home. I was fine. I just needed to sit in the car. I was cold. I was shivering, so I turned on the heat, and I drove home. But with the kill switch, think about all the people that have emergencies, right? They have to rush their kid home. All of a sudden, they rush the kid to the hospital. Their eyeballs are big. You don't feel good. Something's going on. You got to get to the doctors or something like that. All of a sudden, your car's not going to start. You need your car for not only to get around, but in case of an emergency. And now we're going to have the government dictating if we can drive our car. I have a fucking problem. And once I win, that's one of the first things I'm going to fight to overturn, because that's bullshit. That's more Uncle Sam control in our lives, and that's not what we wanted. We want less government, not more. And this was approved and passed by both Democrats and Republicans, so I don't want to hear shit from anybody. Both parties did it to take away your rights, and I'm totally against it. And if you say, I'm not going to buy a new car, well, let me tell you something. Eventually, you have to buy a new car, and it's going to be in every car. It doesn't matter what the make is. Every car in this country sold, American, Korean, Chinese, Japanese, will have a kill switch in it, and they'll turn your car off.
So when he said, I don't want to hear it, both parties did this, do you want to know the Republicans that voted to keep it in there? Before we get to this, I have said a lot of things about Thomas Massie. I do not like that man. I do not like how he operates. I do not like how he says stuff like, oh, one of these days I'm going to stand on the House steps and I'm going to tell you the names that I've read that are in those Epstein files, but not today. I think Thomas Massie is a grifting POS. However, that doesn't mean that he hasn't done some good things. One of those good things before he really had TDS, well, right around the time he was really starting to show through and shine through, was when he actually put an amendment up to that bill, to that law. And that amendment would have repealed that language in that law. That amendment that Thomas Massey put forward to get rid of these kill switches, which he's absolutely right. Look, you don't have to like somebody or agree with everything on everybody to stand on solid on some issues. This is one of those issues. He put up an amendment to get rid of that law, to repeal that, or at least repeal that language, out of the law. Do you want to know who voted against it? Do you want to know what 54 Republicans voted against that amendment? Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. If your name is on this list, and I didn't even know all the names on this list until today. I knew that there was 50 some odd Republicans that did this because I made a video about it 5 weeks ago because of my own personal elected officials here in Iowa. But had I known that every name that I read this morning on this list, my interview with a certain congressman from Florida would have went different 2 weeks ago. If your name is on this list, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the people of your state know that your name is on this list. Because this doesn't mean that you are one of those Republicans that voted for it, stuffed into a bill full of pork. No. Because I can understand why you vote for something like that, even though I hate it. What I can't understand is how 54 Republicans voted against repealing or removing that language out of the bill to amend it, or that law, it had already been signed into law, amend that law to get that part out of it. That's what I don't understand. You ready? Here we go. Mark E. Amodi, Nevada. Don Bacon, Nebraska. Stephanie Bice, Oklahoma. Gus Bilirakis, Florida. Mike Boast, Illinois. Ken Calvert, California. John Carter, Texas. Tom Cole, Oklahoma. Mario Diaz-Balart, Florida. Neil Dunn, Florida. Chuck Edwards, North Carolina. Jake Elzey, Texas. Randy Feenstra, Iowa. Randy Fine, Florida. Brian Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania. Chuck Fleischman, Tennessee. Vince Fong, California. Andrew Garbarino, New York. Carlos Jimenez, Florida. French Hill, Arkansas. Jeff Hurd, Colorado. Brian Jack, Georgia. John James, Michigan. David Joyce, Ohio. Thomas Keene, New Jersey. Mike Kelly, Pennsylvania. Jen Kiggins, Virginia. Kevin Kiley, California. Young Kim, California. Kimberly King Hines, Northern Mariana Islands. Darren LaHood, Illinois. Nick LaLota, New York. Mike Lawler, New York. Frank Lucas, Oklahoma. Nicole Maliotakis, New York. Celeste Malloy, Utah. Brian Mass, Florida. Dan Mauser, Pennsylvania. Max Miller, Ohio. Marionette Miller Meeks, Iowa. Tim Moore, North Carolina. Blakemore, Utah. James Moylan, Guam. Remember, it can tip over. Greg Murphy, North Carolina. Dan Newhouse, Washington. Zach Nunn, Iowa. Hal Rogers, Kentucky. Maria Elvira Salazar, Florida. Mike Simpson, Idaho. Elise Stefanik, New York. Glenn Thompson, Pennsylvania. Mike Turner, Ohio. David Villado, California. Derek Van Orden, Wisconsin. Rob Whitman, Virginia. Steve Womack, Arkansas. And Ryan Zink of Montana. You people are cooked. You're cooked. If I'm reporting these names for the first time now, and this happened how long ago? Look, I reported on my own elected officials in Iowa doing this 5 weeks ago. But in order to go through the whole thing, I hadn't done that yet. Now we know. If the voters of your state, if your Republican name was one I just read, if the voters of your state knew, not that you signed on to vote for the Infrastructure Jobs Act, but if you had an opportunity to get rid of the language in the already established and signed into law Infrastructure Jobs Act that got rid of kill switches, and you voted against that, you are done. You're done. No Republican state is going to accept that. No Republican district is going to accept that. If you tell any Republican, knock on their door and say, did you know that your congressperson in this district signed on against repealing that language for your personal private rights? Did you know that they did that? How many are going to say, oh, I'm fine with it? None. Keith Day, you just made a great point. You said, so no pregnant woman will ever make it to the hospital? What happens when a father or a husband puts his wife in the car and is all freaked out for his first time? I remember the trip to the hospital with my first kid. I was freaked out. I was doing 80, 90 miles an hour, and I was just like freaked out. Car's not going to start. Your wife's going to have the baby in the car. Twin Spin 23, Jeremy and Eli, you rock. Thank you for lifting my spirit. Well, I don't know how much these stories lifted your spirit, but I thank you very much. So much. Dave says, you know how many people know about this? About 3,000 is all. So how will this affect those that don't know? You're preaching to the choir there, brother. I know what you're saying. I know what the underlying thing is that you're saying. Get in gear. Get to work. You don't have to necessarily share this stream, but now that you know the information, clip it, take it, go with it, run with it. Venomous says, what happens when you're fleeing a hurricane? I guess everybody dies. You cannot have this. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Anybody who voted on that list to not repeal that, it's over with for you. It's over with for you, especially if you've ever signed on in the last few years for amnesty. It's over with. People aren't going to like that. So you better hope the people of your district don't know it if you're an elected official and you're on that list. But part of my job is to make the people know it. JM says, this is why I listen to Jeremy. I appreciate that. Trust me, I didn't want to sit here and do this segment. I'm not happy about this segment. Now, I want you to listen to the people that are involved. Now we're going to move to flock cameras, because it's all tied to the same thing. And the AI data centers are at the center of all of it. And that's the problem.
Flock does not track people, correct?
Track people, that's right. And hold their movements like you asked. We're not tracking people.
But what do the Condor cameras do? They literally are designed to track a person, aren't they?
Not to track a person, no.
This is a flock camera known as a Condor. Unlike the Falcon license plate reader camera, you'll notice this does track the movements of people. Whether or not it was designed to specifically track a person, you can see right now, in real time, no matter which way I move, the camera moves with me.
That's right. So
and
that's
this
a lie.
video is sent right back to the police department.
That's right.
To alert you when it sees human movement, and it will actually acquire and track that person as they walk, or people.
When I walked down the path and I moved, the camera followed me.
There's an object detection feature that you can set up. It's called Guardian Mode, that allows the camera to just know if there's movement from a person in the screen. It is not tracking where you're going to go, where you're going to leave, or you're going to start and stop.
These started popping up weeks after hearing Flock say these only record license plates. They don't take pictures of people.
That security researcher, Ben Jordan, found the same Condor camera streaming openly online.
No password required.
Wow.
Tens of thousands of cameras coast to coast.
The brighter areas are where the really high density of flock cameras are.
Clocking cars and people.
We have about 700,000 crimes that we are aware of that are being solved.
A feature that you can't turn off is that it's logging everyone else.
We investigate an immense camera system, its capabilities, and its controversy.
You can see right now, no matter which way I move, the camera moves with me.
Watching The Watchers. Stream now on investigatetv.com.
You're saying Flock does not track people, correct?
Eli and I are going to put out a new shirt set that has a big camera on it that says, "Get the flock out." Because I don't see these things leaving anytime soon. Get the flock out. How many of you will purchase that shirt? I'm going to take a head count right now to see if we should make these shirts or not. If there was a Get the Flock Out shirt, would you wear it? Not only to show what you feel, but as awareness. So people might go, what does that mean? And you go, oh, have you seen these flock cameras? Because some people probably don't even know what the hell we're even talking about. If we had a shirt that said, "Get the flock out," would you buy it? That's the question. Let's see. I will. You need to have those. I would. Yes, I will. Purple Snowflake says, yes, Trainer Soul, I would. Diane and Pat, me, I would. Detailer, absolutely. Now, the people over on YouTube will be like, grift. They don't understand how much money and time we got to put up to make these. So we don't want to make them for nothing. It's called a service, people over there on YouTube. It's called a service provided for somebody. Get the flock out. I would wear it. I would buy it. Yes, yes, yes. Flock them, said CQ. Maybe that'll be on the back, right? Hashtag flock them. Look at that. Eli, I guess we are making a ton of Get the Flock Out t-shirts. Sonia, can we please get a short clip of that? Sonia, I actually saw a picture of you and I believe your husband on Facebook. Nice to put a face to the name. Flock them, says CQ. Look at all the people that want one of those. Dave R says YouTube is so toxic. That toxic isn't even the word for what goes on over there. Just unhappy people with probably cut scars on their wrists and legs. More than likely. Bunch of trans, too. Jeremy, are these same features not going to be in ambulances or on fire or police cars? Probably not. Probably not. NL Goldie, make sure you have a 3X size. I don't think there's too many people that are getting 3Xs. We've had them before, and a lot of people don't buy them, but we'll make a few. Mostly X and 2X. Hashtag flock off on the back. Well, there you go. Mary says, we are not alone anymore. RN Sunshine, go flock yourself. Pam, get the flock out. There you go. Keep your flocking eyes to yourself. Ooh, I like that one. Maybe we should do some bumper stickers along with them as well, right? Patriot Johnson says YouTube is a social mental asylum. You're absolutely right. V-neck for women. Okay. All right. We'll make sure we make enough for everybody, all right? I don't think I've ever had more of a request for something than those. Not in the live chat. The live chat's going off on that stuff. So thank you very much. We'll get them made right up for you. Check this out. This woman spent 2 weeks in jail. She's gonna have a nice lawsuit set on her for herself. Most likely, she'll probably make a lot of money as well. 2 weeks in jail for flock camera mistake.
What's next for you? How do you move forward?
Therapy. Lots of therapy. Extremely confused. I kept telling them they have the wrong person, the wrong vehicle. I feel there's really no way of fixing what they did to me. It will always Courtney.
Because of a flock error, that woman was thrown in jail for 2 weeks. In April, Florida Highway Patrol arrested Lindsay Brooke Isaacs on 8 felonies, including 3 counts of vehicular homicide. She spent 13 days in jail and was facing potentially life in prison, all because a flock reader falsely flagged her car. There had been a crash, and a 911 caller identified a maroon Dodge Durango as the perpetrator. Isaacs has a black Dodge Durango, and her plates don't match the caller's description. Yet Flock still flagged her car and she was arrested. At this point, I'm sure this story sounds pretty familiar, because it seems as though every single day we're hearing of a new person traumatized by a flock mistake. This is Brandon Upchurch. According to Business Insider, he was violently attacked by a police dog and kept in jail for hours after a flock camera wrongfully identified his plates as stolen. Flock thought the 7 on his license plate was a 2. This woman is now terrified to drive after an accidental flock alert led to her car being surrounded at gunpoint by police. Authorities in Roseville, California found that Flock misread license plates 71% of the time.
Wow.
And every time Flock completes a scan, which is estimated they produce over 20 billion a month, that data is uploaded into a nationwide database that any law enforcement officer with a Flock contract can access.
What's next for you? How do you move forward?
Therapy.
So, in April, Florida Highway Patrol arrested Lindsay Brooke Isaacs, look it up, on 8 felonies, including 3 counts of vehicular homicide. She literally spent 13 days in jail. How come they couldn't properly identify her in 13 friggin' days? I'll never know. And was facing potentially life in prison because a flock reader falsely flagged her car. And of course, we showed last week the woman who was on the interstate, who was literally held at gunpoint on the interstate, surrounded by cops, held at gunpoint because the flock camera read something wrong. Machines and AI will always make mistakes. And unfortunately, it could mean somebody's life. What happens if a flock camera detects somebody that says is a double homicide suspect, multiple felon, armed and dangerous? They pull the car over. They tell the driver, put your hands outside the car. You've seen this before, right? To somebody who's armed and dangerous. Put your hands outside the car. Grab the door with your hand. Slowly open the door. Keep your hands out. Get out of the car. Clasp your hands behind your back. Get down on your knees. Face forward, right? What happens if they pull somebody over to do that, and they're telling them to do that, and the person in the car is like, whoa, 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 what's going on here? I'm literally on my way to work. And they tell the person to get out, and the person doesn't get out exactly the way they want him to get out. Oh, he's reaching for something. See what I mean? It's ridiculous. In 2000 and... when was this? 2000... I think it was 2005. Maybe 2005, 2006. I was visiting here in Illinois. Or actually in Illinois, not here. I'm in Iowa. In Illinois, I was visiting my father. My father was on the railroad at that time, right? My father had left for the railroad at like really early in the morning, like 3 in the morning. He had a bigger vehicle at that time. He had a truck. He said, at that time, I had a Chevy Cruze, small little 4-cylinder car. He said, son, you mind if I take your car to work this week? It'll save me on gas while you're here. I said, I don't care. It's like an hour drive for him both ways. He didn't want to bring the truck. He said, do you mind if I use your car? I said, no problem. About 2 weeks later, I was already gone. There was a ticket in the mail. This is way before flock cameras, folks. But I'm talking about this for a reason. There was a traffic ticket in the mail. And the traffic ticket said that a police officer saw my car, took down the license plates. He drove past me, so we, like 2 ships in the night, apparently this is what his story was, drove past me which wasn't even in the car, saw that I was speeding, took the license plate down, and sent a ticket to my last known address, which would have been 3 years prior to that, which was my dad's residence. Before I moved back from Illinois to New Hampshire. My dad said, hey, you got this ticket in the mail. I said, for what? He said, apparently for speeding. I said, when? He goes, told me the date. I said, that's when I was there. So yeah, I was in Illinois. What's the ticket say? Oh, it says at 4 a.m. or whenever it was, we saw the car, drove past it. The officer said that he saw you in the car, recognized you, didn't pull the car over, but clocked you speeding and sent you a ticket in the mail. We came to realize that my dad was driving the car at that time, so they didn't properly ID me. They didn't pull the car over. They didn't properly identify the driver. They didn't ask for license, registration, insurance because the car never got pulled over. The cop just said, saw the car, ran the license plates, saw that there was a speeding, recognized me, and sent me a ticket in the mail. That was easily beaten because nobody was ever pulled over. And my dad had to go to the courthouse and sign an affidavit saying I was literally driving the car at that time. But that was the police state before there was all the camera BS. What do you think they're going to do now? That was 20 years ago. What do you think they're doing now? I didn't even get ID'd. I wasn't driving the car. The car didn't get ID'd by a camera. And apparently there was no camera footage from the cop either. So this is just how they do things. This is how a lot of law enforcement deals with things. And what do you think they're going to do when they've got all the footage in the world at their fingertips? You think they're going to be okay? There's already been 5 officers fired from their jobs for what they were doing with the information. We reported on that 2 weeks ago.
The end game of this company is not to provide us license plate readers. The end game of this company is to be able to collect as much data as they can and then eventually turn around and sell it to customers and companies. They now added a perpetual right to use customer data to quote-unquote support and improve their services. Even after we end the contract, they still have data from every car that would go through Milford. Even though they said specifically they would delete it for 30 days, they now also say, but they have a perpetual license for it. The two are in conflict. They also had a specific line saying, Flock does not own and shall not sell customer data. They removed that line from their terms and conditions.
Wow.
This year.
And I wasn't on board with these in the beginning. And the more I learn about it, the more I don't like it. All those in favor? All opposed?
Aye. The end game of this.
So what you just saw there, folks, is in Milford, Michigan. Anybody who lives in and around that area, residents of Milford, Michigan showed up to oppose the renewal of flock safety. This was back in June. The board unanimously voted to cancel one contract for 5 cameras. The village has a second contract for 10 cameras that will be up for renewal later this year. The council anticipates voting on the second contract in August. And in the meantime, they hope to renegotiate the terms and conditions. Milford residents continue to show up and show their support for getting rid of them. MDUSMC says Bill 108. Here's another video. Again, I told you it was going to be about an hour and a half into all this Big Brother stuff. We're almost to the end of it, then we're going to be getting into some election stuff. But this stuff has got to be shown. It's got to be told. It's got to be reported on. You have to know what the language is in the bills or in the laws. We have to know exactly what we're doing to repeal it. We have to know who is responsible for it. We have to have as much information as we possibly can have in order to move forward with getting rid of this massive Big Brother surveillance state. All signed into law under one Joseph Robinette Biden. True international under pressure.
So look at this shit. The state, city of Galax, and the state, and whoever these people are, have all conferred together to ignore my right to face my accuser. Like, dude, they allegedly this vehicle is going 15 over the speed limit. They went ahead and billed Hyundai on my behalf, and Hyundai, of course, did the right thing and is going to pay, charge me, or already has. I don't know, man. Like, this seems, I don't know, this is straight up like robbery. Because this is all after the fact, right? We get this after the money's basically paid and owed and it's all done. So look at this shit.
So similar to my story, except for the fact that in my story, they didn't even have a picture or video. And you want to know what's crazy about my story of 2005? I think that's the date, by the way, the year, is when the location of where this cop said that he saw and ID'd me by looking through my window was in the middle of nowhere in a town called Mount Carroll, Illinois, in the cornfields outside the town. By the way, that same town is so corrupt right now. A police officer and a person who worked for the city clerk's office killed somebody. Drunk driving, killed a kid walking home, a kid that was walking home from a party that they were at too, drinking outside of job hours, drove and killed the kid that was walking on the road, and they're still out, not in jail. Mount Carroll, Illinois, everybody. The most corrupt small town in America. Just saying. Check this out.
Merchandise in a Lowe's parking lot. And I suppose one could cross-reference their license plate with the Park Mobile data breach and find out exactly where the garage is that will store these new fancy tools. I watched a man leave his house in the morning in New York. I watched a woman jogging alone on a forest trail in Georgia. This trail had multiple cameras, and I could watch a man rollerblade and then take a break to watch rollerblading videos on his phone. How? Because the camera's AI automatically zoomed in on it. Just like it zoomed in on a couple arguing at a street market in Atlanta. So what? They're still anonymous, right? No, they're not. Within 2 minutes of open source intelligence using a commercial facial recognition engine, I found out that one of them just finished medical school and the other is dealing with chronic irritable bowel syndrome.
Wow.
The couple also just had a baby last year and they have a pretty concerning debt-to-income ratio. I also know that they drove over 45 minutes from their address in the suburbs to attend. I saw a family in North Carolina load their infant and a bunch of...
Okay. What this video is that you just saw is a guy that got into public access of these cameras. Then using the public access of these cameras, which I don't even know why you'd allow that, he then took that public access and he then just ran people's faces and stuff through a third-party, completely legal facial recognition technology, found them on social media, and then dug into their lives and even found out their medical history, irritable bowel syndrome. Like, if that's not a HIPAA violation of somebody's medical records, I don't know what is. Now, I know you have to go search it and find it, but the fact that you can go search it and find it, that's the problem. That's the problem. I want to read this for you. It says, there are nearly 3,800 flock camera systems installed in the surrounding greater Houston area. Not only HPD and Harris County sheriffs have access to these cameras, but they can also tap into over 88,000 different cameras across the nation. So police officers in Houston, Texas, have access to flock cameras in New Jersey or in Michigan or in Iowa or in Illinois. This is absolutely bat soup crazy. Goes on to say, there is little to no oversight or control over the way the HPD and Harris County sheriffs are using its flock camera access. As a result, these police entities may already be abusing its power in reviewing flock camera footage without a lawful basis to do so across state lines, interstate. Flock Safety uses personal data to monitor people across Texas, sharing this information with third-party companies This is a violation of people's rights to privacy and capitalizing on our movements to build consumer profiles based on where you shop, worship, and which locations you frequent. Eli, do you know what else I found out? Eli likes to practice his Second Amendment right. Eli, like every law-abiding American citizen or people who ended up getting their records expunged or cleaned, has the right to have a gun. Producer Eli has gone to gun ranges, practice target shooting, things like that. Now they're putting the flock cameras pointing at gun ranges. Now I wonder why they would do that, Producer Eli. Why would they put a flock camera that is pointed at a target practice or a gun range?
I'm honestly surprised they haven't found a way to jam one up our bums by at this point. Then they can keep an eye on our colons.
There you go. It's colon cancer protection. That's what they'd say. They're putting the flock cameras outside the gun ranges now so they can find out who has guns. Because a lot of people in a lot of states don't have to register their guns. In the state that I live in, you don't have to register a gun. In New Hampshire, you don't have to register a gun. There are other states where you don't have to legally register a gun, so that the government does not know what you have in your home. Unfortunately, for those people who are visiting those gun ranges, they might not know what a flock camera is yet. And so they're tracking a person's personal property of their weapons so they know who has what. Isn't that nice? Isn't that grand? Or how about this one? I told you there's no shortage of them, folks.
Are using our databases as their own way to meet women. Being a woman at a coffee shop, coming out of a gym, driving next to them, getting their license plates, and running them on the system.
That's the Ottawa police chief asking his officers to stop using license plate readers like Flock to stalk women. In this 404 media video, a cop says the department has had to remind officers over and over that, quote, you see a hot chick, you don't look them up in the database. Most recently, a woman who had to change her identity to hide from her abusive cop ex was found by him thanks to Flock. On June 18th, the woman, who wishes to remain anonymous, filed a complaint with the Stowe, Massachusetts Police Department against Officer Jason Rogers. The woman looked herself up on IHaveBeenFlocked.com and found that Rogers had searched for her location multiple times in 2024 and 2025 and driven by her home. The woman in this case had changed her identity, her phone number, and stopped using social media. Rogers shouldn't have been able to find her. Flock made that possible. That 404 media video was about a cop who placed a woman he was attracted to's license plate on a hot list, meaning every time it was scanned by a Flock camera, he got a notification. Here he is almost causing a head-on collision while he chases her down. And here he is saying he wishes her boyfriend was in the car so he could have roughed him up a little. This Central Florida police officer was arrested after using Flock to stalk his estranged wife's location 717 times. Washington Post found an officer who had tracked his wife and friend's location 3,759 times. So far, there have been 69 known cases of police officers being accused of or charged with misusing Flock cameras.
Members are using our databases as their own way.
So, and that's on top of the 5 officers that I reported were fired. All right, the last and certainly not least, but the last thing we're going to report on when it comes to this, we're pretty much at the hour and a half mark, is a Texas local law enforcement official by the name of John Shirley is sparking nationwide privacy debate after unplugging and covering Flock camera safety, a Flock safety camera in his county, declaring the move a win for residents and their freedom. We need more heroes like this, somebody said, that are willing to do the right thing and protect our constitutional rights. Bravo. This was a cop. This is a cop doing this. I have a picture here of him doing it too. And good. I'm glad he is. Who's going to enforce that? Who's going to say that he doesn't have the right to do that? Oh, the city said. The city can eat you know what. Not happening. Love that guy. Just like that sheriff we played for the other day that said, we're not doing it in my county. Not happening. Not happening. So, Eli, for John Shirley, we're going to give John Shirley, folks, ready? the Smarty Award of the day. Smarty Award of the day goes to law enforcement officer John Shirley, or should I say, he's part of the sheriff's department. I don't know if he's the actual sheriff there or not, but you can look him up. So he gets the Smarty Award of the day. Good job. We're going to take a quick break. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do you a solid this week. I did not play the entire thing last time. I only played a little bit of it. So let's go ahead and play my entire clip with Carl Higbie in Newsmax a couple weeks ago at the Gun Owners of America convention. I'm going to grab another cup of Rise Up American Pecan coffee, and we'll be back in 4.5 minutes.
All right, still here at Double Tap right here in front of GOA. Bringing this to you live here. We got Jeremy Herrell. He's founder of LFA TV, also running for Congress in Iowa's 1st District. And also Amanda Lynn, you're the host of That Hunting Girl, which is, we love hunters here. So, as we're going through all this stuff here, we're looking at the absolute partisanship between just freedom and gun owning. It is actually shocking. Key of one of those, Newsom, Gavin Newsom, he's done everything he can to stop guns, yet seemingly doesn't stop gun crime.
Yeah, well, it's the same old, wherever there's a gun zone and a gun-free zone, that's where most of the crime happens, right? And, you said something on your show, I believe it was last week, where you said it used to be us and them, and now it's we and they.
Yeah.
They've done this. They've done that. They want to chip away at gun rights. They want to hand felonies out like they're candies, like candy to anybody who even spits on the sidewalk. I mean, Martha Stewart has a felony. You know what I mean? That was a way that they could go and attack the Second Amendment without having to do it, any kind of legislation, any kind of bills, and any way that they can do it, they'll do it. Started with magazines, started with how much firepower you can have, and they always equate it to, you don't need that to hunt. But in America, the Second Amendment is not about hunting.
No,
you know what I mean.
Well, our founding fathers came back from liberating a nation.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. They hunted a new nation, and we ended up subduing it. But no, it's this will never stop.
Right.
It'll never stop. They want us to be like Australia. They want us to be like how Canada is becoming, with them trying to continue to strip the rights of their citizens up there. And you're either going to give away your guns willingly, or you're going to hold on to them at any cost. And that's the way it's starting to kind of shape out, it seems like.
I feel the only people who are trying to take away our guns are people who might do something we might shoot them over. Yep. But Amanda Lynn, you obviously, you're from Canada, sure. But big hunter. Oregon, we talked about this last week, where Oregon tried to literally take away people's ability and their right to hunt in their own state for food, for livestock, even process animals. I mean, hunting is a staple of mankind.
It is. I grew up hunting and fishing, and that's all I knew, and teaching that to the younger generation and educating people on what sustenance and hunting is very important to our industry, and it keeps it rolling and keeps it moving forward.
Yeah, but in this whole thing, they want to strip away things that make people essentially human.
Right. So in Canada, they have so many things going on with gun bans and those types of things, and they want to get rid of everything that looks scary, so to speak. And they're threatening our hunting rifles, things that are passed down from our grandfathers. And those are tools. Those are tools that we need for hunting. We're not doing anything illegal about it. We're legal firearms owners.
Yeah. How much, I will say, how much did COVID and the travel bans and things like that affect hunting as an industry in Canada?
For me, it didn't, because I'm out in the field and traveling, mostly driving places. So for myself, it didn't affect it at all. Carried on as life.
That's good.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's culture clash, one of the biggest culture things, and the divides, Kamala Harris. Now, Kamala Harris, made a race a key part of her campaign, but she just moved to an $8 million house in a neighborhood that is, I believe, 95 almost % white. Doesn't the DNC and she owe about $20 million to some people still?
Yeah, it's funny. She owes about $20 million on a $1 billion budget to run for president, even though wasn't elected by their own constituents, didn't even pull 1% when she ran in the primary. And now the DNC is in the negative $2 million, and she owes them 20, and they're living large in mansions and predominantly white neighborhoods that they rail against nonstop.
Yeah, well, speaking of race, Jasmine Crockett, she had an excellent tweet where she said, that black women are the most educated women, and the community notes, you can see, got me, man. They were like, actually, no, that's wrong, and it went down the list and labeled everybody.
Yeah, you know what? I love in the threads, there's always going to be the people that are just there trolling, right? But I love when people actually throw in, like, actual facts and stats and things like that. And they'll never be able to argue those. You'll just see a bunch of people that know nothing in there.
Amanda Lynn, Jeremy, we appreciate both of you guys live from Gun Owners of America in Iowa. Folks, stick around. Be back in a second.
Why Carl Higbee was smiling there and trying not to laugh was because I had just said, but, we're just here asking questions right after they showed Jasmine Crockett on the screen. And that's when the producer said to me, we just got done. And the producer goes, did you just say asking questions? And I said, yeah, did that on purpose. He goes, oh, I know. You could tell he wasn't too happy with me. And they cut that right out. Probably will never be invited back on Newsmax. But Eli, now I know why now I know why people have a hard time inviting me places, because wild card.
They probably go through the list. Yes, yes, yes. We'll try it. Yes, yes, yes.
We'll see if this works this time. Doubt it, though. This guy is not good for TV, because he just says the dumbest things. I don't think that was dumb, though. I was just asking questions, guys. Casey Maga says that's where I talked to Jeremy after the show. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I got to meet Casey Maga there. That was great. It was awesome having a great conversation with him. Gave me a great testimonial about him and Jesus. Awesome. Good to meet him there. And I'm sure he'll tell you, just like anybody else who's ever met me, we sit, we hang out, and we talk. I give everybody the exact time that I'd give anyone else. And just me and my wife were there. So it was awesome to talk to him. Barb Naylor, Jeremy's a live wire. Something of that, yeah. Definitely something of that. Dave says Fox is not our friend either. No, Fox is definitely not our friend. Deb says don't ask too many questions. C. Dern says we love you and your sense of humor. Well, I don't think Newsmax did. Pretty sure Newsmax did not love me or my sense of humor. I know Carl did, though. He was laughing. Carl's laughing at that. He was like, oh, no, dude. You can tell he's like, dude, you're not on your Rumble channel right now. You're on Newsmax. I'm like, it is what it is. Carl says some pretty controversial things. Yeah, but when you say just asking questions when you're talking about Jasmine Crockett, it's borderline. You know what I mean? But that's why I said Carl loved it, but, everybody else not so much. Well, actually, that's not true. I think even the producer loved it. He's just like, well, now I got to cut that out. Anyway, somebody said, not ready for prime time. No, I guess I'm not. I don't think I would ever be able to switch up the way I speak. Language, yes, but the way I speak, no. I think that's always going to be there. Fatty 15, thank you very much for Fatty 15, the C15 essential fatty acid that every human being needs to live strong, healthy, very cognitively clear, and immune system on steroids, basically. Not really, but that's what Fatty 15 does. Actually, what C15 does is at a cellular level, as soon as you take it, what it does is it goes and it finds the damage that's done to cells. So it'll basically repair any damage that might be done to any of your cells. And what it does then is it kind of reverses the aging process of them. It really slows it down and it makes it more healthy, in turn making you more healthy. Your cognitive ability will jump through the roof, and you'll enjoy Fatty 15. So you can get a 3-month supply. The cool thing about this is if you get a 3-month supply for just over $100, you can sign up for a recurring order. And what will happen is it'll come right to your doorstep every quarter. So fatty15.com, promo code LFA. That's fatty15.com, promo code LFA, fatty15.com. Promo code LFA. Thank you to Fatty15. We really appreciate it. Also, big shout out to Golden Crest Metals, folks. Gold and silver flying through the roof. Literally on their way with a rocket booster, folks. Way back up to where we need them to be. I told you to buy it when you could. when it was on sale. Now it's still a decent price, but it's going up fast. Golden Crest Metals. The good thing about this is if you're a qualified buyer, meaning you're somebody that's moving over a sizable 401k or even a portion of it or an IRA or anything like that, you could have up to $25,000 of free silver. Look and see what $25,000 of free silver would have looked like 20 years ago compared to today. And that should be a good gauge of whether you need to get involved or not. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. One more time, that's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. And the Crest Report every Saturday, 1 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Jay Wall says, love LFA, never change, powerful show. UI Manager says, that's why we love the show. Denise says, oh my gosh, you said axe in front of your wife. LJK. I don't know what that means, but steady. Flock them if they can't take a joke. Ooh, I like that. I'm going to have to start using flock for the F word, Eli. So if the F word ever wants to come out to indulge my flesh, I'm just going to use the word flock instead. Of course, I haven't said it in quite some time, so maybe I'm cured. Brave Matt says, that is why this type of news station is better than Fox, Newsmax, or any others. They have filters. And I understand why they have filters. And I have filters too. I know that there's kids watching, and I correct myself a lot. Milton, I sent it to Jeremy in his messenger. Not sure what that is, but I'll check it out when I can. Deb Paul and LFA is the only place I get my news. Gainell, Carl can take a joke. Oh, yeah, he loved it. A1 Myers L says, just stopping in to say hi, Jeremy. Still trying to clean up from the mess made from the storm last Tuesday. I definitely got a lot of damage. Well, I hear you on that one. We've had some storms here, too. I pray that you get it cleaned up and that it's not too much of a inconvenience for you, okay? And one more time, Mary I Am says, I love LFA because my lovely friends are here. It is literally, truly the best live chat that you could possibly be in. Especially when you're looking at what goes over there at BoobTube. All right, here are all the devices that the FBI agents seized from Eric Swalwell at the airport, and the serious federal statute investigators are pursuing against him. We've got an update, folks. I knew that if we waited long enough, we would have an update. I was hoping that the update would be in the way of video footage of him actually being stopped by the FBI when he got off the plane in San Francisco, but we're not quite there yet. I don't know when they'll get that out, but we'll see. Hopefully we'll get that. I'm sure at some point somebody will put a FOIA request in, and I'm sure that there's footage of that. If there's not footage of that, I'd be very, very surprised. Fabulous says, love that you're a straight shooter and your straight shooter attitude. Totally what we need. Love LFA. Thank you, man. There's ways to deliver everything. It's just, got to be sure that everybody can watch. New information has emerged about Thursday's bombshell news that came in about Democratic former Congressman Eric Swalwell. As the Daily Mail reported, FBI agents confronted Swalwell with a search warrant when he landed at San Francisco Airport on Saturday. You know what I should have said? As LFA TV reported, because I don't remember seeing anybody report this prior to us. I'm not saying we're the only ones with the information. I'm just saying we were the ones with our finger on the trigger when the news came down. So, as LFA TV reported. Then they took the former congressman's electronic devices at that point, including his cell phone, reportedly as a part of a federal investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct. The agents also entered Swalwell's home, his D.C. home on Sunday with warrants and seized additional potential evidence. Now the San Francisco Standard exclusively revealed that the other items from Swalwell during the airport search were his MacBook Pro. I said that on day one. Go back to that day. 2 days ago, go back to my social media post. If you go back to my social media post, I said laptop and cell phone. But now, apparently, San Francisco Standard reveals the exclusive story of the MacBook Pro, the charging cable, and the wall charger, as well as the cell phone. They were taken at 8:25 p.m. So now we know the time. We're not really, no new updates on the stuff, except for the wall charger, which is not a big deal. But now we know the time. It is still unknown what specific items were seized from Swalwell's residence in D.C., but there's more bad news for Swalwell. Per the standard, the warrant was issued under federal statute 18 U.S. Code 242. That's 18 U.S. Code 242. That statute applies to federal, state, and local officials acting under color of law to deprive victims of their constitutional rights if the acts are committed while the official is supposedly performing their official duties. Here is the full reading of that statute. Section 242 of Title 18 makes it a crime for persons acting under color of any law to willfully deprive a person of a right or a privilege protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States. For the purpose of Section 242, acts under color of law include acts not only done by federal, state, or local officials within their lawful authority, but also acts done beyond the bounds of that official's lawful authority. If the acts are done while the official is purporting to or pretend to act in the performance of his or her official acts. Persons acting under color of law with the meaning of this statute include police officers, prison guards, and other law enforcement officials, as well as judges, care providers in public health facilities, and others who are acting as public officials. It is not necessary that the crime be motivated by animus towards the race, color, religion, sex, handicap, familial status, or national origin of the victim. The Justice Department notes that a defendant in the most severe cases may face life in prison or even the death penalty if convicted. Holy moly! Not looking good for Eric Swalwell. Now, considering that Swalwell's being accused of multiple counts of sexual misconduct, which I have a feeling, by the way, this is tied into Fang Fang. I said that yesterday. That just blew my mind right there. Like, the penalties for that? Considering that Swalwell's being accused of multiple accounts of sexual misconduct and assault, a lengthy prison sentence appears firmly on the table should he be convicted. A former federal prosecutor told the Standard that while it's unclear how Swalwell could be charged under this law, one potential avenue does exist for prosecutors, saying, quote, "I'm unfamiliar with the parts of this case that would give rise to that kind of a violation," said Tony Brass, who added that a potential connection could be that Swalwell used his position to intimidate witnesses. If Swalwell used his position to intimidate the witnesses into sexual acts, rape, forcing them to have sex with him, or anything to do with treasonous charges with Fang Fang, this dude is popped. Or as the youngsters say, he's cooked. You're damn right he is. And boy, do I love karma. Don't you all? Isn't karma so nice? I love when it comes around and bites those in the butt who deserve it. Now we're going to go to a police body cam footage showing Massachusetts Democrat Party Chairman Stephen Kerrigan and his recent DUI arrest. I tell you, man, Democrats just keep breaking the law. They keep getting in trouble. We got a California Democrat as well who just did the same thing. We're going to get to that here in a second. But his license was suspended for 45 days. I don't know what it means. I'm pretty sure this means that he's completely done in law enforcement, but...
How you doing, man? Good. You're being stopped because I saw you doing a marked lanes violation back by McCarthy Pools. You were driving in the middle of both lanes and up here as well, all right?
I apologize.
Where are you coming from tonight?
From Boston.
What's out in Boston?
The health center dinner. Yes.
Perfect. How much alcohol tonight, man?
I had 2 beers before the dinner.
Before the what?
The dinner.
Okay.
Yeah.
When When abouts did you have the deer?
6 o'clock, 6:30.
Okay. All right. Do you think those beers are affecting your driving at all?
I do not.
Because like I said, that was pretty egregight what I watched when I was
I
behind you.
apologize for that. I'm sorry.
Any reason you're driving like that? Like, were you on your phone or something? Or
No, I'm very tired.
okay. All right, man. Hop out of the car for me real quick. Good. We're just gonna walk back towards my car, right? Keep going, 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 keep going.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're gonna give you one more chance, and then I'm putting you in handcuffs.
Put
Okay.
more of the tube in your mouth. Okay, sorry.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Blow harder, keep going. There you go. Keep going, 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 keep going.
Chill out, dude.
Keep going, keep going, keep going,
Keep
keep going, keep going.
Say go till I tell you to stop.
All right, man. Turn around, you're under arrest, all right? All right, go ahead, sit down. I'm just gonna buckle you in, all right? So try to get under that.
Sorry.
Good.
Okay, done. I was expecting it to go a little longer. So there you go, folks. Stephen Kerrigan was pulled over for driving erratically in June and was arrested on drunk driving charges. He's now been sentenced to probation. According to the complaint, Kerrigan was driving back from an event in Boston shortly after midnight on June 13th when police observed his BMW driving in the middle of the lanes. He got his license suspended for 45 days and he's on probation. That's one Democrat. Let's go to another Democrat here in the city council. City council candidate, Democrat, arrested for 5 felony counts. 5 felony counts, excuse me. Prosecutors say that she listed a cocktail lounge as her residence. Now, you guys might have seen this story, especially if you live in California, but this is a picture of this young lady. Michael says, what did he blow? Not sure what he blew, but he blew enough to say, put your hands behind your back. Another election fraud scandal has erupted in Deep Blue, California. Desiree Lynch, a Democrat-aligned candidate for the Stockton City Council, was arrested Wednesday following a public corruption investigation and charged with 5 felonies involving alleged perjury, false voter registration, and fraudulent candidate paperwork. Now, if the fraud in this country or in these states wasn't enough to swing an election one way or another, then why would they do it? Why do it? I never understood that. Why go through all of it to do it if it's not going to sway an election one way or another? Her campaign website warns that fairness, decency, freedom, and justice are supposedly under attack at a federal level. An apparent swipe at President Trump and his administration. Yeah. According to San Joaquin County District Attorney's Office, Lynch allegedly registered to vote and then fled to run for the District 5 council seat using addresses where she did not live. And one of the alleged home addresses was a cocktail lounge. Prosecutors say Lynch used 2 Stockton addresses to manufacture residency inside District 5. Harry's Cocktail Lounge at 407 East Charter Way, also known as East Martin Luther King Boulevard, and Doyle Garden Apartments at 625 East Oak Street. Again, if Democrats continuing to be arrested and found for minor fraud didn't sway an election one way or the other, then why would they do it? See, you're stuck on the fact of voter fraud wouldn't have changed the presidential election at that level. I'm going to concede to you just for the sake of argument, hypothetically, and say, okay, you're right. Let's say you're right. But you know what it does affect? It does affect city councils. It does affect county commissioners. It does affect county clerks. It does affect many elected positions that make a state blue or red. It does affect state representative races. It does affect state senate races. It does affect sheriff's races. Abso-freaking-lutely. So maybe there's not as many blue states as we think, because why else would these people be doing it? Sick in the head, these Democrats are. You never find out about election fraud on the right, though, do you? Now we're going to move on to Judge Jeanine Pirro. Last week, Scott Bessent said that he was a target of an assassination attempt and that it was thwarted, and that person has been arrested. Look at this sick son of a gun. Look at this sick, evil POS. An unhinged New Yorker arrested for allegedly threatening to put a bullet in U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro. That's right, folks. What a nutcase. An unhinged Long Island man, so right up there in Kevin's neighborhood, right, has been arrested for allegedly threatening to travel to Washington, D.C. and put a bullet in Jeanine Pirro's head. Daniel Kretzinger of New York posted 2 vile and menacing videos on X on June 30th, threatening violence against Pirro and further suggesting he may also attempt to assassinate Trump. According to a criminal complaint filed earlier this month in the U.S. District of Court for the Eastern District of New York, quote, because you're such a disgusting, lying, despicable piece of shit, Kretzinger allegedly said in a terrifying video replying to an X post from Pirro's account, I'm specifically targeting you when I come to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to put a bullet directly between your eyes. See you next Tuesday. Bro, imagine being so stupid, so crazy, so out of your mind, filled with hate and online propaganda, like all those idiots over on YouTube, that you literally get on her post. She's a federal prosecuting attorney, and you get on her post in her comment thread and you say, I'm specifically targeting you when I come to Washington, D.C., and I'm going to put a bullet directly between your eyes. See you next Tuesday. What do you think is going to happen? You think people are just not going to do anything about that, you idiot? I hope you spend the rest of your natural-born Democrat life in prison. Another Democrat assault on our liberties. Oh, January 6th, you didn't respect cops. You've tried to kill the president multiple times. You don't respect law enforcement. How many people have been arrested for attempting or by threatening assassination of Trump administration officials? Get out of here. You are by far the party of violence. And the only thing that you can say about our side is you guys are inciting it by just being alive. Donald Trump incites it by the things that he says. We're snowflakes. Show me on this doll where it hurts, crybaby. Weaklings, cowards. You know what's funny, too? You guys can't even assassinate somebody correctly. Losers. Why are we afraid of the guns that you do have? You haven't even been able to kill one person except for Charlie Kirk. And that emboldened you to want to do more. Sick, twisted people. Oh, but Jeremy Tyler Robinson, if he was the murderer, he was from a Republican family that got radicalized into an LGBTQ trans relationship and definitely was a Democrat. You guys are by far the party of violence. There's not even a question about it anymore. Here was the next one, by the way. Kretzinger was also shirtless and appeared enraged in the video that he warned, and if Trump keeps up his bullshit, then I may kill the president too. I'm going to come to D.C. very effing soon, sweetheart, and then I'm going to put a bullet in your effing head. I love you, you evil, lying, dirtbag, thieving, effing B. Yeah. Democrat. It's what they're all like that too. Not all Democrats. I'm saying all these Democrats online where they get propagandized online and then they just go do this like over on YouTube where they constantly say 8647. Don't worry. Every time you guys do that, we screenshot it. Literally every time. Now that in of itself may not get you in trouble, but that in of itself will get you on a watch list. You're welcome, dummies. I don't understand how people can be so stupid. And then we're going to come and we're going to kill you. Like, you didn't think that something was going to happen because of that? Anyway.
ISIS-inspired terror plot in New York. The agency tells Fox they've arrested a 35-year-old Albany woman accused of plotting to bomb the state capitol and kill lawmakers. According to a criminal complaint, Jessica Bowie pledged allegiance to ISIS and allegedly planned to hide a bomb inside a DoorDash bag, hoping to strike while state senators were meeting. Governor Kathy Hochul expected to speak next hour, where we could get more information about all of this. Sandra.
All right.
Take care.
So that,
breaking moments.
Excuse me, that happened yesterday. That happened yesterday. A woman claiming to be part of ISIS screaming Allahu Akbar. Islam is the most dangerous thing to America. Democrats are right after. That's where we are. The Democrat Party, the Socialist, and Islam are destroying this country. They're just destroying the country. Trump is destroying American democracy. Yeah. Meanwhile, you're swimming in feces.
We're just weeks away from commemorating the 25th anniversary of the attacks on 9/11. This investigation highlights the harsh reality that there are still adversaries intent on conducting terrorist attacks on American soil. As alleged in this complaint, Ms. Bowie is one of them. You'll see in the court documents that she once wrote, quote, "Praise be Allah" for September 11th. Also in the court documents, she told the source that she went from a little girl waving an American flag after 9/11 to now having stickers of the fallen towers. Folks, let that sink in. Again, Miss Bowie didn't just want to kill lawmakers. She wanted a complete disruption of our government. And after that, she planned to flee the country and one day come back to, quote, do more, such as New Year's Eve in Times Square, even stating she would come back to attack the White House and the president, but only after she bombed the state capitol. I'm here with our partners to say, not on our watch. Let this be a message to any individual out there considering similar criminal acts. This FBI will find you. Under this leadership team, alongside our brilliant partners, we're moving more decisively than ever to identify, locate, arrest criminals before they can carry out their alleged plots. Since the beginning of 2026, this FBI has already prevented over 400 individuals from carrying out such alleged attacks here at home and abroad.
Muslims and Democrats, folks. I don't remember anybody constantly trying to kill Joe Biden from 2021 to 2025. I don't remember anybody trying to do that. I don't remember massive assassination attempts on him and everybody else. I do remember him turning American soldiers on Americans, putting a fence up around the entire Washington, D.C. and staging soldiers outside with fully equipped and fully loaded, what the left calls assault rifles, Armalite rifles. I do remember that. The left is the party of violence. There's no way they'll ever be able to shake that. That's why they're losing the midterms. That's why they're sitting there trying to make you believe that the midterm. Look what you saw yesterday. Remember that girl? I don't understand why everybody's still standing with Trump. Look at all the bad he's doing. And the data out there shows it. Yeah, okay. Wait till the midterms, morons. People are rejecting Democrats left and right because they're the party of evil. They're the party of socialism. They're the party of communism. They're the party of Islam. And they've been talking about it lately. We're a big tent party where everybody is welcome. Whether you're a baby killer, whether you're a Christian killer, whether you want to kill the president of the United States, whether you want socialism and to redistribute everybody's wealth, whatever you want, we're the big tent party. I wonder if you'd have a big tent for Make America Great Again supporters. Those people you want dead, though, huh? You dipshit idiots. I've never met a more lost individual than a modern day online Democrat. Never met a more lost individual. Never. They're right down there with these Islamic radicals. Maybe even lower, to be honest with you. Here's a stunning piece of news that happened yesterday. Matt DeBergalis. That's his name. He's the co-founder of Act Blue. Pled the fifth during questioning by the congressional committees in the foreign donation probe on Thursday. Matt DeBergalis, I think that's how you pronounce his name, reportedly made the decision to plead the fifth following Act Blue CEO Regina Wallace-Jones doing the same thing before the House Administrative Committee in June. I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. It's nice that he's going in front of Congress, but why is he given the opportunity? Why isn't Todd Blanche shut down Act Blue completely yet? I guess we'll find out. But at least now we know, with USAID being gone, with all of the fraud that was coming out of the EPA going into Democrats' pockets, with all the money that was coming out of the Department of Education going into Democrats' pockets, and now with Act Blue having a complete microscope on it, Democrats are broke. It makes sense now, doesn't it? I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. It makes sense now though, doesn't it? So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Act Blue co-founder, and the CEO of Act Blue, Regina Wallace, pleading the fifth in front of the congressional committees in D.C. Well, that makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. They're just following Tony Fauci's orders, his lead, I should say. Grunt for Life says, I want Trump to be king of America. Maybe at least for a week, right? Maybe a week. But there you go, Act Blue. Again, I'll ask you in the audience, where's the first time that you ever heard about Act Blue? When's the first time you ever heard of it? I'll tell you the second time I heard of it is when James O'Keefe went door to door asking people, is this you? Is this you? Did you donate, living in this illustrious trailer here, did you donate $400,000 to the Democratic Party from 2019 to 2023? No, not hardly. I've never donated online. Are you sure? Because it says your name right here. That's you, right? Yep, that's you. Says your name right here. Says you donated $400,000 through Act Blue to Democrats. Did you do that? Well, I've definitely donated to Democrats, but as you can see, I don't really live that large. T. Collins, LFA TV. Jose, you and James O'Keefe. First time I heard about it, Michael Gross said, was on LFA. And do you want to know when that was? 2021. 2021, we did a big story, actually. How long did we cover that for? Eli wasn't even here yet, I don't think. I think I covered that for a good 3 months solid straight. It was right after our coverage of Black Lives Matter being completely hijacked after Ferguson, Missouri. Remember when Ferguson, Missouri happened? Well, we were talking about Black Lives Matter in 2021, and how after Ferguson, Missouri, Black Lives Matter was hijacked by the Democratic Party, and then the Democratic Party was then using Black Lives Matter and Antifa, mostly Black Lives Matter, but also some Antifa chapters, and they were using them and their names to get people to donate to them through Act Blue, and then once it would come to Act Blue, they were then taking the money and they were dispersing it to Democrat candidates who were running for office. That's why it seemed like an unlimited war chest. That, ladies and gentlemen, was when we first started talking about Act Blue. And now they're pleading the fifth in committee hearings. Well, how about that? Now, since we're talking about elections, we're going to stay on elections, because this right here, to me, is tied directly to elections. Check this out. An MS Now, formerly MSNBC, formerly Nobody Gives a Sugar Honey Iced Tea reporter, suggests that Cuban voters in Florida might not understand the difference between communism and democratic socialism. Well, if Cuban voters living in Florida can't tell the difference between communism and democratic socialism, then I would probably be on the side of arguing, saying they're the same exact thing. Watch. This is incredible.
On the ground in Florida. I just got off the phone with a Democratic strategist here in the state who reminded me that the general election electorate versus the primary electorate is very different here in Florida. In Florida, you've got about 1.5 million more registered Republicans than Democrats. You also have about 1.6 million members of the Cuban diaspora. Those Cubans often lean conservative. Many of them have a strong aversion towards communism. What we've been hearing from Republican politicians, from President Trump on down, is a conflation, an incorrect conflation of communism and democratic socialism. If that messaging sticks, that could be a serious issue for Angie Nick.
They don't understand the difference between communism, where they came from, and democratic socialism. It could be because of the same thing. Eli, do you remember the Office? When Pam walks in to Creed, when he's the manager, and she says, corporate wants you to identify the differences between these two pictures. And he's like, on it. And then she says they're the same picture. Communism and socialism, Eli, same picture.
Just be great now if everybody could realize that.
Well, you know, young kids who can't afford anything because they don't understand that when you're young, you can't afford anything, they are latching right onto it. You mean we continue to get stuff for free when we leave mom and dad's house? No, socialism. Raise your kids right, folks. Raise your kids right. That's all I've got to say. Raise them right. Moving on. What do we got here? We got about 50 minutes left. Okay. The 7th Circuit upholds Wisconsin's special exemption from federal voter transparency law. And the state can keep charging up to $12,500 and redacting birth dates on the voter rolls. Let's get into this. A 3-judge federal appeals panel handed Wisconsin election officials a major victory on Wednesday, upholding the state's special exemption from the National Voter Registration Act and leaving its costly voter roll access system intact. In a 27-page ruling, the 7th Circuit affirmed the dismissal of an election transparency lawsuit brought by the Public Interest Legal Foundation against the WEC, the Wisconsin Election Commission. The ruling came from a panel composed entirely of Republican-appointed judges, Trump-appointed Chief Judge Michael Brennan, Reagan-appointed Judge Frank Easterbrook, and Bush-appointed Judge Diane Sykes, who wrote the court's opinion. The federal law does not apply to states that have continuously permitted same-day polling place registration or required no voter registration at all since 1994. Wisconsin qualifies because it has offered same-day registration through that period. North Dakota, Idaho, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Wyoming also are exempt. The Public Interest Legal Foundation and Election Integrity Watchdog requested Wisconsin's statewide voter registration list in January of 2024. The organization sought access under the NVRA, which ordinarily requires covered states to make records concerning voter roll maintenance available for public inspection and copying it at a reasonable cost. But Wisconsin officials invoked the state's exemption and processed the request under the state law instead. Wisconsin law permits election officials to redact voters' protected birth information and charge for electronic voting records. The fee begins at $25 and increases based on the number of records requested until reaching an astonishing maximum of $12,500. Because the statewide file contains millions of voter records, PILF was hit with the maximum price. PILF challenged both the massive fee and the withheld birth information, arguing that Wisconsin's exemptions violates the constitutional principle of equal state sovereignty recognized by the Supreme Court. The group also argued that the exemption failed the congruence and proportionality test governing certain laws enacted under the 14th Amendment. The Seventh Circuit Court rejected both arguments. So, the Wisconsin Election Commission continues to wreak havoc on Wisconsin. Why Wisconsin voters keep voting for the same stupid stuff, I'll never understand. Wisconsin is becoming a lot like Illinois in a lot of ways, and it really sucks to see, especially being a neighboring state to me. And Wisconsin is such a great state, filled with so many great conservatives. But again, it just seems like that Wisconsin Election Commission and the far left morons that run that state continue to hold an ironclad grip on that state. And I'm praying for it. I'm saying Illinois might be a lost cause, but I don't think Wisconsin is yet. If Illinois could just get rid of Cook County, you guys would be great. But, you know, can wish in one hand and you know what in the other, and we'll see which one fills up faster, right? Let's get to the DNC chair. His name's Ken Martin. He insists that Democrats are united, continuing to push the big tent talking point. Now, again, what is in this big tent? Well, you've got Democrats, you've got socialists, you've got communists, you've got Islam, you've got trans, you've got the LGBTQ community, you've got the illegal aliens, and you've got murderers and rapists. Those are your big tent party members.
Thank you for having me on, Laura. Democrats are unified. We are united, and we're through most of these primaries now, so it's no longer Democrat on Democrat violence. Right now, everyone is focused on the November election. Do you think they're really united, though, Ken? I don't want to cut you off, but I mean, the DSA, so you're saying that all the Democrats and the DSA candidates, they're all united? Let me say, we are a Big Tent party. We always have been. As you've heard me say before, we have moderate Democrats, we have conservative Democrats, we have progressives, we have leftists. And the key is to make sure that despite all the labels that people throw around and the divisions within our party, there's more that unites us as Democrats than those small differences.
You want to know who had a really Big Tent party? Trump. MAGA. You ever been to a Trump rally? Trans for Trump, gays for Trump, Asians for Trump, blacks for Trump, whites for Trump, everybody for Trump, Native Americans for Trump. Eli and I have been to enough Trump rallies to know how diverse they really are. You want to talk about a real big tent? It's Make America Great Again, that movement. Why do you think he won the popular vote? Why do you think that Trump came back and won in such a big fashion? Because Joe Biden was horrible. The Biden administration was atrocious. That's what handed us President Trump. That's why we got him back. And we got him back popularly, we got him back electorally, and we got him back with more counties than any president has ever won. That's the real Big Tent party. The only requirement to be in MAGA is common sense. If you have no common sense, get out. We're not looking for morons and dipshitiots. We're looking for people with common sense who actually care about the country, who care about their people, who care about their culture and American culture, and who assimilate and pledge allegiance to the United States of America. That's all the requirement is. You want to talk about real Big Tent? Real Big Tent is Make America Great Again. Your Big Tent is full of criminals, illegals, communists, and socialists. Call a spade, why don't we? She said, are you sure you're united? Are you sure about that? Are you sure that your Democratic Party is united? The DSA is united with the Democrats? Oh, yeah, progressives, DSA, all of it. Okay, well, you're seeing a lot more of this.
I'm Rabbi Asher Lopatin from Huntington Woods. I usually vote Democrat, but I'm going to be voting for Mike Rogers. And I want to start out by saying, it's a little off script, that he's an incredible man. And the number one reason to vote for him, his policies, but who he is as a character, as a person, as a caring, sensitive man, I am voting for him. On the other hand, and I'm sad to say this, that Abdul al-Sayed has made one thing very clear. We cannot let him anywhere near the U.S. Senate. Sadly, tragically, he's shown contempt for the Jewish community and, frankly, for American values by making Hassan Piker a vicious anti-Semite and racist, his campaign surrogate, and someone he buddies up with before the primary and after the primary. He's never disavowed Hassan's anti-Semitism, a man who's called Orthodox Jews like me inbred. When Abdul al-Sayed was asked about the terrorist who attempted to blow up a synagogue right here in Michigan with hundreds of children, like Sailor, hundreds of children, all he said, hurt people, hurt people. Sadly, Abdul al-Sayed has shown only contempt for Jews as a people and called my people bloodthirsty, and the reason Michigan, our great state of Michigan, doesn't have the funds it needs. So sadly, Abdul al-Sayed is completely unfit to represent any piece of Michigan, the Jewish community, the African American community, the Chaldean, or even Arab Americans. So as someone who votes Democrat usually, I am proud this time to support Mike Rogers, and I encourage everyone to do so as well. Thank you.
You're losing the Jewish vote, which is a pretty big vote. You can't be openly saying what Hassan Piker's saying and not separate yourself from that and win the votes that the Democrats normally get. Here's another question. Why do the Democrats mostly get the Jewish vote? Think about that one. Think about that. You got all these black pill right-wing peel-offs talking about Israel, AIPAC. But yet, traditionally, the Jewish people of this country, whether they're native to this country or whether they've moved here, they traditionally vote Democrat, not Republican. So if you want to talk about money, puppeting and shaping a party, I would say it's the left. And now they're losing them. How are they going to win? I don't see how it's possible. But again, they typically vote Democrat. Look at New York City. Blew my mind. Kit Kat says, I've been wondering that too. Free stuff and allowed to do stuff due to being minorities. Oh, you must be talking to somebody in the chat. My fault there. It's a cultural thing because they've been oppressed throughout time in the era of the red diaper babies. Patriot Julie says, yes, Illinois has fallen. It sucks. It really does. I was born there, and it's such a beautiful state, too. Timber says, here in Florida, it looks like mostly the voters in Florida would rather vote for a criminal than a veteran. I'm not sure who you're talking about. C. Michael says they are not religious Jews. Sheba Rista said it would be interesting if the Muzzy attempts to distance himself from Piker. If so, will Piker's audience stay home? Yeah, they will. Because those people are like the YouTube online people. They just don't care about anything but themselves. Kit Kat, most Jewish people vote Democrat, but in a group, Orthodox vote Republican. Jeremy, has anybody actually given you facts about anything? Dr. Dizzle Baby, well, clearly you don't have any facts. NL Goldley, social issues. Leah Hunt, Rep. Donalds versus Collins in Florida. Are you saying, is somebody saying that Byron Donalds is a criminal? Is that what I'm saying? I'm just catching parts of these conversations. Nick Fuentes was a psyop, and look at his numbers now compared to 6 months ago. People are leaving him like crazy. Family, Lowe says, why don't we do a quick Google question? We could ask AI. I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what that. I have a hard time. You guys are behind me, So you're 20, 30 seconds behind me. I don't know what you're talking about if you don't put the whole question in there. Leah Hunt said, yeah, people in Florida are saying that Byron Donalds is a criminal. He'll be your next governor. People are calling him a criminal because of his his former past record, but they were going to elect a Nazi in Maine, so I don't want to hear that from anyone. Byron Donalds will be your next governor in Florida. Absolutely. Nick Fuentes had 30,000. Now he has less than 3. I'm telling you, he's going down like a rock in a pond, man. I told you that was going to happen. Shelly says, love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Shell. Appreciate that. All right, let's get back on with this. Lisa Murkowski and James O'Keefe, what do they have in common? Well, James O'Keefe went to Alaska. Now, Alaska has ranked choice voting, right? You guys are aware of that, right? Alaska has ranked choice voting, and it's probably the worst thing. It will always put in a rhino or a Democrat. It will never, ever, ever, ever put in somebody who's actually got common sense. James O'Keefe went to Alaska and actually got the ballot for Lisa Murkowski's very own brother.
Alaska,
oh, by the way, hold up. By the way, Lisa Murkowski, she's the one who's against the Save America Act.
This is James O'Keefe in Anchorage, Alaska. I'm about to get offered Senator Lisa Murkowski's brother's ballot.
The last name is Murkowski. I think I left my wallet in the vehicle. Would it be possible to vote without it today?
Absolutely possible.
Oh, good.
I said I could vote. Brian Murkowski can vote. She's like, yes, you can vote.
You can vote if you'd like to. Do you want to do a question ballot?
I mean, all I got to do is do the question ballot, then I can vote.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Brian Murkowski, Senator Murkowski's brother, doesn't even live in Alaska, but his name is still on the voter rolls.
Do you know how to spell Brian?
Brian.
Yeah,
that's the address.
In the correct place.
Oh, perfect.
You have a mugshot.
Oh, I think I left that at home. Blood?
DNA.
I got blood. Yeah.
You got blood. You want to leave your blood?
You're Caroline. Carolyn. Carolyn's a funny one, by the way. Thank you for helping me.
And you know what? We appreciate it too because, we're volunteers and we're trying to figure this out.
Huh? We're all trying to figure things out in life, right? Yeah. Brian Murkowski always does the right thing.
The big Murkowski. I love that. I love it. Instead of the big Lebowski, the big Murkowski, Eli.
O'Keefe here in Girdwood, Alaska on Election Day, primary day here, where Senator Lisa Murkowski lives. Senator Lisa Murkowski is a holdout on the SAVE Act. She has reasons for opposing the SAVE Act, including that it could disenfranchise or alienate voters in rural places and islands off the coast of Alaska.
It's a logistical challenge. Is it insurmountable? Maybe not. Is it going to be really hard to do in certain places? I think that's fair to say.
So we went to those places. More on that soon. We came out to Alaska to prove how easy it is to get offered the Murkowski's ballot. Murkowski's brother lives over there in Anchorage. We're going to go there and see if I can get offered his ballot with no identification, just by signing a piece of paper. We also saw if we could get offered Karina Waller's ballot. That's Senator Lisa Murkowski's own state director, which she just hired.
So, we're here in Anchorage, Alaska on Election Day. Team is going into Rabbit Creek Elementary School. We're going in to see if we can get offered the ballot.
Waller?
Yeah.
Can see can see your ID, please.
Gosh, I forgot it. I left it.
Okay, we can do a question ballot, or you can go home and get it.
A question ballot is issued when a voter cannot provide a sufficient form of ID. It is still a voting ballot that is submitted but may face further review. According to Title 15 of the Alaska statutes, a voter who casts a question ballot shall vote the ballot in the same manner as prescribed for other voters.
We can do a question ballot.
okay.
Can you just make sure that all of it is there?
You won't be signing. Oh, okay. Karina Waller? Yeah, you're in the right spot.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay, so we just got out of the location, and Team OMG just got offered the ballot for Karina Waller, who Senator Murkowski hired to be her state director. So Senator Murkowski's own campaign staff's ballots are not secure. We're getting offered her ballot. It's shocking that nobody recognized the fact that she wasn't Waller. She just said, oh yeah, just fill out this form and you don't have your ID, no problem. Unbelievable. We're headed to the next location. Lisa Murkowski is one of the only standouts left in the Senate on the SAVE Act.
The only people that would vote against that are people that are going to cheat in an election. Lisa Murkowski from Alaska. Nobody's done more for Alaska than me. She's Trump deranged. What can I tell you?
Let's see if getting offered her brother's ballot changes her perspective. Brian Murkowski, Senator Murkowski's brother, doesn't even live in Alaska, but his name is still on the voter rolls, so we're going to go in there and see if they let us vote in his name. Now, we're not going to actually vote. We're not impersonating him. We're just saying his name and asking questions. Hello there. How are you doing this morning? Good. Nice. Excited to vote here. The name is Brian Murkowski.
If you want, we can look you up first.
Yeah, I just want to see. No, I left the ID at home.
Okay.
Can I give you a name?
Yeah, we'll trade.
Okay, sorry about that. The last name is Murkowski.
And what is your first name?
The name is Brian.
Do you know how to spell Brian?
Brian. Is the name on the list?
You are.
Okay, perfect. So this is the right place.
Yes. State ID.
Oh, okay.
Military ID.
I think I left that at home.
Oh. Maybe I should be like TSA. A real ID, please.
Would it be possible to vote without it today?
Absolutely possible.
Oh, good.
You have a mugshot.
Oh, I think I left that at home. Blood?
DNA.
I got blood. Yeah.
You got blood. You want to leave your blood?
Can you check to see if I'm in the right place?
I can do that for you.
Oh, hello.
But you don't have any IDs?
I think I left it at home. Would it still be possible to vote today?
Yeah. Yes. You can vote if you'd like to. Do you want to do a question ballot?
I mean, all I got to do is do the question ballot, then I can vote.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's so convenient.
It's shocking that the people inside this polling location here in Alaska did not question me at all, considering the last name Murkowski is very, very unusual last name, and that's their current senator. But I went in there and kept saying I didn't have my ID. The woman said, you can vote today. All you got to do is fill this document out.
So we just fill out the question ballot, and then Brian Murkowski can vote today.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You're Caroline. Carolyn. Carolyn's a funny one, by the way. Carolyn, you're funny.
But you'd have to fill out this.
Granny's got jokes.
Sign on here. But we're open until 8.
Listen, the Murkowskis always do the right thing. Brian Murkowski always does the right thing.
The election worker even telling me, hey, we're just kind of figuring this out. These are just volunteers. It'd be interesting to see what Senator Murkowski has to say about her own election workers here in Alaska saying out loud to me, offering me a ballot in the name of Murkowski, telling me, hey, we're just trying to figure this out.
Come to think of it, I am going to go get my ID. I think that's better.
And you know what? We appreciate it too because, we're volunteers and we're trying to figure this out.
We're all trying to figure things out in life, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be back. Thank you for your help. They said that I can fill out a questionable person's ballot, and they're all just trying to figure things out, huh? I said, I can vote. Brian Murkowski can vote. She's like, yes, you can vote. So we got it. We got offered Brian Murkowski's ballot to vote. The brother of Senator Lisa Murkowski wearing this face mask.
Senator Lisa Murkowski remains the holdout vote on the SAVE Act. She has a lot of reasons for opposing the SAVE Act, including it's going to disenfranchise people who live on these remote islands in Alaska. So we went to those islands and talked to those people, and they contradicted everything that the senator has said about the people who live on those islands unable to get an ID. And that's coming up next.
Right before we published this report, we did in fact get a statement from Senator Lisa Murkowski's office. Quote, Murkowski has consistently supported the requirement of photo ID to vote, and earlier this month she voted in favor of a separate measure on the Senate floor to do just that. However, the Save America Act is an overly burdensome one-size-fits-all mandate from Washington. It would be impossible to implement in time for this election and would likely disenfranchise thousands of eligible Alaskan voters. In any case, voter impersonation is a crime and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, unquote. It should be noted that we did not actually impersonate any voters in this report. We just asked questions and posed hypotheticals.
Yep.
Check. Come on, baby. Come on, let's do it.
It all started when Starlight, that's the code word for one of our undercover journalists.
So, Eli, somebody over in the other chat over there in Dipshitville, said Trump loves the poorly educated. While we were showing a video about Democrat uneducated poll workers who didn't know what they were doing and making it up on the fly. This is the stuff you can never, ever get through to these people. They don't want the truth. They only want war. They only want division. They're the lowest IQ, the most inbred dipshits on planet Earth. I've never seen somebody more dumb than an online Democrat. The Trump loved the poorly educated while we're in the middle of showing how uneducated the Democrat poll workers are in Alaska.
I keep saying like between the last 20 and 30 years, but I'm going to go all the way back to, it's probably way back more than this, but the real problems in this country started when Hollywood was formed. I think from the very beginning, movies, TV shows, they've all been dumbing us down over the years, making us susceptible to lies, and now you see it today. People defend it beyond the shadow of a doubt. No, that's not truth. It goes right back to the 2 + 2 does not equal 4 crap. It all coincides and mixes together, and here we are.
I'm going to take you back even further, Eli. Ready for this? Hollywood wasn't the start of it. Hollywood desensitized people to everything. I'm going to take you back further to where the CIA created Hollywood. Not the CIA, excuse me. It was the federal government. It was whoever the intelligence operatives were at that time. They were more than likely from many different agencies. There was a lot of agencies that didn't even exist then. But the government, if you look back and you look deep enough, you'll find they were the ones that were putting Hollywood to work. As a matter of fact, it goes back to Thomas Edison. So if you go back to Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, and these days, Thomas Edison, believe it or not, he was basically the guy making movies. And what would happen was that they needed a lot of light to make movies. You can go do your own research on this, okay? He needed a lot of light to make movies. So in order to make movies properly, Thomas Edison and his light and his light bulbs and all this were a big thing. And nobody could make movies outside of having these lights because they looked horrible. So what they decided to do is they decided to move out west and create Hollywood. When they moved out west and created Hollywood, the reason for it was the immense natural light that California offered, so that they wouldn't have to. They didn't have to be under the thumb of Thomas Edison and the pictures that he was making on the East Coast. So when the people that created Hollywood moved out west, they did it so that they could defy Thomas Edison, not use all of his light, go out where there was natural light, and create movies out there. Hence, Hollywood came out. But if you look deeper into it, there's a lot of money and a lot of people from the government that threw money towards these people to go out there and create Hollywood so they could come out under the thumb of Thomas Edison. It's a fascinating story. But Eli, that's actually how Hollywood was created. And why? It was so that people could make their own motion pictures. But the money that went into it was from a lot of people connected to the government.
Yep. And, of course, there's a reason they call it programming. Tonight's programming is brought to you by, and they also call it television. sell you a vision.
Yeah.
It's all right in front of our faces and always has been.
Yeah, it always has been. Incredible history, though, there in Hollywood. If you guys ever want to, really dive deep into something, that's something that you should go look at because it's an incredible story. Now, I don't know if, all the stories that we hear or read are true because people can write and make up anything, but if you want the story that's on record about Hollywood, that's it. Hazel Kitty, Hollywood was founded way before the movie industry. Well, in many ways, you're probably right. Ryan says, I wonder what else the government stole from Tesla. Eli, wasn't it Trump's grandfather who was like one of the first on the scene to start confiscating the stuff from Tesla after he passed? You ever heard that story? I think it was John Trump was his name, maybe?
I think it might have actually been his uncle, and yeah, he was like the first to get into his apartment and start cleaning things up and take it for what it's worth, but from what I heard, he dipped into a trunk that had a bunch of information technology and blueprints about time travel type stuff, which connects to two very interesting books that I have yet to read.
Yeah, The Adventures of Baron Trump, right? Yes, his uncle. And Eli, somebody said that should be a Patriot Pals episode. Well, the problem with that is you'd have a lot of conspiracy in there. Not to say it's not true, but we try to keep Patriot Pals more, focused for kids to learn about the things that, how we built Mount Rushmore, how we built skyscrapers, which is going to be this week's Patriot Pals episode. Eli and I are the only ones doing this week. Lily is out in the woods camping, so she wasn't here to record with us. But tomorrow's Patriot Pals for your kids, grandkids, or whatever is going to be about America being the first country to really change the skyline with skyscrapers and create huge cities with big buildings. And, but yeah, Jedi Legend Ryu said Into the Looking Glass. Is that the name of the, the series is Into the Looking Glass? I know it's The Adventures of Baron Trump, but is that under the series of Into the Looking Glass? Kozlo said Trump a time traveler? LOL, maybe so. Maybe. Never know. Family Low says, oh man, LFA producer, you have your hands full with the idiots over there on YouTube. No, we barely look at them. We make them look at us. Eli, what'd you look up there? What'd you get?
They are on Amazon. I see this but it's actually a 3-book collection. The Baron Trump collection, Travels and Adventures of Little Baron Trump and His Wonderful Dog Bulger, Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey, and The Last President.
Yeah, The Last President one is really incredible. I mean, if you look into those books, and we've talked about this before, Ingersoll Lockwood is the author of it. We've looked into this before and talked about it many times. The similarities are mind-blowing. Eli, can you look those up and read those to the people for those who don't know? Like the similarities of Trump's family and these stories. Just search similarities between the time traveler Baron Trump and the actual Trump family. I believe it's in New York. He time travels back to New York, 5th Avenue. I think his best friend's last name was Pence. Barron would be the last president. It's an incredible. Look, I don't know how. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of The Simpsons stuff. Like you go back and you look at all the episodes of The Simpsons that apparently predicted like everything to a T. Pretty incredible stuff. What'd somebody say in the live chat? You should respect the police kids. You should make a respect the police kids video. Yeah, that'd be a good one too. What do you got, Eli? You got anything there?
Yeah, key parallels and coincidences. The protagonist's name, the fictional main character's name, Baron Trump, which is nearly identical to the sound of Trump's real-life son, Baron, though spelled differently. Castle Trump. In the children's stories, young Baron Trump lives in a lavish residence called Castle Trump, echoing the family's real-life association with luxury properties in Trump Tower. The mentor named Don. The fictional Baron is guided and mentored on his strange journey by an influential master figure named Don. The Russian connection, the young protagonist's grand adventures in the novels famously begin with a journey into Russia, a country that heavily shadowed Donald Trump's political career and presidency in real life, and The Last President. Another of Lockwood's works, titled The Last President, describes a political outsider in New York winning a contentious election, sparking social unrest near Fifth Avenue. Those are very general, but I did hear like the description in the book of like where Castle Trump is exactly in New York City, where Trump Tower is too. So they do get a little deeper too.
Yeah, that's some pretty incredible stuff. You can't overlook it and be like, those are just major coincidences. I think they're a little bit more than some major coincidences. That's some pretty crazy stuff. But anyway, check that stuff out, guys. I'm sure you'll love it. Real quick here, let's go to, I want to thank Armor Colostrum. Guys, one thing about Armor Colostrum is their sponsorship is over at the end of August, okay? We will no longer have a sponsorship with Armor Colostrum. The contract runs out end of August, and I don't know if they're going to renew yet or not. So I do want to give this a big shout out here in the last 10 days or so you guys can still get your discounts with that promo code, because you won't be able to get it if you're ordering Armor Colostrum for the first time after August. You won't be able to get it with the discount. So they've been here a long time, like 2 years or something like that. So a big shout out to the partnership that we've had with Armor Colostrum. Nothing lasts forever, and we are glad that they were here helping us out with income when they were here. Orange, watermelon, apricot, unflavored, and more. Armor Colostrum gives you 400 bionutrients that your body absolutely benefits from, including completely fixing any issues you have with gut health, bloating, acid reflux, psoriasis, rashes, skin issues, hair growth, thinning hair. The list goes on and on and on and on. Armor.com/LFATV. That is armor.com/LFATV. And for those who have ordered it while they were here, thank you for making it a success. It's been a successful campaign. No sponsor stays for 2 years unless, you guys are buying. So good job for making it a successful campaign. Thank you to Armor. If you don't come back, you will be missed. And we've loved having you here, right? But don't worry, we got some good ones that are beneficial to the LFA audience on the way, and not necessarily anything to do with health either. Well, with these last 12 minutes here, I want to play this because this is funny. Yesterday, Eli, did you see the video I showed yesterday? Were you too busy working, or did you see the video where I showed where the woman was like, I just don't understand why they just don't leave Trump? All the data shows that everybody doesn't like him anymore, and I just don't understand why he's still got a following, just desperately trying to make people run away from Trump. Well, this one is even worse. Ready? Here we go.
Donald Trump is in the midst of a losing streak, and this is a very unusual type of losing streak for Donald Trump. He is losing in Republican primaries. More specifically, candidates who have his endorsement have been losing. Just yesterday, 3 Republican-endorsed candidates lost in Republican primaries. 2 of them in his home state of Florida, another in Wyoming, perhaps the most Republican state in the country. Candidates losing despite having that Trump endorsement. And over the past 2 weeks, we've seen 6 candidates with Trump's endorsement lose. And it's all over the place. Candidates in Tennessee, in Minnesota, in Michigan, and as I mentioned, Florida and Wyoming. And so what's Trump been up to? Well, today he summoned reporters out to look at his new helipad on the South Lawn. And for 40 minutes, he spoke about all the renovations that he is doing at the White House. He talked about the granite that he's used, the flagpoles. He told them, I am really good at flagpoles. This is the kind of attention that has some Republicans worried going into the midterms, that Trump is not focused on the things that the American people care about. And look, it's not like the candidates that beat his endorsed candidates are anti-Trump, but the fact that those he endorsed didn't win, not even in a Republican primary, is clearly a worrying sign for Republicans going into the midterm elections.
I want to That's John Carl. He's a retard. I want you to listen to the very first thing he says one more time.
Donald Trump is in the midst of a losing streak, and this is a very unusual type of losing streak for Donald Trump.
Okay. Ready? You ready for the fact check here? Now this guy, doesn't he work for like ABC or CBS or something like that? Here's what I wrote. Go ahead, you can fact check me over there in Dipshitville. 313 endorsements and won 300 of them. Now, I was wrong. I'll admit when I'm wrong. Right below that, I said his primary endorsement rating is 98%. Nice try. I was wrong. It's 96%. Look. You know what, Eli? At this moment, we should have a soundbite that says, "In the arms of an angel, far away from me," and I could go, "I'm sorry, LFA TV. I am very, very sorry. I'd like to take this moment, if I could, on this Friday, August 21st, year of our Lord 2026, at 12:51 p.m. Central Standard Time, 1:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and of course 10:51 Standard Time in the Pacific time zone of this country. I apologize for my false reporting. I apologize for my misrepresentation and for spreading misinformation and disinformation to the people that watch me. I stated yesterday that it was a 98% endorsement rating for Donald J. Trump in the primaries of 2026 out of the 313 endorsements that he gave. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to correct that if I could. I was vastly wrong on that. The numbers are vastly different. It's 96%. I am so sorry that I have misrepresented the truth. I am so sorry that I have misled you in any way, shape, or form. It wasn't my intention. I apologize. He only won 300 out of 313, which equates to 96%. So there is a 3% margin of error, as Dave said, so I think I'm okay. But I just wanted to, Eli, take this time to apologize to the people of America that I was wrong and that I was 2 percentage points off.
I just got to point out a couple numbnut comments.
Yeah, let's
over
do
there
it. Let's
YouTube
do it.
In regard to all this. The blue rinse will wash away your trashy trash. Trash is trashy. True love dot fits me like a glove dot, but the blue wave washes the sins away. And Trumpism will vaporize her in a puff if blue haze.
No, go ahead. Keep reading, Eli. Keep reading some others. Go ahead. This is entertaining.
Me too, but the blue wave will do ... better than a blue rinse, I guess. But it's like, I guess. It's one word.
Read some others, some other people.
Jew-occupied government. I don't vote Zionist, Republican, or commie Democrat. I prefer purple haze. Blue wave incoming. Tanks to MAGA jumping ship. Well, tanks. Tanks, buddy.
Hold on, keep going, Eli. I got to get something.
Oh, geez, what else have we got here? Trump polls are at the lowest in history. MAGA is jumping onto the blue ship. I don't understand. We just showed proof. I don't get it. We show proof of this stuff all the time, and they're like, yeah, nobody likes Trump. No, they just keep repeating the same thing. Polls are shameful. True blue, through and through.
Okay. True retarded, through and through. Can you show me on this doll where it hurts that Donald Trump won 300 out of 313 key primary endorsements? For John Carl, on whatever shitty network he belongs to, nice try, dipshit. But I'm going to need you to show me on this doll where it hurts most. Does it hurt here mostly? I bet it does, huh? It'll be okay. in the arms of an angel, far away from here. Donald Trump is losing his primary election endorsements as he wins 300 out of 313. Yeah. Oh, by the way, for all you lefties out there, Trump has to give back the tariff money to the large big box store companies. You want to know what's funny? Target didn't sue Trump. Walmart didn't sue Trump. The people that they got the tariffs from didn't sue Trump. Do you know who sued Trump to get the tariff money that we had in the Treasury? Back to the big box stores that didn't even fight for it. Elected Democrats. Watch this. This is Scott Bessent, and he nails it. Listen to what he says about the tariffs. So now you had to pay the tariff money back. He said, the tariff money was actually fine. The tariff money was sitting in the Treasury. And the Democrats of this country are the ones that fought to give it back to the big box stores that weren't even fighting for it to begin with. This is how disgusting lefties are. They just want a loss for the American people and for Trump no matter what cost.
Target received a $1 billion refund for tariffs. What does that say about the size, besides the fact that it was done so quickly and efficiently, the refund, but what does it say about the amount of Chinese-made goods and foreign-made goods that our retailers are still selling in the United States?
Yeah, well, what it says is that the Democratic attorney generals who filed a ridiculous lawsuit against this administration wanted the money to go back to the payer of record. So that is corporate welfare. The American people had that money. And if I hear another Democratic legislator make the inane remark, the American people should get the money, the American people had the money in the U.S. Treasury, and we were forced to give it back. But using the 301s, which have survived more than 5,000 suits, that we will get that tariff income back. But what you are seeing is that we don't know the discount that Target got from the Chinese suppliers.
That's it.
So, this is a corporate bonanza, which I said it would be at the time.
Secretary. Yep. And I wonder who Target's going to donate to for a political campaign when it's all said and done. Here's John Fredericks talking about the same thing, killing it. You guys, these are the facts that you need to know, and you need to know who's at fault for this. And it's not some rogue judge. It's the Democrats trying to destroy any good thing that we do.
We just gave another $1 billion away of our money in corporate welfare. Let me tell you what happened. Trump put these tariffs on, and a bunch of libtard judges from blue states started suing the Trump administration on behalf of companies, Walmart, Target, etc., and they wanted a refund on the tariffs, which they just got billions of dollars in taxpayer money. Now, here's the deal. These companies, for the most part, passed on the majority of whatever the tariffs cost them. The purpose of the tariffs was not to raise your prices. The purpose of the tariffs was to bring manufacturing jobs back into the United States and to even the playing field and to get our revenue that was congruent with what it should be
and to
from all these other countries that have been dumping in cheap goods into the United States. That's what the tariffs did. That's why we're having a manufacturing boom. That's why we're having a jobs boom. That's why we're having a factories boom. This is what these tariffs did. So the Supreme Court, in their Amy Coney Barrett wisdom with Roberts, decided these were not constitutional. So then the blue states sued on the behalf of companies who they say they hate in order for them to get corporate welfare of billions and billions of dollars.
Get it? Got it? Good. Last story of the day. Thank you, Iowa, for having a brain. We do not want to hire trans.
School board voted not to hire a transgender teacher Wednesday night. The next morning, I met up with that teacher as he cleaned out his classroom before the school year could even start.
Bye.
Hi, Ace.
That's one of the last times music teacher Ace Rios will buzz into the Fremont Mills School building in Tabor, Iowa. Gone is the Mr. Rios sign above the music room, along with his other decorations. Thursday morning, Rios tells me the district superintendent and secondary principal told Rios he won't be able to start teaching at the school this year.
So I was really excited to have my own classroom for the first time.
This follows the school board vote to not hire Rios. 2 members voted to hire him. 2 voted no, 1 was absent, and rules state that a tie means the vote fails. I asked the board president to explain the vote, but have not received a response. Rios is a transgender male and tells me he believes that's why he was denied the job.
Good. Thank you. Thank you to the great state of Iowa and the school board who said, nah, we're going to pass on that one. We're all good. There's enough trans already shooting up schools. We don't need another one teaching. Ha! Gotta love it. Man, do I love Iowa. Ladies and gentlemen, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. I'd like you guys to stay tuned for Will Johnson, okay? It's a Friday. Give that man the respect that he's earned. Give that man the respect of going out there and fighting Antifa, fighting Black Lives Matter on the front lines for the last 10 years. Will Johnson comes up next. There are right ways and wrong ways, but only one Yahweh. Stand up tall, keep your shoulders back. Keep your chest out, keep your head up high. You are a child of God. No weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. And no matter what, never stop spreading the gospel. Never stop fighting for this constitutional republic. And never, ever, ever let a lefty think that they've won an argument with you on facts. They don't know any. Have a great day. Do not forget, tomorrow, 10 a.m., Patriot Pals, followed by the Crest Report at 1 p.m. Have a great day, everybody. I'm going camping. Peace out.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go.
I advocate for a government takeover of health insurance because health insurance offers no value. What Medicare for All does is it does away with the private insurance market. Because instead of having a whole bunch of payers, you have one payer, and that is the federal government.
Medicare for All guarantees you a public health care plan and eliminates your private one.
Medicare for All comes in and says, no more of this insurance industry, one insurance, and that is the government of the United States. What you have is the state operating as your insurance company.
It is going to require taxes, and the question of how much of those taxes we would ask working Americans to pay. I think it's important that from the political economy perspective, that everybody pays a bit in.
That's El Sayed, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Oh, I'm a little blurry there. That's El Sayed. This dude is a total lunatic. He's just like the other socialists that have been running in the election. Mamdani, all of them. And he wants everyone to believe that he has the answer. I've said this multiple times. I've said it constantly. Islam is the socialist that we're looking at. These socialists are actually pushing an Islamic agenda. Now, I want to show some of that. And for everyone that's been watching, you've noticed me constantly talking about that. I keep drilling that point, and I keep making the point that no one in the liberal mainstream media or even the conservative mainstream media, they're not making that connection. And I'm still kind of baffled on why not. I'm still kind of concerned. Why aren't they talking about it? Why aren't they making it a point to bring that information out? Well, let me bring something to your attention here. You remember the DSA, the demonic Democrat Socialist Islamic Party of America. They said they want to get rid of the Electoral College. They said they want to, if they can't stack the Supreme Court, they want to get rid of the Supreme Court. They've also said that they want to eliminate the presidency. And they also said they want to eliminate the Senate. This is something that's on their platform. It's on their website. Eliminate the Senate. The Senate is really important here because apparently an Islamic terrorist tried to do what? Destroy the Senate in New York. Come on, people. I wonder if this is going to be the mechanism or be the trigger to get the mainstream, even the conservative Republican mainstream media, to finally make the connection. And remember, it was said here first on LFA TV. Will Johnson said it here first. Will Johnson made the connection. No one else out there is talking about this connection. Nobody. But maybe, just maybe they will. I showed you a video yesterday where this Islamist was saying that they basically taken over the Democrat Party, but they can't stop there. They have to take over the Republican Party too in order to win over the country. Said it yesterday. I played it for you. Now watch this. This is amazing. I've constantly telling y'all, look, and I'm not saying this to get y'all to be fearful. I'm not saying that at all. I'm sharing this information with you so you would be knowledgeable. Now, look, I didn't know that they were going to do this in New York, but you can't make it up. I hate to say this, but it looks like Will Johnson was right again. Watch.
For weeks, all part of an ISIS-inspired terrorist attack to bomb the Capitol building and kill as many people as possible. Prosecutors identify her as Jessica Bowie, a 35-year-old Albany resident who converted to Islam. They say she started her plot last month and was taking steps to carry out the major attack. During the investigation, she communicated with others on social media, including celebrating 9/11. And between last July 21st and August 9th, they say she was seen walking around the building at least 5 times and taking pictures and going inside. Here are court papers that say she wrote and met with confidential sources saying, quote, "I want to destroy as much of the building as possible and kill the senators while they are meeting. I want it to have an effect on the American system. Try to get a good enough explosive," she said to one person, "to get in there, to kill the senators. This is the Capitol."
Right there. The key word, senators. She wanted to kill the senators. She wanted to kill the senators. Have you heard about this? The DSA saying that they want to eliminate the Senate. And I guess she took it to heart. Let's blow the Senate up. All of the violence, again, is coming from those on the left, the socialist Islamic left. This is where all this violence is coming from. But I'm willing to bet they're going to chalk it down saying, well, no, it was a right winger, supported President Trump, registered Republican, anything to deflect from who they really are. Straight up. Now, look, I'm not hitting a toot in my horn, toot, pat myself on the back, saying I was right, but I was right. When are they going to acknowledge this whole socialist agenda? And it needs to be on every news network. It needs to be on every podcast that is Islam that we are up against, disguised as socialists. This is what it's about. 100%.
Is destroying like huge enemies of God. These are some of the biggest American politicians. On August 5th, prosecutors say that she bought items to build a bomb at Home Depot, that she bought, among the things, nails, and she planned to put the bomb in a DoorDash bag so it would explode in the Capitol. She was arrested yesterday, and officials say she told them she's going to prison for the rest of her life. The complaint also says that Bowie wanted to plan more attacks if she got away with this one, citing New Year's Eve in Manhattan Times Square. And when a confidential source asked her why she picked New York State's Capitol building, she said ideally she would have liked to pick the White House with the president, but she said, quote, "That's an even harder job."
Come on. Something else that I heard in there is that there's more attacks coming. This was a Islamist female. What about the Islamist terrorist males that are here? And let me remind you about something else, and this is not to scare you. This is not to scare you. The Islamist terrorists that are here in the United States of America came across the border when Joe Biden let them in. You remember that? Joe Biden let them in, let them into the country, no idea where they are. Mayorkas was asked the question one time, did you put ankle bracelets on these known terrorists that were on the terrorist watch list? And Mayorkas said, no. Then he was asked the question, what, do you know where they are? No. The left has been infiltrated and taken over by the Islamist terrorists in the United States of America, and they're all supporting it. And again, they're all going under the name of socialism, of socialism. But these Democrats, they're at each other's throats. There's Democrats within inside of Michigan that's not happy with El Sayed. There's Democrats speaking out against El Sayed. They're telling everybody that these are also other Democrats saying that, hey, if Al Sayed has his way and these socialists have their way, you're not going to have health care. They keep saying you have public health care. They're going to take your health care away. Constantly saying it. Constantly saying it. But before I get to that, there's a video, another Democrat that happened to be Jewish, which I don't understand that. The same reason why I don't understand how black people can be Democrats, knowing that the Democrats, what they've done to black people all of these years. But here's a Jewish guy talking about El Sayed. And what Al Sayed, when there was a terrorist attack that took place, Al Sayed was asked about that terrorist attack. And of course, it was towards other Jewish people. He doesn't care. Hurt people hurt people. That's what he said. Hurt people hurt people. But you know what? You should maybe you shouldn't have hurt the people in the Gaza Strip, which all the way here in the United States of America, the Jewish people here have nothing to do with it. They did it simply because they're Jewish, and El Sayed gave it a pass, saying that hurt people because they're hurt about something. Somebody did something on the other side of the planet. He's saying they deserved it because they're hurt on this side of the planet.
When Abdul Assaid was asked about the terrorist who attempted to blow up a synagogue right here in Michigan with hundreds of children, like Sailor, hundreds of children, all he said, hurt people, hurt people. Sadly, Abdul al-Sayed has shown only contempt for Jews as a people and called my people bloodthirsty, and the reason Michigan, our great state of Michigan, doesn't have the funds it needs. So sadly, Abdul al-Sayed is completely unfit to represent any piece of Michigan.
I wonder how many other Jewish people are finally starting to see it. And I'm kind of questioning. It's just like black people. There's a lot of Jewish people out there that still don't see it, just like a lot of black people still don't see the Democrat Party for who they truly are because they're believing the lies. Jewish people believe in the lies too. White people believe in the lies too.
Right.
Hey, Shannon, how you doing?
Hello, everybody. I am actually off today. Thought I would step in and visit with you guys today. So it is nice to see everybody and all the familiar names in the chat. But I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Al-Sayed. You know, the opening video you played, Will, had to do with him wanting Medicare for all, right?
Right.
And it makes sense that the Islamists would want socialists to be their platform because it is about control, right? Socialists is big government controlling everybody, the masses, right? And that's what they want to do. That's what Islam wants to do. They want to take over.
Yeah.
Right? They want to give you no choice. And so Medicare for all, he said in his video, means that they take away private plans. They take away your options. So here's an example, right? Let's say there is first I'm going to start with, there was this friend of a friend here in Texas that took her child to the doctor. I think the child, she said, had strep throat. And the doctor's office would not treat the child because the child did not have all the vaccines and the COVID on its medical record. They said because you don't have these, we will not treat you, your child. So she had to find someone else. Now, this is where the big government comes in. What happens if they're controlling your health care and they want you to take these things? They can say, well, because you didn't take this, you can't have that heart surgery.
Yeah.
And what do?
Well, actually,
you will have no options.
Yeah.
That's what the control is that they want to have.
And to
they
go
want
with
to
along
take
with
away
what
your
you
choices.
just said, the COVID.
Right.
People that got the COVID shot.
Uh-huh.
Some people that got the COVID shot, they won't allow them to, give their blood.
Yeah. And right now, she had a choice to take her child somewhere else. But under Medicare for All, you won't have that choice. The government's going to tell you who your doctor is, where you can go, what you can be treated for. It's not bigger or better. It's actually scary. What government IRS, what government portion of government have you trusted fully with your money and your health and your life? None. I mean, they don't take care of the veterans like they should.
The only person, the one person that you can really depend on taking care of yourself is yourself. That's it. At the end of the day, it's just yourself.
Of course, yeah. And of course, your faith in God. But that's what the socialists are. That's one of the biggest ways they can control you is through your health.
Yeah.
Of course, that's their platform.
Exactly. So listen to this Democrat talking about El Sayed in Michigan. This is remarkable. And this also proves, again, that there's a civil war going on inside of the Democrat Party. Gotta love it.
I do not think people really realize what is on the line. You will lose your health insurance if the other candidate gets in office. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That is what Medicare for All means. So if you enjoy going to ER now and sitting for 6 hours, get ready to enjoy that a whole lot longer because you may be sitting there for 6 weeks. That means you will be in a clinic, in a hospital, wherever they say that you go. Once again, you say you don't want government in your business. Well, the government will be controlling your health care. They will control your doctors. They will control your medication. They will control your visits. They will control everything. So if for no other reason, common sense prevails that Mike Rogers is the candidate for you.
What is it? So these are people supporting Mike Rogers now.
Yeah.
And a lot of these people, right? A lot of these people were like, before they were like all with the Democrats, and now they're like, Mike Rogers. And Al Sayed, he's so angry right now, Shannon, because Mike Rogers won't get on the debate stage with him. Personally, I don't know why anybody would get on the debate stage with another communist. What's the point in that?
I mean, debates.
What's the point in that? Do you want? I mean, why should we even debate a communist?
Debates aren't even what they used to be,
No, they're
right? I mean, they're so controlled, and who gets to ask what, and how you ask questions.
And you know what? You know what El Sayed wants? He wants the little talking points, the little viral videos, to where they can manipulate it and say, this is what he said and this is what he said, and they'll edit it, cut it up, and put it out there.
Right.
And people won't know the difference because they won't know what actually was said.
I mean,
but that's what they do.
Yeah.
They lie about everything.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard Democrats, one of their big platforms right now too is we're not going to work with the other side. There's no civility with those people, and you having an honest, open debate. I mean, it turns into personal attacks and all these other things. And he's like, he's going to attack my, El Sayed said that Mike Rogers is going to attack his religion and his skin color, which really he's going to attack his religion, of course, because you know why? His religion is his life. It dictates everything that El Sayed is going to do and will do as a representative
and his
of that
religion
state.
even calls for him to lie.
That is true
He's
too.
called to lie. I've been saying that multiple times. Listen to him here. Listen to him here. This is who they're talking about. This is what the people of Michigan are up against.
I'd rather an economy that has 1,000 millionaires in it than 1 billionaire, because that's what 1 billion is. It's 1,000 million. And I think if we were willing to actually enforce the tax code, right, make the IRS whole again, unlike the cuts that Donald Trump just imposed upon it, and that we were able to get rid of those loopholes, we could have a much fairer tax system where we are making sure that people pay their fair share. I also think we got to start taxing wealth for people who have over $100 million. I mean, at that point, like, what even are you going to do with more money? And so you can start to pay back into the system that helped to make you all that money.
So this is what they're doing. So not only does he want universal health care, public health care, when to pay for all of it, they're going to tax everybody to death. And he's saying if you make less than $1 million, they're going to tax you. They're going to tax you. What? So if you make less than $1 million, you got to pay the taxes too. They're going to tax everybody. How do they expect to pay for people for this unlimited amount of health care? Now, look, Republicans, they are not against. Republicans are not against people having health care. Republicans want people to have health care. But you know what? Republicans also want you to have a job so you can pay for the health care.
Well, and they want you to have options in your own health care. They don't want the government to determine that. Look at right now, our freaking government can't even decide on a balanced budget anymore. They can't decide on whether a woman is a man or a man. I mean, these are the things that they're fighting over, and you want them to fight over your health care? My goodness, they can't even get along anymore. I don't want my health care in their hands.
No. I mean, who wants anything in their hands? Look what they've done to Social Security. I mean, the post office, to my understanding, is still hanging on with a thread.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean,
and the interesting thing is that when the delivery system, like UPS and FedEx and a few other ones, when they became privatized, private companies, look how much more the packages have been starting to ship. Look how people can track stuff a lot easier and quicker when the government is not involved.
Yeah. And, just listening to his words, people are so easily deceived by the evil one, right? And the power of words. When he says that we're going to stabilize the IRS, basically, he's not saying that by taxing rich people. He's saying, I want to make the government bigger and richer so it has more control and you don't. The more you take away money from the people, that lessens their power. Even if it is millionaires or billionaires, those millionaires create jobs. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that actually influence policy, because if it wasn't for, some of the stuff that Trump's done, some businesses won't be able to grow plants. They won't be able to do their trucking business from coast to coast. There's all these certain things that impact, and who influences that? The people through what? Business, entrepreneurship, but they have to have the money to do it. They want to take away that money from the people, and they want to have it so they can control everything. That's what socialism is about.
Yeah. But we know this. And you know what?
So when he says he wants to attack the rich,
what else is
that is
about
a scary thing.
Who else? What other group, organization, aka religion, that is the same way? Islam. Islam is the same way.
And Democrats.
I mean, but that's what Democrats, I'm telling you, Islam has taken over.
And it was easy to
Shannon,
take
you haven't
over.
seen the video, have you? Where the guy saying that they basically taken over the Democrat Party?
No, but of course you and I've had that conversation. I mean, we know,
we've
seen it.
It's just the fact that he actually said it. This was at a what do they call it? CARE, the Islamic Terrorist Care Organization.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually saying that they basically have taken over. And also he said that he wanted Marjorie Taylor Greene to win, wanted Thomas Macy to win, and they want someone to take Ted Cruz's place that is like a Tucker Carlson. All of them hate Israel. They love Candace Owens. If they hate Israel, they love them. That's the type of Republicans that they want, that hate Israel and ultimately starts hating America. These people have become traitors to this country. Complete traitors. Now, Shannon, you just mentioned how the Democrats are blaming everybody else. Like they want to blame the Republicans and trying to say that the Republicans are not trying to work with the people. The socialist out of Florida, her name is Angie Nixon. Angie Nixon out of Florida. She's sitting down and she's having a conversation And she's having a conversation with this black dude, and he's asking her the question about, do you think you'll be able to work across the aisle? Do you think you better work with the Republicans? You think the Republicans better work with you? She straight up says, no. And then she says the Republicans are trying to kill us. Here comes the part where she becomes the victim, just like a typical black socialist Islamic democrat. Now she's the victim. If Florida allows this tyrant to become a congresswoman, Florida is gone too. I mean, we got Texas to worry about and Florida. Why don't these people just stay in the socialist states that they want? You know why? Because those states are failing. That's why.
And folks often say, like, oh, are you going to be able to work across the aisle with the Republicans? They are not trying to work across the aisle. They're literally trying to kill us.
Mm-hmm.
And they are doing it
Mm-hmm.
on camera
Yeah.
and not being held accountable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, actually, state-sanctioned violence.
Mhm.
They've been doing it in the black community, and they're doing it even more so now with ICE. ICE is now a weaponized paramilitary force that is designed to terrorize us.
Oh, so now, am I hearing this correctly? ICE is now terrorizing black people. Is that what you heard, Shannon?
Right.
Is that what she's
I was
alluding
just-
to? They're terrorizing black people now?
It's so funny how they always jump, right? Or jump away from the truth. So they're not terrorizing her or everybody because she wants it to sound like it's like big Gestapo government socialists basically on the streets, right? That's not what's happening. They're only going after people that have broken our laws by which most people have voted for and supported for many, many years until the Democrats started switching, right? Because they started losing power.
Did they actually start switching?
Well, when I say switching, it is switching. Obama was against people coming across the border. He actually did the same thing Trump did.
Well,
he actually was exporting illegal immigrants.
I think
he did
it was
the same
just
thing.
a facade, right? I mean, even though they did call Obama the border in chief. Okay, I agree with you. They called Obama the border in chief. He was deporting millions and millions of people. And it is interesting how the left, they had no issues with it. The problem was they didn't have ICE during that time, did they? Did they have ICE during that time? Yeah, they actually did. Yeah, because ICE came under Bush, right?
When I say that they changed because they started losing power.
Yeah.
They started losing votes.
Well-
And naturally, that's why they were like the number one facilitators of changing districts and all that stuff. So what do? You import your voters. That's what they started doing.
When Obama was deporting them, I think Obama was doing it because that's what the American people wanted, because we still want that. Let me say this. And then when he deported all of those people, the Democrats, they recognized what happened to the Electoral College. They recognized it. And see, I'm telling you, this is what happened. They recognized what happened to the Electoral College. Why? Because of the census report. There was less bodies to count. So the electoral number went down. The Democrats said, wait a minute, we can utilize this. That's the reason why they started wanting to import all these people under Joe Biden, because Joe Biden could have picked up where Obama left off. But it didn't, because they realized during the time of President Trump, the numbers went down.
They switched. They switched.
So that we got to change up our tactics.
Yeah,
and that's the reason why they did it.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you.
No,
there,
you're fine. You're fine.
And-
I'm
and-
used to
and-
it.
I'm sorry.
I'm used to it. So, hey, check this out. We're going to go to a quick break.
Okay.
And when we come back, I'm going to play this pastor out of Michigan. Now, I'm pretty sure many people have seen this young man. He was at President Trump's inauguration, and he's on fire. He's absolutely on fire. I'll show you what I'm talking about when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid. that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
But you're only 1% of this nation. We are not a nation of Muslims. We are a nation of Christians. We are one nation under God, indivisible, the God of the Bible, the God of the Lord Jesus
Let's
Christ.
go.
That's the God in whom we serve. I want you to prove to me we're not up under Sharia law. Will you denounce, Councilman Herrell? Will you denounce Sharia law? Will you denounce Sharia law?
No, they're not going to do it.
Will you I know you won't. Will you denounce Sharia law? Abraham, you went to Hillsdale. Will you renounce Sharia law? Will you renounce Sharia law? America, we have lost this city. This is a city that is no longer up under American laws. We are up under Sharia law, and we will not have it anymore. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. Dude's on fire. Dude's on fire. The battle is here now. The battle, we are in it. We're in the thick of it. And Islam is taking over. They're taking over, starting with the Democrat Party. What are you going to say, Shannon?
I was going to say, I wonder how many people feel like him, right? Enough is enough.
You don't feel like him?
Do you remember when we lived in California, where did you go?
I went to Dearborn.
You went to Dearborn.
I went to where he is.
And they were alerted when you were coming.
Oh, yeah.
The police, everybody.
Put it this way.
They were put on notice
Yeah.
that you were coming. You got a police escort.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that. When I went to Dearborn, Michigan, the police department would not allow me to travel anywhere on my own. They were chauffeuring me around wherever it is that I want to go. I had this new camera. I had this new audio system when I first got my new audio system, but it wasn't working with my phone. And there was a camera shop there. And I said, man, I need to go to the camera shop. And I said, don't worry about it. I'll get an Uber or something. I'll go to the camera shop. And the police officer said, no, I will take you. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe it.
And it has been, what, 9 years ago now?
Yeah, I guess it's
so
been 9 years.
So imagine the foothold they had then versus the foothold they have now.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, their game is long, right? It's not overnight. They know. They slowly but surely are chipping at America. And what a better way to do it than by the Democrat Party. Yeah. One, they're already weak.
Well, you know
they
what?
know that.
The Democrat Party is already collapsing.
Right. So they see that.
They're already without funds. So Islam, here comes Islam. They got a lot of money.
Right. And
they need the money to come from somewhere.
And they're pretty closely aligned, right?
Oh.
Now, Democrats that, weren't so much against already Medicare for all and everything. Now they're like, well, we might as well because, we kind of were already there, right? So we might as well embrace socialism because guess what? What did I say yesterday, Will? I said that the Democrats hate Trump more than they hate the devil.
Yeah. Yeah.
They will embrace the devil, his agenda, before they will embrace a human being that knows that they're flawed.
Yep.
But wants the best for Americans.
Yeah, many people have been watching me. They've heard me say that once the Antichrist come onto the scene, they're going to love the Antichrist. They're going to love the Antichrist like, oh my goodness, it's better than sliced bread when it was invented. They're going to love everything the Antichrist said. They're going to jump on it because the Antichrist will be about and support everything that's perverted under the sun. The Democrats are already doing that. And people still wonder why I call them Democrats. You know that, Shannon? Even after now they want to do abortion up to the day of, they're still questioning, Will Johnson, why you call them Democrats?
Right.
What are you not seeing? What are they looking at?
I think that you saw it coming, though. Just like with Dearborn, you saw it coming, right? Yeah. Even you see the sprouts of evil, yes, and you call it out. Yes. You always have. Yeah. And same thing with the Democrat Party. I mean, when you first started saying it, it irritated me. I'm like, really? Will, don't call them demons. You don't remember that. Because I just, I'm such a give them, the benefit of the doubt. Not all of them are like that, Will. And now I'm like, Will, I understand why you call them Democrats. And it's not even just about that everybody in the party's like that, but everybody votes for it. Everybody votes for their evil agenda.
Yeah.
And they say, I hate Trump more.
But that's the reason why that's the reason why they're like, we'll open up the big tent and we'll let everybody in the big tent, except for Jewish people that wants to have a Jewish nation, Israel, or MAGA Republicans. You're not allowed. And see, the only reason why I want you to, do you know why I want to go in the big tent, Shannon?
Stop it.
Do you know why? I'm gonna tell you why if you don't know.
No. For this moment, I don't know why.
I want to watch the show. Oh. Why does anybody go to the circus?
But it's a crazy.
Seriously, think about it. Why does anybody go to the circus?
Okay.
People go to the circus not to be part of the circus. They go to watch the circus.
Have you ever heard me say I want to go to a circus? I'm not a circus person, right?
Oh, I went to a circus when I was a kid.
I don't like clowns.
Did you ever go to a circus when you were a kid?
No.
You never went?
No.
Oh, I did.
But if you remember,
and I saw the Democrats running around. They got the red nose on their face,
But if you remember, we had a neighbor that was part of some board, and he had or some tickets for us for the circus. You remember? And we took the kids.
I don't remember.
In Arkansas.
Oh yeah.
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 He took it. He gave us tickets. And that was my first circus ever. And
so you have been to the circus.
Yeah, not when I was a kid.
Okay.
I tortured my kids with it.
So and the circus is just that. That's why who gave them wait a minute, listen. Who gave them the idea of calling it a big tent?
We already call them clowns.
Come on,
What's
people.
Wrong with it?
Seriously, who gave them the idea to call it a big tent?
You know what?
And they're so stupid, they ran with it. Oh, yeah, everyone's welcome to the big circus tent.
The devil has a sense of humor, too. He's like,
and they're so stupid, they don't even realize it. They're so stupid, they don't even realize it. Okay. Before we run out of time here, I want to share something else with you. Have you remember the story, Carmela Anthony? This is the young black male that decided to go to an event, and he took the life of Austin. Right? He took the life of another player.
Yeah, Austin Metcalf.
Austin Metcalf. He took his life. He took the life of Austin Metcalf, which is completely despicable for him to do that. Well, they were all saying that he did it in self-defense. It was all self-defense, the reason why he did it. That's the reason why it happened.
That's what Carmelo said.
He was fine. No, yeah. Carmelo said he did it, but yeah, it was all self-defense. That's the story that they told him to go along with. It's all self-defense. It's all self-defense, right? This is what they were telling him. Well, come to find out, there's more information about that day and before that day, what took place, which they did not want to admit into the evidence, which is completely relevant. But before I get to that, I want to show y'all this. This was at the courthouse. This took place outside of the courthouse, where they're also saying that, the only reason why this is happening because of white supremacy and the Klan and everybody's a victim, right?
Yeah, this
all
was
the black people were
trial.
Victim. This was during the trial. This is not recent, but I want to play this just for context here. Okay, listen.
We're outside of the auction block, which is the courthouse. It's the courthouse. It is the auction block because in America it said you can't be a slave unless you commit a crime. So all they did was change and go do convict leasing. We have been dealing with Klansmen in uniforms. We've been dealing with Klansmen in judge robes. We've been dealing with KKK jurors all across America. Texas has the largest prison industrial complex in America. Then comes Louisiana, Mississippi, California. It's all a continuation of chattel slavery. But guess what? We are here representing our ancestors. We are here representing those of us for today. And most important, we're here representing the future. You know what I'm saying? We standing on solid ground. We standing 10 toes down, facing an open enemy. We have lawyers in there doing what they need to be doing. You got the people out here doing what we need to be doing, standing straight. We telling everybody to stand up. This lady came all the way from Mississippi. You know the pigs killed her son in Mississippi and buried him behind the jailhouse with over 600 dead bodies? That needs to be exposed. Say his name. Jackson Wade.
So wait a minute. Are these aborted dead bodies? Because if they're aborted dead bodies, of course the liberal media is not going to talk about it. They don't care. It's aborted dead bodies, especially if they're black. They don't want to hear anything about that. You know, you know what, Shannon? I put a comment on social media the other day, and I want to see if I can bring it up really quick just so I can read it, because it just made me think about that, because they're talking about all these bodies in the back. 600, what'd she say, 600 bodies?
I don't know, but she's
600 bodies in the back dead, right?
Oh, so, yeah, the police department.
So I put this comment out there, right? Let me get this off the screen. Let me get them off the screen. So I put this comment out there, and I said, white MAGA. I had put MAGA in a white MAGA, you know, because I want to trigger the stupid liberals. I said, white MAGA stands up and tries to protect the life of black and brown children in the womb. Because I've seen that repeatedly. White MAGA stands up for black and brown and white children. But I put this one in there just to trigger them. Then I also said, while white socialists are looking to end the life of black and brown children in the womb, every single one of them want to kill the baby up to birth. Right? I put that out there, and of course, the socialist Democrats did not like it. They can't stand to see it. They all of them got butthurt because it's so true.
Oh, they said it's not true?
Well, you know,
well, I mean, they live in ignorance.
It was the black ones got mad at me.
Yeah.
The black liberals got mad at me.
Yeah. Well,
that make sense.
Also I believe it was that same state or some state on the East Coast where a Democrat actually made it illegal for you to be across the street now and pray where an abortion clinic is at. Like, you're not allowed to pray outside of it.
You know, I gotta work around on that. I know how they can do it. You want me to tell you?
Okay, go ahead.
Get some prayer rugs. Get some prayer rugs and everyone just occupy the street.
I see what you're saying. They'll be okay with that.
And then we're like, oh, they're Muslim.
Yeah.
They can do it all day long. They're Muslim. See, if they're Islamic Muslims, terrorists, they're praying with the prayer rug, they've been blocking up the traffic, no problems. That's the solution.
Yeah, because you know it's specifically towards Christians.
Oh, come on.
I mean, the devil only hates, he hates, you know.
I mean, he hates everybody, but these are just useful idiots.
He wants, even the people that he likes, he only likes them because he doesn't want to be alone, right?
Because they're useful idiots.
Yeah.
They're useful idiots. But to get back to Carmelo Anthony.
Correct.
Carmelo Anthony. Listen to this report. This is like breaking news. And this is what the liberals don't want people to know about. They didn't bring this up, and it's just now coming out. Come on, people.
This convicted killer Carmelo Anthony's retrial hearing continues today as the judge is considering a trove of evidence that the jury never saw, including disturbing text messages that were sent by Anthony. Todd Pyro joins us now with the latest. Todd?
Ainsley, good morning. The fate of Carmelo Anthony's retrial attempt remains undecided as his hearing for a new trial continues this morning. Prosecutors revealing disturbing new texts showing Anthony threatening to murder his girlfriend around the time Austin Metcalf was stabbed in the heart at a high school track meet. One text from Anthony reads, quote, "How many bullets you want coming out of your chest?" Anthony sending another saying, quote, "When I stab somebody, I'm going to lick their blood off the blade.
Wow.
And this text sent 2 hours before Metcalf was murdered, reading, quote, I'm low-key on the verge. After receiving these threatening texts, Anthony's ex-girlfriend allegedly told an assistant principal he was stalking her. Prosecutors adding Anthony had a history of getting into fights and an obsession with knives and guns. This information just now being revealed to the jury, or just now being revealed, I should say, was kept under wraps by both sides as a gentleman's agreement, promising to not use the text as evidence ahead of Anthony's original murder trial. The defense had agreed not to speak on victim Austin Metcalf's juvenile criminal history, which included graffiti and incidents of Metcalf bullying minority students, being violent, and using racial slurs. Anthony's team now claiming the agreement violated his constitutional rights and contributed to his decision not to testify. The court's going to hear more testimony today. Back over to you.
Okay, good deal. Thank you so much.
Problem
well,
with
in just
that
hours,
is that Austin Metcalf, when he was making those comments, be that they were racist, who cares? There's this thing called freedom of speech, meaning that you get to say stuff that people don't like. And no, it is not hate speech. Just because you don't like somebody saying something does not make it hate speech. It just means it's speech that you hate.
You know what, though, Will, beyond that, do you want me to tell you what color his girlfriend was?
Austin?
Yeah, no. Carmelo, the one that he was sending threatening texts to. She was black. This wasn't a color thing.
So he was threatening his black girlfriend with her life.
Yes.
Oh,
How many bullets you
on.
want in your chest? That was to his ex-girlfriend, who was black. So this wasn't a color thing. He wasn't intimidated by that. That probably would have worked in their favor a little bit if it did come out. But he was actually sending those to his ex-girlfriend.
Oh, come on.
He had a demon he has. I'm not going to say he had. He has a demon in him. And it took over, and he took an innocent life. They didn't even know each other. They were from different schools. He had no way of knowing Metcalf's previous comments. It may be one time he made that comment. I don't know. But he didn't know him enough to want to kill him for that. He just randomly picked on that tent, and Austin got the brunt of his evilness.
You know, I remember when I was younger and I was hanging out with a group of guys, and this is during the time, I've told this story before. I don't know if I told it to you, but I was hanging out with a group of guys, and we were at a particular taco joint, and we came out of the taco joint, and we're just minding our own business. It was like 4 of us, and I was driving at the time. And while I was driving, we were getting ready to get into the car, and these 2 black dudes walked up to us, and they go, "What's funny?" And we're like, what are you talking about? What's so funny? What's so funny? And one of them was reaching like he had a gun. Same thing with Carmelo Anthony. In the black community, and I don't know why it's like this, it's disgusting to no end, but in the black community, they have this thing, this idea that in order to become a man, you have to go to prison. You have to do something, you have to do a violent crime so you can end up in jail. You're really a big man if you kill somebody. This is being taught in the black community. And that day, I could have been shot and be like, dude, we don't know what you're talking about. We just came out. But he's edging on to shoot somebody. I don't know if he went on the rest of that day to go actually shoot somebody or what. But this is something that constantly happening. What he did to Austin Metcalf is what the thoughts that go through a lot of black people. That's why black people, when they see this story, for them, this is the norm. This is what they do.
Well, the comment where he said he was going to stab somebody, lick the blood off of the knife, that was just a couple hours before he stabbed him.
That's my point.
Which, like
That's
you
my
said,
point.
is premeditation right then.
That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly my point.
Right.
These people are blatantly evil. Talking about somebody being blatantly evil, Shannon. James Tallarico. Talking about being blatantly evil. James Tallarico. This is the same James Tallarico that said God is non-binary. The same James Tallarico that said there's six genders. The same James Tallarico said that the one thing that he loves the most in this world is trans kids. This dude is sick. This is the same James Tallarico that wants dragon queen events for kids. The same James Tallarico that wants these perverted books in schools for kids, teaching little Johnny how to have anal sex with Tyrone. You see what I did there? That's the type of books that he wants in schools, and then they get upset when Republicans want to remove these books. Well, listen to James Tallarico here. And you know what, Shannon? They're saying that he's up in the polls here in the state of Texas. They're saying that he's up in the polls.
Well, we don't listen to polls anymore.
No, I mean, the same polls that say all of them, they said Hung was up in the polls, Kamala Harris was up in the polls. You know, they keep saying these same polls, and that's the liberal media keep pushing those same polls, and it's all over social media. James Tallarico's in the lead. But the scary thing is there's a lot of communists that move from California to Texas. Why come here? Don't you love socialism? Well, see, socialism failed in California, so they believe that they can come do socialism better here. Everywhere capitalists have thrived, they want to go in and adopt it for their own. And then they just destroy it. It's like cockroaches moving in. But listen to what James Tallarico has to say here.
God is not a Presbyterian. God is not a Christian. God is not a noun at all. God is a verb. God is not a being. God is being itself. God is love. And that's why Jesus is against anything that gets in the way of that love between neighbors, including religion.
Shannon, where does the term Christian come from?
Christ-like. It's the very definition. Of course, God's not going to
let me ask you this: who was the Word made flesh?
Christ.
So for him to say that God is not Christian, he is denying Christ.
Well, and he also says he's not a noun, which is a being, a person, a spirit, a thing. He's a verb. He's just an action. He's just like the air, the wind blowing. Come on. But then he talks about him like he is a being and a man. This guy's such a hypocrite. You know what, Will? When I look at him, I know he's not the Antichrist because it's not coming from the United States, but he definitely is an antichrist. He is anti-Christian. He hates God. He is evil.
Yeah, he has the antichrist.
He's blasphemous. He doesn't even know who God is. That's why he can say he's whatever he wants, because he doesn't know who he is. He doesn't have God in him. He doesn't have the Holy Spirit in him. Therefore, he cannot define him.
Yeah, yeah. But he's been. I mean, when he said that God is non-binary, what?
And the fact that a church would sit there and let him speak.
And he goes to these black churches.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
I mean, I showed one yesterday. He's sitting down at a black church and he's talking to a black, I'm assuming it was a black pastor, but he's talking to this black guy and he's saying that, the SAVE Act is going to prevent black people from voting. This dude is a charlatan. He is exactly what the Bible tells us about false prophets, because he wants everyone to come across that he is a Christian, but then he turns around and says he hates Christianity.
And he's trying to change what a Christian is.
Democrats love him.
Right. Because he gives them approval for the evilness. The evil in them relates to him.
So let me show something else, because time is running out here. Let me show you something else. Here's one. If you take your child to school and you have a sick adult there, a man, putting on lipstick, doing his hair, trying to be a woman, do you want your child to be subject to that? Your child should be going to school, learning about reality. They should not be going there. Now, they can go to school and learn to have an imagination, because through imagination, we can be innovative, but they still need to stick with reality. 2 + 2 = 4. If you're going to be innovative in something and you're going to create something, you have to use the reality of math. That's just the way it works. But these sick adult individuals, they're trying to indoctrinate our kids into something we don't need to see, something the kids don't need to see. It's perverted. If I see a man in a dress, guess what? I'm going to call him a him. He is a man. I'm not going to play along. And trying to force our children to play along with this perverted stuff, straight up sick. 100% straight up sick. Evil.
Parents shouldn't have to pass an ideological test to participate in public education. Oh, here's what our detractors are telling us, by the way. You don't support school hiring a trans teacher? Maybe public school isn't for you or your family. Maybe homeschool. Maybe private school. That's right. Maybe pay taxes into the school system and then pay again to escape from it. Point is, parents, not administrators, not academics, not social justice activists, remain the primary moral authority in the lives of their children. And I'm not surrendering the formation of my children to people who think my family, our traditions, and moral convictions are something they're obligated to disrupt. God entrusted their upbringing to us, not over-educated administrators with late-stage luxury beliefs. And that's not hatred, that's fatherhood.
Luxury beliefs?
Well, let me just put some
luxury
context.
Beliefs?
Let me put some context to this. This is about a school where they hired a teacher that calls themselves non-binary.
A trainee. I don't hear you.
This is a teacher that is non-binary.
A tranny.
And he wants to be called Mrs.
Yes.
And he wears skirts and dresses. And so the parents are like, I don't want my child in that class, and I don't want them to call him Mrs.
And these sick
because
people are
he's
fighting
not.
for him.
And that was a parent standing up. And this is the school, somebody in the school district that's actually rallying and supporting this in the school.
Yeah, listen.
I'm here tonight because when a member of our community is being targeted or publicly vilified, we have a responsibility to speak up. Tonight, I'm speaking in support of an educator, a young teacher who's in her first job out of college. She chose education. She chose to serve children. She chose to bring the arts, creativity, and learning to the classroom. And instead of finding encouragement, she has become the target of political attacks because of how she wants to show up in the world. Let me be clear. No teacher should be targeted, harassed, or publicly vilified because of their gender identity. As the NAACP, we believe in equal protection, dignity, and fairness for every member of our community. We also believe that our schools should be places where children can learn and educators can do their jobs without being turned into political targets.
So what are they learning? What are they learning? What does this perversion have to do with them becoming good stewards in society later on? This perversion has nothing to do with anything. He is a man. If the children don't want to play along with the perversion, the children shouldn't have to play along. When the children go to school, you know what? I have a daughter, and it kind of made me think about it. My daughter, she was on the cheerleading team. And when she was on the cheerleading team, there were some other girls that was doing some extra stuff with boys after school and doing some extra things. My daughter and some of the other girls didn't want to participate in that. They didn't want to have anything to do with it, so they didn't hang out with her. The girl complained because my daughter and the other girls would not hang out with her. Would not hang out with her. They complained. So the school, being liberal as they are, they made programs. They had this whole policy thing to make the kids do activities together.
Yeah, because they were all cheerleaders, and she was mad that Tiara and her friends didn't want to be friends with her because she was doing things she shouldn't have been doing. And then the school supported. They're like, well, you should still be nice to her. And they're like, we are nice to her. We just don't want to hang out with her. And they're like, well, you shouldn't want to hang out with her. They're like, she's not our friend. She's just our teammate. We're being nice to her. We just don't want to hang out with her.
It's the same thing when you go to work. You have coworkers. If you don't want to hang out with your coworkers after work, you don't have to hang out with them. But they were trying to force the girls to hang out with each other. And the girls was doing extra stuff with boys when they shouldn't have been doing it. I was so proud of my daughter that she didn't want to participate in that crap. I'm like, yes, I did something right. Like I did something right. It was so beautiful. It was amazing. Did something right. Absolutely. Let me say this. Be mindful of your children and what they're being taught. I know we already had to deal with social media, But when we take our kids to school, we think that we're taking them to a safe space where we will be protected, not only from crazies outside, but the crazies inside. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you on Monday, fun day, right here in the Culture Wars. Coming up next here on LFA TV, Kevin Smith, Loud Majority. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to go anywhere. Stay right there. God bless. Hit that thumbs on the way out. Peace.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's where's my bottom here? Here we go. All right, we are back. What's happening, everybody? Friday, August 21st, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. More voter nonsense. Well, you know what? Actually, before we get into the show, real quick, I'm going to be talking incredibly funny on the show today. So just a heads up to everybody who's watching. I'm going to be talking very funny. I got Novocaine in my mouth at about 10:30 this morning. So if I talk like a complete and utter jackass, that's why. So just a heads up. Believe me, it was so much worse. It was so much worse this morning. So yeah. Just something we're all going to deal with today. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Bub, all right, let's get to the news. More voter fraud nonsense. Today, as James O'Keefe drops a new video of him in the state of Alaska, where apparently he attempted to vote as, I should say, Lisa Murkowski's brother, who, of course, is on the Alaska voter rolls despite not living in the state. He also attempted to vote for her state chairwoman, and they let him, which is pretty odd. It's pretty odd, if you ask me. Also, Joe Biden comes out and says that it's possible. It's entirely possible that Joe Biden might have been on drugs while he was debating. Yeah, we know. You don't need to tell us that. We all watched it. And Carmelo Anthony may be getting a new trial down in the state of Texas. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up. I can hear myself in my ear what I sound like. So I just, once again, I'll apologize right up front for sounding completely and utterly ridiculous. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling. Yeah. I've bit my tongue like 12 times today. So just something we're all going to deal with. It's just something we're all going to have to deal with. It'll go away by 3 o'clock, they said. No. I still sound like a complete jackass. So my hair looks good. Thank you, Sophie. I do appreciate that. So before we get started, guys, do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. Before we get rocking, before we get rolling here, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. Let's pop. Look at that. Look at this good stuff we got right here. loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Oh, you guys can grab one of these. Check this out. I got one right here. You guys can get the ice hat. That way you can do what I did and accidentally piss off everybody in the 7-Eleven, which is what I did the other day. You guys can pick that up. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com and use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. So, get the nice hair out again. Oh, yeah. So, James O'Keefe continuing to do what James O'Keefe does. He was up in Alaska, a place nobody ever thought anyone would ever want to be, to unleash some more voter fraud schemes. Because let's be honest, there's not enough of those in America right now. Let's check out what old JOK has been up to in the frozen land.
In Anchorage, Alaska, I'm about to get offered Senator Lisa Murkowski's brother's ballot.
The last name is Murkowski. I think I left my wallet in the vehicle. Would it be possible to vote without it today?
Absolutely possible.
Oh, good.
I said, I can vote. Brian Murkowski can vote. She's like, yes, you can vote.
You can vote if you'd like to. Do you want to do a question ballot?
I mean, all I got to do is do the question ballot, then I can vote.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Brian Murkowski, Senator Murkowski's brother, doesn't even live in Alaska, but his name is still on the voter rolls.
Do you know how to spell Brian?
Brian.
Yeah,
that's the address.
In the correct place.
Oh, perfect.
Vote. You have a mugshot.
Oh, I think I left that at home. Blood?
DNA.
I got blood. Yeah.
You got blood. You want to leave your blood?
You're Caroline. Carolyn. Carolyn's a funny one, by the way. Thank you for helping me.
And you know what? We appreciate it too because, we're volunteers and we're trying to figure this out.
Huh? We're all trying to figure things out in life, right? Yeah. Brian Murkowski always does the right thing.
Lives. Senator Lisa Murkowski is a holdout on the SAVE Act. She has reasons for opposing the SAVE alienate vote Alaska.
It's a logistical challenge. Is it insurmountable? Maybe not. Is it going to be really hard to do in certain places? I think that's fair to say.
So we went to those places. More on that soon. We came out to Alaska to prove how easy it is to get offered the Murkowski's ballot. Murkowski's brother lives over there in Anchorage. We're going to go there and see if I can get offered his ballot with no identification, just by signing a piece of paper. We also saw if we could get offered Karina Waller's ballot. That's Senator Lisa Murkowski's own state director, which she just hired. So, we're here in Anchorage, Alaska on Election Day. Team is going into Rabbit Creek Elementary School. We're going in to see if we can get offered the ballot.
Waller? Yeah. That's it. Can see can see your ID, please.
Gosh, I forgot it. I left it.
Okay, we can do a question ballot, or you can go home and get it.
A question ballot is issued when a voter cannot provide a sufficient form of ID. It is still a voting ballot that is submitted but may face further review. According to Title 15 of the Alaska statutes, a voter who casts a question ballot shall vote the ballot in the same manner as prescribed for other voters.
We can do a question ballot.
okay.
Can you just make sure that all of it is there?
You won't be signing. Oh, okay. Karina Waller? Yeah, you're in the right spot.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay, so we just got out of the location and Team OMG just got offered the ballot for Karina Waller, who Senator Murkowski hired to be her state director. So Senator Murkowski's own campaign staff's ballots are not secure. We're getting offered her ballot. It's shocking that nobody recognized the fact that she wasn't Waller. She just said, oh yeah, just fill out this form and you don't have your ID, no problem. Unbelievable. We're headed to the next location. Lisa Murkowski is one of the only standouts left in the Senate on the SAVE Act.
The only people that would vote against that are people that are going to cheat in an election. Lisa Murkowski from Alaska. Nobody's done more for Alaska than me. She's Trump deranged. What can I tell you?
Let's see if getting offered her brother's ballot changes her perspective. Brian Murkowski, Senator Murkowski's brother, doesn't even live in Alaska, but his name is still on the voter rolls, so we're going to go in there and see if they let us vote in his name. Now, we're not going to actually vote. We're not impersonating him. We're just saying his name and asking questions. Hello there. How are you doing this morning? Good. Nice. Excited to vote here. The name is Brian Murkowski.
If you want, we can look you up first. Or...
Yeah, I just want to see this right.
No, I left the ID at home.
So,
Can
okay.
I give you a name?
Yeah, we'll trade.
Okay, sorry about that. The last name is Murkowski.
And what is your first name?
The name is Brian.
Do you know how to spell Brian?
Brian. Is the name on the list?
You are.
Okay, perfect. So this is the right place.
Yes. State ID.
Oh, okay.
Military ID.
I think I left that at home.
Oh.
Maybe
I should be like TSA. A real ID, please.
Would it be possible to vote without it today?
Absolutely possible.
Oh, good.
You have a mugshot.
Oh, I think I left that at home. Blood?
DNA.
I got blood. Yeah.
You got blood. You want to leave your blood?
Can you check to see if I'm in the right place?
I can do that for you.
Oh, hello.
But you don't have any IDs?
I think I left it at home. Would it still be possible to vote today?
Yeah. Yes. You can vote if you'd like to. Do you want to do a question ballot?
I mean, all I got to do is do the question ballot, then I can vote.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's so convenient. It's shocking that the people inside this polling location here in Alaska did not question me at all, considering the last name Murkowski is very, very unusual last name, and that's their current senator. But I went in there and kept saying I didn't have my ID. The woman said, you can vote today. All you got to do is fill this document out. So we just fill out the question ballot, and then Brian Murkowski can vote today.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You're Caroline. Carolyn. Carolyn's a funny one, by the way.
Carolyn, you're funny.
But you'd have to fill out this one and you sign on here. But
Well,
we're open until 8.
Listen, the Murkowskis always do the right thing. Brian Murkowski always does the right thing.
The election worker even telling me, hey, we're just kind of figuring this out. These are just volunteers. It'd be interesting to see what Senator Murkowski has to say about her own election workers here in Alaska saying out loud to me, offering me a ballot in the name of Murkowski, telling me, hey, we're just trying to figure this out.
Come to think of it, I am going to go get my ID. That way, I think that's better.
And you know what? We appreciate it too because, we're volunteers and we're trying to figure this out.
We're all trying to figure things out in life, right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll be back. Thank you for your help. They said that I can fill out a questionable person's ballot, and they're all just trying to figure things out, huh? I said, I can vote, Brian Murkowski can vote. She's like, yes, you can vote. So we got it. We got offered Brian Murkowski's ballot to vote. The brother of Senator Lisa Murkowski wearing this face mask.
Senator Lisa Murkowski remains the holdout vote on the SAVE Act. She has a lot of reasons for opposing the SAVE Act, including it's going to disenfranchise people who live on these remote islands in Alaska. So we went to those islands and talked to those people, and they contradicted everything that the senator has said about the people who live on those islands unable to get an ID. And that's coming up next.
Right before we published this report, we did in fact get a statement from Senator Lisa Murkowski's office. Quote, Murkowski has consistently supported the requirement of photo ID to vote, and earlier this month she voted in favor of a separate measure on the Senate floor to do just that. However, the Save America Act is an overly burdensome one-size-fits-all mandate from Washington. It would be impossible to implement in time for this election and would likely disenfranchise thousands of eligible Alaskan voters. In any case, voter impersonation is a crime and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, unquote. It should be noted that we did not actually impersonate any voters in this report. We just asked questions and posed hypotheticals.
Check. Come on, baby. Come on, let's do it.
It all started when Starlight, that's the code word for one of our undercover journalists and American
Pretty
swipers.
wild, pretty wild stuff. Apparently, Lisa Murkowski is more worried about James O'Keefe impersonating a voter than she is obvious voter fraud. Now, this shouldn't come as a shock to almost anybody. Lisa Murkowski has been incredibly useless the entire time she's been in the Senate. She's only still there because Mitch McConnell, prior to dying, completely protected her. Because senators, as we have seen over the course of, well, I would say for sure, ever, but definitely within the last year, have really shown that they are more concerned with protecting their friends than they are with doing what the American people ask, which is probably why the RNC spent $100 million. $100 million on the John Cornyn race, despite him losing his primary like 62-38. All that money could have been spent in much better places around the country to actually save the Senate or for the general election. Instead, it was spent to save a guy who got barely a third of the vote. But, you guys know this sort of stuff. You guys know this. All they care about is protecting their friends, not doing anything for people like you. Pretty wild stuff. Also wild, Jill Biden will not go away. She simply will not go away. Dr. Jill, of course, she's a doctor. As Whoopi Goldberg told us, she's a great doctor who should be the Surgeon General of the United States, despite not being an MD, being a PhD. But, Whoopi Goldberg is retarded. She says that she has not ruled out the possibility that Joe Biden may have been drugged during the presidential debate. Before we get to that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So Dr. Jill simply will not go away, despite the fact no one wanted her to show up in the first place. She is now entertaining the possibility that someone may have drugged Joe Biden during his presidential debate. That's right. Former First Lady Jill Biden doubled down on the possibility that her husband had been drugged ahead of the 2024 debate when asked on a podcast on Thursday whether doctors ruled out if he had a stroke. Podcast host Jamie Curran-Lima, I don't know who the hell that is, asked Biden if a stroke was ruled out by doctors ahead of the debate. Dr. Jill responded, well, they did. They said, I didn't say to them when I wrote the book, I was reflecting, but I didn't say, God, did Joe have a stroke? I said, is he okay? Is he okay? Well, first off, I don't know. That's barely a sentence, but that's actually not what you said, Dr. Jill. You said, you did so good, Joe. You answered every question. And to be clear, I think the problem was that Joe Biden wasn't on drugs for that debate. I think that might be the actual issue here. Nothing a little Ativan and some Adderall, just give him a little toot before he goes out there. I'm sure Hunter's got some in his back pocket. Maybe, put a little pep in his step. Wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world for Joe Biden that day if he had a little bit of cocaine, a little cocaine before he went out there. Maybe it would have helped him out a little bit. She said, there's all kinds of theories. He had been traveling. I know he was tired and he didn't feel well that day when I saw him, but there was nothing definitive that I could point to. Oh, man. Lima asked, there's no way anyone could have, God forbid, laced his drink or something. And Dr. Jill responded with, who knows? Well, no, Dr. Jill. He wasn't drugged. He was a decrepit old man who was way past his prime that you continue to shuffle out there onto the stage so that you could keep your book tour going, because nothing says I love you, honey, like letting your husband get embarrassed on a national stage just to remain in power. It's pretty banana stuff. Pretty wild stuff. That it's even something that even needs to be like addressed out loud, because we know what happened. The guy had been dead for a while, and now we still have to sit there and listen to people like Jake Tapper. Oh, nobody knew. Nobody had any idea. It's befuddling, to say the least. It's confusing. Let me write a book about it. Instead of just coming out with a mea culpa saying, no, it turns out we lied to everybody. Wild stuff. We live in crazy times, everybody. We live in crazy times where the media will not admit the fact that the president of the United States may or may not have been dead. But that we don't really discuss the fact that that the Biden administration might have lost like 500,000 kids as they let them be trafficked over the border. Luckily, the Trump administration is doing everything in their power to try to get some of these kids back.
The Biden administration, they lost 450,000 kids. Since President Trump has been put into office, we have recovered over 150,000 just last month. Over the last 30 days, actually, we've recovered 29,000 I'm sorry, 2,944 kids, because President Trump allowed me to put together a task force, and we're focusing heavy on these cities and states that refuse to work with us.
Well, that ought to be called aiding and abetting in law breaking, like Gavin
That's
bragging
right.
about giving benefits to illegals.
Shut up, Sean.
Secretary Mueller.
You know, I'll hear from Mark Wayne Mullen. I don't need to hear from Sean Hannity. It's not 2003 anymore. But can't point out the fact that the president was dead, and you can't point out the fact that he might have lost 1 million kids by virtue signaling to the entire country that, you know, the totality of the world is welcome here. The whole damn world is welcome here. Pretty wild stuff. Pretty insane. Also pretty insane. On Monday's show, you guys aren't going to want to miss this. I'm having my true crime guru on the show, because I learned about someone yesterday, someone named Lindsay Clancy, who apparently the entire internet is talking about. The whole damn internet is talking about this woman. She killed her kids. Was it her fault? Was it Big Pharma? Was it the husband? And I got myself into a little bit of trouble. I got myself into a wee bit of trouble when my smartassery got the better of me. When I said that I suspected, because just to be clear, I have no idea what's going on in this case. We're going to talk to my friend Natalie about that, because she loves true crime. And apparently there's a lot more to this story than meets the eye. But I have you guys chat. Let me know. Have you guys been following this case? Do you guys know about the Lindsay Clancy case? While I get a sip. Have you guys heard of this? Apparently, it's closing arguments today in the Lindsay Clancy thing. Yeah, so some people have heard of it. Very good. Very good. Yeah, I made a smart-ass comment, considering nobody can really decide who did it or why they did it or what they did or how they did it. So I went on Twitter and I said that I think Candace Owens may have killed those kids, that I don't have any proof of it. It's just a gut feeling I have, and I'm allowed to think it. And it came to me in a dream, and it's just a gut feeling. And, I'm allowed to think what I want to think, because apparently that's all the evidence you need. So I said that, and then someone I went to high school with got very, very mad at me when I belittled the issue there. So we're going to have somebody on to explain to me what all is going on with this. You guys aren't going to want to miss out on that. Speaking of true crime, Carmelo Anthony, you guys remember that story? Tragic story, sad story that didn't really have to happen. Apparently he's going to be getting a new trial in the state of Texas. This was the stabbing that took place at the high school. Carmelo Anthony stabbed a young man for what seems like absolutely no reason at all. He's going to be getting a new trial with a new judge, it seems, or a new judge in the trial for the retrial, retrial.
Knows that the legal system is failing Black Texans. So it's really taking on this added rhetorical aspect and political aspect. In reality, the motions for a new trial, in my view, are fairly anemic. One of the arguments is that I would have testified, but my lawyers really didn't fully advise me on this stuff. That's going to be hard to make out. I mean, this was a knowing point of strategy on the point of the defense. This gentleman's agreement, as it's being referred to, is not that uncommon. Sometimes lawyers and prosecutors will say, you know what, there's bad stuff here for both of us. Do we really want this in the trial? So it was a trade-off on both sides. They were saying both sides decided that they wanted to minimize the risk. Now, is a court going to order a new trial because of that strategic decision? I think it still will be tough. And they're also arguing again that the jury lacked a black juror. But the jury was not, as is commonly reported, all white. It actually had minority members. And the prosecutors struck potential black jurors because they were educators. And this was a crime that occurred on school grounds. So all of that is going to have to be reviewed here and possibly on appeal.
Yeah, you're talking about the Asian members, the diversity that was on the court that might not have been Black Americans. Can I just ask you about that for a second? As you're putting a jury together, and both sides can weigh in, they can strike. I think you get up to 3 or more of people that you can just say no to no matter what the situation. I mean, is it even legal to just pick out people based on race? Or how does it work?
No, it's not legal to pick out people on race. You could make what's called a Batson objection. And in that case, the court said you're not entitled to a jury of a particular racial mix.
Okay.
But at the same time, under the Sixth Amendment and equal protection, prosecutors cannot strike jurors just because of their race. Now, here the prosecutors are saying we didn't. We struck them on the basis of their backgrounds. We felt that they were going to be more sympathetic to the defense. That is a valid issue. So the courts will look at this, and it's not the result that is the determinative factor here. It is the motivation. Why did the prosecutors do it? Does this appear objectively reasonable?
Pretty wild stuff coming out of this case. Megyn Kelly and her team of attorneys also broke down this whole sort of gentleman's agreement that went on. Apparently, the prosecution had even more evidence than they were letting on, and this is not going to end up looking very good for the Carmelo Anthony team. The fact that we're even having to go over this is actually pretty wild, but we do. Here's Megyn Kelly.
Marianne Martinez reporting, because they're in court this morning on Carmelo Anthony on the defense motion to get him a new trial, saying that there had been a gentleman's agreement that we weren't going to do character. And the prosecution somehow violated that by making some passing reference to like what Austin Metcalf liked to do or what Carmelo Anthony liked to do for fun. It's such a Hail Mary by the defense. But something big happened in court this morning when the prosecutor got up and did not deny that there was a gentleman's agreement to not go to the character place on either the accused, Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf at a track meet for absolutely nothing. Austin told him he had to leave Austin's team's tent, and Carmelo Anthony instantly stabbed him. Or Austin Metcalf. They both sides agreed we're not going to do character evidence on either the defendant or the decedent. And the prosecutor got up there and said, we did have such an agreement, but let me tell you what we would have introduced had we gone there. It would have been like, because now the defense is like, we should have been able to do that. If we're going to do that, we could have talked about what a bad person Austin Metcalf was. And he's like, how about Carmelo Anthony, the actual defendant? Here's what I had in my back pocket. He says, first of all, Carmelo Anthony's girlfriend, Valeria, would have testified that she went to school the morning of the stabbing, April 2nd, 2025. And she told school officials that she had broken up with Carmelo Anthony and that he was stalking her. So this had happened that morning. 1 hour later, Austin Metcalf was dead, according to the prosecutor, clearly painting a picture of this kid, so-called Carmelo Anthony, who was a hothead, who was angry that morning, in some level of emotional distress and turmoil already at the time he showed up at the track meet. It's starting to come together, that hair trigger he had. But here's the real headline. So first of all, he texted the girlfriend, I'm low-key on the verge. He texted her the morning of the stabbing. The verge of what? We're not sure exactly. However, the prosecutor says Anthony had a history of violence and that he wanted to stab someone. Quote, there is a text message where he fantasizes about stabbing someone and licking the blood off the blade, he said of Anthony. He was obsessed with starting fights, said the prosecutor, and he was prepared to prove that, revealing Anthony had previously been taken by his parents to a special program at LSU for kids who cannot keep their hands to themselves. He went on to say, let's see, there was one other thing suggesting that there was previous aggressive behavior and text messages about a knife in particular. That came out a little bit after. So all of this is deeply disturbing and would not have helped Carmelo Anthony at all, Arthur. So what do you make of it?
Well, first of all, this type of evidence usually only comes out if the defendant's going to testify. You can't unless it's absolutely relevant. Now, maybe the part about the girlfriend going that day, because that's relevant, right? That's within hours of this happening. That may have come out, but it didn't. And I mean, that's the thing. The difference between a jury and a judge at this point, you could let it all hang out. And Megan, I mean, I think Hail Mary is what the term you use. I would say a miracle. In other words, they made a passing reference to him being not a nice kid, but they really had a tremendous amount of.
So it turns out in this wild case that you would think would be open and shut, but everybody tried to, turn into a racial thing because there were no black people on the jury, despite the fact that there were like Indians and Asians on there. They made it sound like it was all white people. Turns out this kid, Carmelo Anthony, not only had a history of violence, but apparently had broken up with his girlfriend, or his girlfriend had accused him of stalking or some version of that the exact same day. So he goes to this track meet. He's pissed off. He has a history of violence, and he looks to attack somebody, and then he stabs some kid in the chest for absolutely no reason. Now, look, I didn't run track in high school because I was into girls, but I assume you don't bring your knives with you to track meets. I know I never brought a knife with me to my lacrosse games. I never brought one with me to my football games. It's just not something you did. Maybe a pair of scissors. That's possible. Scissors would certainly be, something one would have. Tape up your ankles. You got to cut some athletic tape. That's totally normal. But most people don't bring a pocket knife with them, a gigantic one, to a track meet. I don't know. Maybe you do. Maybe you do bring it with you, and I'm just I don't know. Maybe I'm not up to date on these things. Maybe I'm not up to date. However, look, this is like a true crime week happening. I still can't believe that right now on my TV screen, I am actually watching. Well, now I'm not watching. I'm doing this, but right now on the TV screen, there is actually a trial going on for the guy who killed Tupac. I mean, now we're solving crimes from the 90s, but we can't seem to get ones from the last couple of years right. Now we've got a story. Tim Walz apparently was like, you know what? I haven't been a giant pain in the ass enough over the course of the last several years. Let's make it even worse. As Tim Walz has now vowed to move Derek Chauvin back to state prison if President Trump pardons him, as the former cop is moved to overturn the charges. Now, I'm going to say something very controversial. It's not controversial at all. I think that they put Derek Chauvin in jail to save a city at the height of all of the riots and all the nonsense going on. Derek Chauvin obviously was put in jail for the rest of his life. I'm not really sure why. Chauvin has now asked that the state overturn his conviction due to a lack of a grand jury. This is pretty fascinating. If he issues that pardon, said Walz, we simply transfer Derek Chauvin to serve his 22 and a half years in state prison. So if Trump did overturn Derek Chauvin's conviction, Tim Walz would just stick him in a state jail and let him rot away forever. I don't want to live in a country that sacrifices a human in order to save a city, because the city refuses to get its people in check. Chauvin's attorney is seeking to dismiss the state charges against his client, alleging in a filing earlier this week that there were fraudulent and unlawful conduct from Walz, Keith Ellison, and Hennepin County Attorney's Office. The 31-page filing argues in part that Chauvin's due process rights were violated because there was never a grand jury convened to review the state charges against him. Earlier this week, Elon Musk, an ally of President Trump, posted "Free Chauvin." Apparently, Elon Musk hasn't caused any more consternation in the world for a little while, so he thought he'd jump right back on in. Elon tweeted out, Derek Chauvin was unjustly convicted of murder and therefore should be freed. The facts show that he was not the cause of death, nor did he at any time intend for the death to occur. Whatever else he may be, he is not a murderer, and that is simply the truth. Now, some people are going to find that statement controversial. I'm not really sure why, considering everything Elon Musk just said was true. George Floyd died of an overdose. I'm sorry if that upsets some people, but I am not in the business of, holding back my emotions and holding back truth to appease the feelings of the dumbest people in the room. So if that's something that bothers you, there's an X, top of the screen. It's probably right. Well, maybe it's over here for you. It's right over there. You go ahead and hit that bad boy anytime you want. You hit that bad boy anytime you want. No skin off me, baby. No skin off me. Here we go. Giddy up. Let's go. We're going to be checking the markets in just a minute because there was some big movements today in the Dow Jones and apparently the beef markets. President Trump asked, where is the beef? And he got a response. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So, the bull market continues in the Dow Jones, with the Dow being up 1.1% today. The NASDAQ and the S&P up 0.5% after a quick fall off yesterday. Buy the dip, baby. Always buy the dip. That's not financial advice. That's just something people say. So you know what? When things turn out, I certainly did. Oh, yeah. Discounted price, baby. Oh, yeah. Pfizer looking real good. Pfizer's looking real good for the big guy right now. They're making enough money, so you know what? Why the hell shouldn't I make it as well? There's also gigantic announcements in the beef department because we all love beef here in America. The United States, this from townhall.com, will allow more beef to be imported with the goal of keeping the prices down, President Trump said on Friday. The president said for the next 3 months, there will be 300,000 metric tons of product of ground beef to be imported with no out-of-quota tariff in order to, quote, rebuild this herd and help our ranchers, Trump said in a Truth Social post. Do I have it here? Today, I concluded a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for working families in America. As everyone knows, under President Biden, beef prices soared at their fastest rate, and the American beef herd fell to its smallest size in modern history. As we work to rebuild the herd and help our ranchers for the next 30 days, the United States will allow in 300,000 metric tons of product for ground beef to be imported with no out-of-quota tariff. We have a commitment that this beef will be sold at 25% below current market values. The deal will reduce Americans and give space for our great beef herd to grow again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, the reason why this matters is because as we have stopped importing as much beef as we used to, that caused the price to go up because the herds were being killed off significantly faster, in a much faster way. So now while we allow the importation of some of this ground beef, we can now get our herds back to the places where they need to be. So I'm very, look, it's still summer. Have your barbecue, baby. Have your barbecues and let's kick it. I like it. I like it a lot. Guys, do me a favor. Hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. There's so much, it's so funny. There's so much of this news about this Lindsay Clancy trial that I have not heard of. And I want to save it until Monday. I do want to save it until Monday, but there is just a little bit of stuff happening. Oh, by the way, just anybody. Here we go. Let me pull this up. Anybody from New York? Did you guys see what all happened over the course of the last several days, or at least yesterday, here in my beloved state? We had a little bit of weather here in New York. Let me pull this up for you real quick. It turns out now, while Zoran Mamdani is very, very focused on doing nothing, he can't get the roads. Oh, why is that still up? He can't get the roads.
Midair moments after.
Oh, nope, not that one. Here it is. He can't get the streets to stop flooding. This was, looks like it was on the west side. Just a river going down the street. And that wasn't all. Here was some video out of the subway. If it's not bad enough, you got to worry about being stabbed on the subway. Now you also have to worry about drowning. This was the photo in Atlantic Beach, which is on Long Island, for anybody who's around here. It turns out this entire bunch of cabanas were completely blown off of their moorings. A tornado landed on the south shore of Long Island. Just so everyone is aware, that gigantic tornado landed like 12 miles from where I am currently sitting. Good stuff all around. Good stuff all around. Absolutely wild weather scenes yesterday here in New York. Here was Fox Weather giving. I'm sure people live in a place where they have to deal with this, but we just don't have to deal with this sort of stuff here on Long Island, or at least we used to not have to see tornadoes popping up like Dorothy right in front of our house. Here was Fox Weather talking about this one yesterday. Do I have it?
Confirmed to hit the Atlantic Beach, New York area as well. Started as basically a waterspout, but it was a tornadic waterspout. So once it came ashore, officially a tornado hit the area. So let's get out there. For the first time I'm seeing her today, Fox multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres is live on the scene. The cabanas look like they took a beating yesterday out there on the beach, Chelsea.
Oh, they absolutely did. Bob, Steven, I mean, it's pretty incredible to see the damage that happened from this waterspout turned tornado. And I kind of want to show you a little bit because we have some guys back here. They've already been doing some cleanup. They've been here ever since we got here hours ago. I mean, they are really actually making some way. But man, it was almost like a line drive of how this really came in. And we're going to keep kind of showing you also to how far the beach is as well. But it's so interesting because it's really pinpointed. This is one of the main areas where you're going to see all of this damage. It's almost as if the cabanas here kind of went through a shredder in some instances. We actually spoke to one woman who was here last night, guys, if you can believe that, having dinner here at Silver Point Beach Club, and that's where we are, Silver Point Beach Club here at Atlantic Beach on Long Island. And she was saying she was having dinner. They said, you know, typically this was the last day for them to have a guest pass, so they were out here enjoying the sun. They said it was pretty busy throughout the afternoon. She's been here 27 years, and she said this was the first time she had ever seen a storm like this. Typically, she says there's been some lightning in the distance that she's seen pretty close by, but to actually have this storm come through, she said she started seeing roofs start flying off. She saw debris flying, and then that's when she realized later on, okay, I think it's time to get out of Dodge. And it wasn't until earlier today when she saw, wow, it was actually a tornado, and she said she was very grateful that she left with her kids when they did. But to see all of this damage behind me, again, crews are really trying to do as much as they can to stack up all this debris, stack up all this trash, and we'll see about how much further along they have to go until they can really get all this cleaned up. Right now, people are not allowed to come in here. It's really just media and all of these cleanup crews that are here. And again, we're still kind of waiting to see exactly what this classification was for this tornado. not very common for a tornado to hit here in Long Island. So it's pretty incredible to see the type of damage that it took. And as we know with tornado damage before, very pinpoint. So it's not everywhere. But again, kind of a line drive that came through right in these cabanas, guys.
First off,
Yeah,
she said in Long Island, which I have a serious problem with. As you will all know, it is on Long Island. It's not in Long Island. Let's get that straight, because that bothers me just on a very serious level. It bothers me on a very serious level. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. Giddy up. Let's go, guys. Before we keep going, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFATV related. Check out the LFATV store. That is the best way to support this channel and everything we've got going on over here. Check out Jeremy's shop, lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. So, wild story. Pretty wild story out of Los Angeles. Apparently, there's a new law being proposed. Let me see if can I pull this up real quick? LA on public. This is pretty wild. There's a new law being proposed in Los Angeles where people would be allowed to, they would build, I should say, sex chambers outside so that the homeless people can relieve themselves. This is where Los Angeles has gone. I had this article pulled up and now I can't find it anymore. Give me 1 second. Here's Mike. You know what? Check out Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to mypillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is mypillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's mypillow.com, promo code LOUD. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. Maybe we'll talk about it on Monday. I want to make sure I word this thing correctly because it's one of these banana stories that you really can't believe until you read it. But it's pretty bananas. Apparently, Los Angeles wants to put up these rooms, I guess you could say, in public so that homeless people can have sex in them so they don't have to do it in the park anymore, which is, that's one way to go about it. That is certainly one way to get things done. Oh, this is a fun one. Yeah, good. I got this one pulled up here. So the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, who, of course, making strides all over America, left, right, and center, they're starting to piss off their biggest supporters. What do I mean by that? Well, they're starting to piss off people in the mainstream media. This is one of the funniest interviews I think I have ever seen, as a complete moron goes on CNN and gets absolutely abused by the anchor. So it turns out this little guy, his name is, what is his name here? What is Ashik Siddiqui. Yep, there's not a chance I'm getting that one right. Not a chance I'm getting that one right. He is the co-chair of the Democratic Socialists of America, and he has been touting how they want to bring Castro-style communism into the United States. Castro-style communism into the United States. And he has no real issue with that. The only problem with it is he ran into somebody who knows a little bit about what Castro-style communism is in Cuba, and that was the anchor on CNN. Check this out.
Your criticism of foreign policy, as I said, it's not an uncommon one. But lauding Fidel Castro is a different story. You talk about what things were like before the revolution in Cuba. I'll give you a personal example. My grandfather was a revolutionary in Cuba during that time. He was affected by a previous dictator, Fulgencio Batista, having his friends disappeared in the street for speaking their minds. My grandfather found that revolution hoping to bring democracy to Cuba. And then what happened? Fidel Castro locked my grandfather up, sentenced to 20 years for doing what you're doing now on live TV, for speaking his mind, for expressing himself freely, for trying to organize politically. So I wonder, again, how you think that lands with people who suffered under that dictatorship, who now you are trying to court as voters when your organization comes out and lauds 100 years of Castro. I don't think it would land well with them, Ashik.
We're seeing many people in the United States who are seeing who are struggling under massive inequality in the United States.
Sorry. Congratulations, DSA. You have now lost weekend CNN anchors. Maybe the most liberal people on planet Earth. A guy whose family actually had to deal with this, but some prissy, stuck-up kid from New York City who, we're dealing with massive income inequality. Whenever you hear people talk about income inequality, it's important to remember that they actually don't care about poor people. They just hate rich people, because it turns out stealing money from Elon Musk and giving it to the government actually isn't going to make you any richer. It's really not the way money works. It's so funny with these people, too, because if you ask some of these billionaires, if you ask Bezos and Musk and Buffett and all the Jamie Dimon and Ken Griffin, if you asked all of them, would you mind paying more in taxes if you knew that the government was efficient or doing what they were doing? I guarantee you, most of them would have absolutely no issue with it whatsoever. The problem is that you give your money to the government and then they set it on fire. As we said yesterday, 40 trillion. We've hit $40 trillion in debt. So much so that President Trump actually had to bail out the bond market just to keep things from going out of control. That's usually not a good sign of where things are going. Of course, the question remains is how much debt can we continue? Can we continue to pile up before, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, $1 trillion there, $1 trillion here? After a while, it starts adding up a little bit. Absolutely bananas. Of course, as the bond markets go up, so do interest rates, which is why the federal government began buying back some of the bonds, because if they didn't, then interest rates would be forced to go up at the next Federal Reserve meeting, which of course would lead to a massive sell-off on Wall Street and would continue to prohibit some people from being able to purchase a home. And when I say some people, I mean me. So, it's kind of a big deal. Big deal. Once again, guys, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. We're gonna end the show with a fun one today. We're gonna end the show with a fun story today because we like to have fun here. So apparently, this it's not really relevant, but it's kind of silly, and silly is fun. Some guy was on a roller coaster. And I guess somebody's shoe flew off, and he caught the shoe. Check this out.
Rider's shoe midair moments after it flew off during the ride.
Oh. I caught the shoe!
So that man took the shoe to the face before grabbing it, and he returned it to its owner when they both get off the ride. It reminds me of when the women are catching the bouquets. It's like, I got the shoe. He's like, when the weddings.
But they did get hit first?
Yeah, hit him in the face.
It looked like it, yeah.
How is he recording that? You think it's those
Probably
glasses?
the meta glasses.
Yeah, but you wear
the
those on a
meta
roller
glass.
coaster? Don't you have to take off your glasses on a roller coaster? I don't know.
Or
Someone's
it could
filming
be on the roller coaster. Could it be on the roller?
Yeah, maybe. That's crazy.
As
So
if
one
I-
of the little girls in the front, she lost her shoe, and he
That was
caught
a pretty big shoe, too.
Yeah,
Another
maybe
reason
not so little.
not
Maybe
to get
she's
on a
a
roller
teenager.
coaster. Yeah. Flying shoes.
I got to tell you, the best part of that is listening to the guy yell, "I caught the shoe." Like, that's funny. That's funny stuff. It's also pretty funny because it turns out some people are going back. Some people are going back to the viral well. What do I mean by that? Well, it turns out some people have begun throwing dildos again at WNBA games. I'm going to the WNBA game tomorrow in Brooklyn. So please, everyone, if you are going to the Support Sophie Cunningham event, please do leave your dildos at home. We don't really need any more of that.
It's reported this week Park will skip the Asian Games. The Continental title. There's a stoppage here, and Angel Reese is pointing out the perpetrator. Something was thrown onto the court.
Oh, shut up, Angel Reese. Try making a basket. Guys, it's 4 p.m. Thank you very much for tuning in. I will catch everybody back live on Monday. Until then, everybody stay loud.
Conservative Podcast with David and Stacey Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Well, welcome, Flyover family. We are so excited to keep plowing away on this path with you. You know, some of the things we began that we felt like, hey, why is not mainstream talking about the things that need to be talked about? When we first started the Flyover Conservative Podcast, it was just a death ticker on TV. Nobody had solutions and answers. And we're like, why don't they interview some of these doctors that have 10,000 patients with 0 deaths, some in their 90s? Like, why aren't they talking to the people that have actual solutions? Well, come to find out, there's a lot of things like that when it comes to your faith, when it comes to your finances, when it comes to your health, when it comes to a lot of areas. Like, the information that is readily available that we should all know, it's kind of like pushed to the side, and they're selling drama and non-solutions. So we appreciate you guys partnering with us every day as we talk to the brightest minds, authors, PhDs, scientists, economists, the people that actually have dedicated their life to solutions, and we make them available to you, and we are learning right along with you each and every single day. Some of the stuff we find when we deep dive researching for a topic, we're like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. Why don't they have this out there for everybody to see? Because as dark as things are, God's always got solutions for us right there with it. So we love sharing these things with you every day. Please like and subscribe and share this episode with somebody you know, love, and care about. And let's continue sharing the good news.
You know, as you were talking, this is no secret to us, but there are things that are actually happening to our brains at a rate that just doesn't make sense. And I don't know if you guys have seen this, but check this out.
3 independent sources from different agencies tell us that undercover Homeland Security agents purchased a miniaturized microwave weapon from a complex Russian criminal network. It's classified, we didn't see it, but it has been described to us. We are told it doesn't look anything like a gun. It's designed to be concealed and small enough to be carried by a person. It is silent and doesn't create heat like a microwave oven. Our sources say the device is programmable for different scenarios and can be operated by remote control. The range of the beam is several hundred feet. It can penetrate windows and drywall. The vital components were made in Russia. Our sources say the key is not the hardware but the software. The programming shapes a unique electromagnetic wave that rises and falls abruptly and pulses rapidly.
Pulsed microwave radiation.
Just what Dr. David Relman's investigations predicted. He wouldn't talk about classified information in our interview, But his research found that Russian scientists had been perfecting the concept for decades.
And what the Russians spoke about was the importance of the energy being pulsed in order to have biological effects on humans. When you produce pulses like this, you can actually stimulate electrically active tissue like brain tissue, and the heart for that matter, mimicking what the brain normally does, but now you're driving it with your pulses from the outside.
An ideal stealth weapon.
Ideal. Because literally, the person feels as if this is in my head.
Our confidential sources tell us the still classified weapon has been tested in a U.S. military lab for more than a year. Tests on rats and sheep show injuries consistent with those seen in humans.
Wow,
Kinda
that
gives
is crazy.
New context to the term silent but deadly.
Yes.
You wonder if they put this much effort and finance and energy into things to make the world better.
Yeah.
Instead of us having to okay, we got to find counteracting narratives to combat the people that are actually in charge with unnatural things that are making our lives difficult. And everybody looks around to the left and the right every day and you see things like, we didn't used to deal with these problems years ago, but they didn't have these issues when I was a kid. And
Right.
they're mostly manufactured. Well, somebody spent over 50 years figuring out solutions to these things, helping Americans get healthy, helping Americans overcome some of the things that are injected into our world that we have to fight against, is the founder of Bright Core, Miss Kim Bright.
Yay! Welcome.
Hey, Stacy and David, thanks for having me back. I mean, this is crazy town, isn't it? I mean, let's visit crazy town. Here we are living in it. People that have talked about these two things, weapons and targeted individuals, have been labeled as tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists. And what I'd like to talk about today blows the lid off the so-called conventional wisdom. And I'm glad to see that the mainstream media is finally being forced to acknowledge the existence of these weapons. But I have to say one thing I noticed is that they're trying to make it all sound like it's Russia
Yep.
thing, right? And I mean, what reason do we have to believe that the United States, China, and the deep state don't already have the same technology?
Exactly.
I mean, and it's probably not a far-fetched idea to think that they could be using it on their own citizens. And I really want to know, how many people have actually been exposed to this? I mean, we're seeing increased rates of dementia, cancer, mental health issues. So things aren't getting better. They're getting worse. And it's not just by chance, I don't think. They're using a variety of things to deliberately target us. And this is really a cocktail of evil things that we're being exposed to. Satan's cocktail. Why don't we call it that?
Yeah, exactly. This is really scary.
Yeah, it's very scary. I mean, a ton of prescription medications have been linked to increased risks of dementia. And did you know, Stacey and David, that prescription drugs are actually the third leading cause of death in the United States?
Oh my gosh.
Well, I believe it, and they're giving out.
Because of, why is that, Kim? Is it because they are misdiagnosed and they're taking the prescription? Is it allergic reactions? What's causing the death?
It's all kinds of things. But, if once you get started on the hamster wheel of Western medicine and that doctor starts writing the scripts out and prescribing things, then, the next thing that only works for a while, then you go in and you've got a hitch in your get along, and then he's going to write you something else. Now you're on 2, then you're on 3. Now we got to change you over to this one. So, it's a myriad of things, but so many people are taking so many drugs now. And then, there's exposure to 5G radiation.
Yes.
I mean, we've just upped it, through the years, 2G, 3G, 4G, now 5G, and pretty soon 6G. And we've been told again and again that it's safe. But every study that comes out contradicts that, and it gets ignored and buried. And then they put all these chemicals in our food and our water for decades and decades. And then they're, the chemtrails and all the toxic pollutants, that the particles that are flying around in the air. They're trying to blame this on air pollution. believe it or not, from automobiles. Give me a break. Automobiles have been around for a long time. So I'm sorry, you can't use that to verify, and justify the dramatic spike in dementia and cancer and mental health problems. Just doesn't work. And then with everything that we know that they're spraying on us and into the air,
Yep.
A little exhaust from our cars is probably the least of our worries. And how about unsafe, untested vaccines, guys?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. So you're looking at, I mean, you talked about the air, you talked about our food. Like, how do you get away from it? Everybody's got to breathe, everybody's got to eat. How do you get away from that? It's crazy.
It's almost impossible, but
Yeah.
I don't like to throw out all this, volume of problems and then not have a solution. So I promise you there is a solution.
Good. I hope so.
Okay. Yeah. I don't just like to vomit all over everybody and say, okay, this is all the crap for the day here.
Right.
No, but the Food and Drug Administration has approved the first mRNA-based flu vaccine that is meant to target H1N1 flu, otherwise now known as the common flu. And Moderna said the new shot, which was approved after controversy, and despite RFK Jr.'s skepticism of mRNA technology, is probably going to be available in the coming weeks. And this is not about protecting our health, Americans' health. What it boils down to always is about big pharma, sick care system, protecting their bottom line, their profits. And, they've even accelerated approval now for people over 65 and older. So obviously, this hasn't been thoroughly tested for safety. There's no way.
No.
And it's reminding me of like the COVID-19 vaccine all over again. I mean, the next thing you know, it makes me think about those zombie movies, where the world's ending.
Yep.
And here they are thinking, oh, we're going to cure the common flu. And the next thing you know, people get the shots and then everybody turns into zombies.
Man, I mean, that's not too far-fetched, especially as we've seen in the past. Like they do a movie, or they do TV shows, and then, 10 years in the future, we're like, oh my gosh.
It's kind of like that movie.
That was just like the movie.
They were forecasting.
Yep.
Whenever you turn on the TV, it's always the thing that crosses my mind is when you see these things, when you look at there's all these things coming out daily with the no-see-em, the thing that they funded in North Carolina that made it so that the virus, was not traceable, that it was, manipulated. And then they took that and that's what they took to Wuhan. And that's all in the documents now coming out from Fauci to make it so they can't see it. And then they're saying, no, this came, naturally. Like they spend so much energy and money creating these things, and it's so far removed from the Garden of Eden. Like God created this like perfect thing, and everything that we're struggling with is something that man made and is artificially injecting into it, whether you said the 5G or in the medicines or pollution in the water. Like these are all man-made, and a lot of them by those that are kind of in charge, supposedly kind of protecting us.
I agree. It's kind of like it's very clear. I mean, I don't know if you guys watch it, but the Fauci thing, when he was being interviewed and he took the fifth, 5,000 million times.
Exactly.
You can see evil. I mean, if you looked in that man's eyes, that's pure evil staring back of us. That's Satan. Satan's taken over. You can see these things. And we're at a Y in the road here. And we really do know there's good and evil. And it's a spiritual war and we're fighting it. And it comes all the way down into even what we're putting in our bodies. So, it's time people wake up and realize that we are dealing with pure Satan, pure evil here and all his minions. So, I want to explain how Moderna got this vaccine approved so quickly, though, because they got it approved very, very quickly. In 2019, they spent $40,000 on lobbying Congress. Now watch what happened after COVID. In 2020, they increased their spending to $280,000. 2022, they spend $690,000. Since then, it's estimated they're spending up to $1 million per year lobbying Congress. And they're not spending this money for nothing. They've got 3 particular goals in mind. They've got the pandemic preparedness. That's heavy lobbying to quickly propagate their vaccine in the event of another pandemic. So, They're already telling us there's going to be one, right? All right. Agency frameworks, tracking legislation and FDA user fee amendments to fast track these mRNA approvals. And then the third one, Medicare and insurance coverage. Bills aimed at expanding vaccine coverage under Medicare so they can get their vaccine into more people's arms. I mean, these are not good people at Moderna. They're not trying to help save lives. They're trying to make money and control people and who knows what else, depopulate. But that's just my opinion.
Well, they
we
say
all
those
know-
things.
Well,
That's
yeah,
not
they do.
speculation. A lot of them are saying those kind of
Well, you
things.
see here Bill Gates, and when he's talked about, depopulation, that's one of the things.
Yep, it's one of their things on their agenda.
Mhm.
And, we all know how much damage these vaccines have done. What a lot of people don't know, though, is that you are not safe, even if you don't get the jab. We all know about what's called shedding. And this gets into our food and our meat, and a lot of people don't know this either. It's not even being prohibited from being used in our organic meats. I mean, look at what it says on the actual USDA website. You can look it up.
There it is, right there.
Yeah.
Boom. Good job,
it's-
producer Colton.
Yeah, it says since organic farmers can't routinely use drugs to prevent diseases and parasites, they mostly use animal selection and management practices. Only a few drugs, such as vaccines, are allowed, end quote. I mean, it's unavoidable because it spreads through the livestock, the air, through shedding. I mean, there's a ton of unexplained symptoms that people are experiencing, whether or not they get the jab.
We live here in Missouri. Missouri is about as red a state as you can get. I mean, from the dog catchers all the way up to our senators and the state. It's you would think they would be in our best interest for these things. We had this bill's HB
Several years ago.
It was like 2 years ago. And basically it was proposed so that when they did enter vaccine technology into the meat, they just had to put it on the label. Like, they're not even saying you can't do it. All they were wanting to say is, like,
We just need to know. As
do
a
us a
consumer.
solid and at least tell me. Like, okay, if I'm going to go to a restaurant and you're going to spit in my food, at least tell me and I can make an informed consent
There it is,
choice.
HB 1653.
HB 1653. It didn't pass in the state of Missouri. The lobbyists went against this with everything they had, and it failed to pass. So all they were asking is, if you're going to put something into my food besides food, you just have to label it and tell me. And it didn't pass in Missouri, let alone if you live in
Isn't that
Oregon
so
or California
sad?
or somewhere else. Like, I should be able to know when I buy something, I'm going to feed it to my grandkids when they're here. Like, what am I giving them? I should be able to know that, but they weren't able to do it.
Yeah, back in the 90s, just as a sidebar here, I fought against GMOs and fought to get the GMOs. If we have to have them, label the foods.
Right.
And that was such a fight. I mean, that was such a fight. So I hear what you're saying there. But, these unexplained symptoms that people have experienced, whether or not they got the jab or get the jab, they get fatigue and brain fog, cardiovascular issues, sudden gain of weight or weight loss, hormonal and thyroid issues. They have compromised immune systems. And people, of course, are getting sick more often because they have compromised immune systems.
Sure.
They've got muscle and joint pain. They've got reoccurring headaches. And the list goes on. And a comprehensive study proved that mRNA vaccines are causing accelerated aging on top of everything else.
Oh my gosh. So this is saying that the mRNA vaccinations are actually causing accelerated aging.
Yes, this study found significant damage to ribosomal RNA structures after vaccination. They disrupt the key cellular processes that are associated with aging, and the researchers suggested that this could contribute to accelerated biological aging, with the damage still detectable long periods after vaccination. And the thing about cellular aging is that it's not something that you're going to see right away. It's something that breaks you down over time. And so let's talk about what aging is. It happens on a cellular level naturally. It's natural cell metabolism. It happens. And the cells are going to age over time no matter what. But other factors come into play, like inflammation and oxidative stress with all those free radicals going around, and we're rusting from the inside out with that activity. And that accelerates the aging of our cells. So what does this actually mean for our bodies? When we talk about the aging of cells, we're talking about the aging of our tissues, which is everything inside and outside of our body. And it's what makes us healthy or unhealthy. So here's the question. What can we do? How can we slow the aging of our bodies?
Yep.
And I'm sure everybody wants to know
definitely.
that. Especially with this onslaught coming at us, right? I mean, there's a tremendous amount of evidence out there that shows what we put in our bodies actually plays a direct role in the development of chronic diseases. You know, like heart disease, diabetes, arthritis, and even our cognitive abilities and our mental health and emotional well-being. And, hydration. You hear this all the time. It's always been the first thing I talk about with all the people I've counseled over the years. When I had people come in for counseling, this is even 50 years ago, long before anybody was talking about this. I found out that 99% of them were dehydrated. So hydration is so important. People are not drinking enough water, even to this day. And being properly hydrated impacts the healthy function of your organs, including your skin, which is the largest organ. Exercise, so important. Sedentary lifestyle leads to obesity, bone density issues, type 2 diabetes, joint problems, mobility issues, and low energy. And what a lot of people don't know, you guys, is that you can actually do things to slow the aging on a cellular level, which brings us now full circle to what I was saying about how cellular metabolism, oxidative stress, and inflammation are the determining factors as to how quickly we age.
And you see that if you have like a wooden fence or something, it looks amazing, year one, but then like year two, it kind of grays out. It's that oxidative stress. They talk about it from the sun, from, water down. Like you see it kind of around you, but you can kind of also feel it in you over time. The same kind of effects are happening, to our bodies, and like I said, everybody's going to age, but we're designed to be cranky until 120. That's
or longer.
Yeah. Like for sure.
We should be looking the Bible. Yeah.
And so from that point, like, and now when you hear of somebody like, wow, they're 100 years old and they're still with it at their birthday party.
It's remarkable.
It's an outlier, not the normal. And it should be the normal.
That's right. And, there was a study that actually came out that showed that when a centuries-old food called kimchi was introduced to human cells in a test tube, it actually slowed the aging of the cells. Now, slowing aging on that cellular level slows the aging of the tissue, which is the combination of our cells, which ultimately slows down the aging of the entire body. And kimchi is a staple in a Korean diet, and they eat it every day. They've been doing it for centuries. Sometimes they even eat it at every meal. And you can actually see the results of that on their skin, in their skin. Have you guys ever heard of something called Korean glass skin?
No.
Well, eating kimchi supports the gut-skin axis through its rich probiotics. So that's why Korean women tend to have such radiant, glowing skin.
Wow.
That's what it is radiant, glowing skin. And that gut-skin axis refers to the biodirectional relationship between our gut microbiome and our skin health. Because what you put into your body plays a much bigger role than any type of treatment or cream on the outside that you would be using topically. And your microbiome is more than just inside your gut. It's everywhere. Your skin even has a microbiome. So the balance of the good and the bad bacteria will determine the quality of your skin and how quickly your skin is aging. And so when people think about health, so often they're thinking about, well, it's all on the inside. But our appearance is a direct reflection of our internal health. I look and feel as young as I do now because I've taken very good care of myself. And it's all about nourishing that gut microbiome. And I've been doing that for nearly 50 years now. And when it comes to taking care of that microbiome and everything else related to it, there's nothing better than consuming kimchi, the king of fermented foods. I mean, there are also studies about how kimchi can help you regrow your hair. and prevent
Are
hair
you
loss.
serious?
I'm serious. As we age, our hair falls out and gets
Sure.
thinner. I mean, there was a groundbreaking study it was done in 2020, and it involved both men and women with androgenic alopecia. What that is, it's the most common reason for hair loss, okay? Now, what they did is they consumed kimchi daily for a 4-month period. They measured both men and women during this time with their hair count and their hair shaft thickness. And some participants experienced positive results in as little as a month. 1 month. And after 4 months, 91% of the women saw an increase in hair count, hair thickness, or both. And David, the men had even better results. 96% of the men saw an increase in their hair count, hair thickness, or both.
Man, I'll hang on to this. I'm the youngest of 6. I'm about the only guy in my family that's kind of got, enough left. I'm going to hold on to as much as I can.
And you do take kimchi.
Yes.
I don't know if your brothers do.
Yeah, I definitely. But it makes a big difference because we think of, we're culturally trained, I think, to think more topical. I have an F-250 diesel truck. I get nervous sometimes if Stacy drives it. She's like, "Oh, it's getting low on gas. I'll stop." No, it's not low on gas. Don't ever put gas in it. It's a diesel. Like, green. Matter of fact, don't fill it.
He's like, don't feel it, whatever you do. Don't mess up.
If she took it and she filled it with gasoline and not diesel, I wouldn't say, "Well, let's get it detailed then."
Right. No.
I wouldn't say, "Well, let's get a ceramic coating on the finish." Like, no. It's what she put into it that would cause the damage, but we're doing that all the time. But we're kind of, American culture is then, well, let's put some treatment on the skin,
on your skin,
to cover the damage that we put on the inside, and it's kind of a backwards way of thinking.
Point.
That's a good analogy. That's good. You got to put the right gas in the tank of humans. Well,
yes.
And most of us don't pay more attention to our cars than our bodies or even our pets. I see all these advertisement, Katherine Hegel and all these people like, oh, do all these elaborate cooking recipes for your dog. And I'm like, I don't know that people are paying that much attention to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I mean, and here's another thing that happens as we age too. We become more susceptible to viruses. And so we're getting sick more often. And we're still dealing with that recent outbreak of cyclospora, which made headlines due to that alarming symptom, which has been described as explosive diarrhea. And now it's up to like 27,000, almost 28,000 cases across the country. I mean, it's so much more serious than some realize. I mean, people, of course, explosive diarrhea, they get giggly. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, people, it's serious. I mean, over 1.5 million people die each year from foodborne related illnesses.
Jeez.
And, the sad thing about it is everybody wants to blame it on Trump or RFK Jr., but come on. History has shown us that the FDA, the CDC, and other government agencies have a long record of failing to do their job to protect us. And I also want to point out recent changes made by those two, the CDC and the FDA. They've cut back on food safety surveillance. Not a good thing, okay? The CDC narrowed required food net pathogen reporting from 8 diseases now down to 2, Salmonella and E. coli. And the FDA has reduced routine inspections and delayed food traceability rules amid ongoing foodborne outbreaks. And everything these institutions have done since the outbreak has started, well, I'd say it's been kind of a complete mess. And, the FDA initially identified the source of the outbreak as iceberg lettuce from Taylor Farms, and it has reversed their position on that several times. And they also now suspect there are several other sources of the outbreak that remain to be identified. So they really have no idea what's going on. I mean, who knows what's going in the soil around where those plants are growing? Who knows what? Okay. But the FDA conducted just under 1,000 foreign food safety inspections in 2025. And the farm in Mexico and California that's believed to be the center of the ongoing cyclospora outbreak was not one of them. And this specific farm in Mexico hasn't been inspected in 7 years.
7 years?
Wow.
Yeah.
A lot can happen in 7 years.
Yeah, a lot can happen, okay? That's how far behind the FDA is on their foreign inspections. And under the FDA Food Safety Modernization Act, federal law requires that the FDA conduct at least 19,200 foreign food facility inspections each year to prevent diseased and dirty food from reaching Americans' plates.
I mean, this is what we're
But
putting in our mouth and putting in our bodies. This is what we're giving our kids.
Well, people scuff it off like, oh, well, you shouldn't have been eating Taco Bell in the first place,
Yeah, like-
or whatever. But this is a Taylor Farm Supplies, Trader Joe's and Costco, and we've had a doctor on recently that's saying inspections with them that they've failed, specifically that supplier has been failing inspections for years, but it kind of gets swept under the rug, and they keep going.
Yeah, it's so sad. I mean, the FDA hasn't even come close to meeting the congressional mandate, or even 10% of it, since it was put in place. It over 10 years ago it was put in place. Okay, so the rate of inspections have gotten remarkably worse, with foreign food safety inspections falling by 29% from 2024. Now, outside of the COVID pandemic, last year's inspection count was the lowest since 2011, and they're on track to inspect the same amount this year. So the FDA inspections are the first line of defense for mitigating these outbreaks. If they aren't routinely going out to inspect these food facilities, then they're completely blind to whether or not those facilities are complying with our laws and regulations, or if they're handling the food safely. Now, to give you an idea of how poor this oversight is, listen to these numbers. About 47,000 foreign manufacturers accounted for 90% of non-meat foods shipments into the United States last year. 90%. And the FDA has only inspected 4.5% of them since 2023.
Wow. Okay, and I want to bring up that there is a clip because it's not being handled at the state level either. Check this out.
Now at 5, the outbreak of that nasty stomach bug, Cyclospora, continues growing in North Carolina. We received some new numbers from the state health department today. There are now 561 cases statewide, up from 307 cases last week. A majority of those cases are actually in Wake County, the county reporting 350 cases compared to just 295 yesterday. Dewan Hogard joins us live now. And Dewan, health officials are still trying to track down the source of this outbreak. They have some thoughts, but nothing definitive yet.
Yes, Stephen, that's even right. As of tonight, we're receiving new information from the State Department of Health and Human Services about the potential causes for the cyclosporiasis outbreak here in North Carolina. And they now say that lettuce, which has commonly been linked to cases across multiple other states, is currently not being tested as a potential link here in North Carolina. New questions tonight after state health leaders say lettuce, one of the foods commonly linked to the multi-state cyclosporiasis illness, had this to say about how North Carolina is handling the disease.
At this time, we are not conducting any testing of lettuce products related to the cyclosporiasis outbreak.
They're not checking the lettuce? Are you kidding me?
Can you believe that they're not even bothering to test the lettuce while cases continue to spike? I mean, this is crazy town.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
Look, when the government isn't going to take care of you, you have to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
right.
that-
We
you
learned
gotta
that
be-
since
it was on there.
2020.
You got to be in the driver's seat of these things, because either they're inventing things to put in there that harm us, or they're negligent in their ability to monitor the quality of it.
Yeah, didn't that woman kind of remind you of that guy that became a girl that
Yep.
was head of?
I was thinking
Didn't
the
she
same
kind of
thing.
look like that?
Admiral something other.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Woman of the year.
scary. Okay. All right. Back to what we were talking about. But the thing that I wanted to say about parasites and other microbial threats like funguses and bacteria and viruses is you can be exposed to them, but they're only able to multiply in environments where they're able to thrive. And about 80% of our immune system is in our gut. And the balance of good and bad bacteria is ultimately what's going to determine how vulnerable we are to these pathogens. So we have control over that, what goes in our gut. Now, we can be 2 or 3 different people, you, David, David, me, you, 3 different people with 3 different distinct microbiomes. We all eat the same tainted food, the exact quantity of that tainted food.
Okay.
And one of us may get sick, or maybe one of us die, and the other one may not even get sick at all. But it boils down to because the weakness or strength of our immune system will either allow those pathogens to multiply to a degree where we become ill, or we will fight back so quickly and fight back enough and crush those evil little microbials before they grow to a quantity that actually results in illness. Now, I'm 71 and I don't get sick. I'm around all my grandkids. I got lots of grandkids. I'm around them all the time. Those little boogers bring stuff home all the time.
The little petri dishes, man.
Yeah. And you know, and I'm not afraid to be around people that are sick. And the worst thing that ever happens to me is I might get a few fleeting symptoms that last for a few hours or whatever, but it never ever develops into full-blown illness. And my immune system is able to overpower any of those things coming at me. And so this is because I have lived a lifestyle and live a lifestyle now, continue, that nourishes that gut microbiome. And therefore, my immune system is strong. And so the best thing that I can recommend and that you can do for your gut is to consume this centuries-old food, kimchi. I mean, the health of the gut microbiome is all about microbial diversity. And nothing's going to compare to that king of fermented foods called kimchi with its over 900 strains of beneficial bacteria. And here's the kicker. I know lots of people love sauerkraut. I love sauerkraut. I eat sauerkraut too. Sauerkraut's only got 28 different
that's a big
probiotic
difference.
strains.
Wow.
900 to 28?
Yeah.
Wow.
That is, it's almost like God's gift to us. Like, hey, this is going to, you know, I've got something for you. Don't put your head in the sand. Like, look up. I got something for you. I got a solution.
That's right. It's all natural. It doesn't come, you know, with a label warning that's 10 miles long that says it's going to kill you. You may experience this, whatever. It's a natural food, for goodness sakes. And, you know, I was so excited to find this, you guys, this study that highlights kimchi's ability to prevent food poisoning because of its strong. Yeah, it's strong antimicrobial properties. Yay! I mean, more proof, right? Okay, so kimchi helps kimchi helps your body fight off these viruses. And one recent study found that kimchi can help slow down the growth of, guess what, guys? The common flu.
Wow. So no flu vaccine required.
Yeah, eat kimchi, okay? And a big reason for this is, again, it goes back to how it supports your immune system. Now, kimchi has these powerful antifungal properties due to being so rich in beneficial bacteria like Lactobacillus plantarum and Lactobacillus sakei. And as kimchi ferments, these bacteria are naturally producing compounds that make it nearly impossible for molds and yeast to grow. Now, in lab studies, certain strains that are found in kimchi have reduced the growth of harmful molds like Aspergillus by up to 97%. This is huge. I mean, what these wonderful little microbes, these great good microbes do is they're creating this this unfriendly, acidic environment that these fungi cannot thrive in. So another thing kimchi's probiotics have been shown to help against is candida. And that's a common yeast that just about everybody has, and it overgrows, especially after you take antibiotics. Now, again, antibiotics means against life. So when you take an antibiotic, not only are you wiping out the bad guys, you're wiping out all the good guys too. So when you wipe those guys out, you've got to eat fermented foods like kimchi to help rebuild that protective layer and put all those good guys back in. So in simple terms, kimchi helps your body crowd out the fungi, the bacteria, the parasites, the viruses, while strengthening your natural defenses at the same time. So I think there's a reason why RFK Jr. Has been telling us to eat more kimchi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see the interview that they did with Marco Rubio and his wife talking about RFK traveling, with his cooler, of fermented, and it was so funny because Marco Rubio's wife told on him that he was eating Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts.
He's pretty fit. I think he's probably, exaggerating that a bit, but he's like, hey, it's not sustainable to carry around a cooler when I travel the world. But, if if you have it in a form, like you do, it's a little bit simpler. But, I was talking with some young guys recently, and they're like, man, I'd like to be in his shape when I'm his age or whatever. And I'm like, it'd be awesome if you were in his shape now.
At your age.
At 25.
Exactly. Exactly. You
he's
should
like,
be in his shape. Yeah.
He's like proof positive of his lifestyle. I don't think, very many college guys could beat him in a push-up contest.
No, I don't either. And our core philosophy at Brightcore is that our appearance is a reflection of our inner health.
Yes.
And if we want to fix the issues that are appearing on the surface and we want to age more gracefully, we have to start at the root cause. And the key, there's a key here to getting all these benefits that kimchi offers, is daily consumption. But we all know that it's not something that is easy to eat every day.
Right.
So what we went ahead and did is we created Kimchi One, which is convenient capsules for daily use. And we use a cold process drying method to retain all the fiber, all the nutrition of actual fermented kimchi. And Kimchi One, very important, is low in sodium. So people that are on sodium free or low sodium diets can take this, unlike store-bought kimchi. And 100% made in the good old USA, and all natural and non-GMO. And David and Stacy, we've got so many people that call us or write us that they just want to share their success stories after they start using Kimchi One.
That is awesome.
It's changed their life. I mean, people that had problems with their digestion and bloating, they're regular now. Their clothes fit. People that had problems with their immune system and they were getting sick all the time, they don't get sick anymore. They get sick far less. People who experience chronic fatigue, they finally have energy again. And people that have diabetes who are struggling with their blood sugar and their blood pressure and their weight, they experience dramatic changes. And there was even a study that showed kimchi's ability to reduce body fat by 31.8% on overweight individuals.
Wow.
That's almost 32%. That's
Wow.
huge.
Okay, Kim, let me ask you a question. Do you actually have a special offer for our viewers?
Of course.
Yay!
Yes. We want to help people get healthy.
I love it.
You can get 25% off your order of the Kimchi One today by clicking the link below and using that code FLYOVER. Or call us for up to 50% off and free shipping at 888-315-8404. I started out educating people over 50 years ago. I want you to call so we can make sure this is the right product for you. And the first 100 callers are going to get a free bottle of Revive capsules with their order. And our Revive contains 5 different types of collagen, hyaluronic acid, biotin, and vitamin C. And that helps protect your bones, your joints, enhance your muscle mass, and speed up recovery. And remember, you're only going to get those best discounts in that free bottle of Revive capsules when you call. And again, I'll give you that number. It's 888-315-8404.
We are so thankful for that. And obviously, the way to do it is definitely to call. So Flyover family, make sure you call to get that up to 50% off plus the free shipping, 888-315-8404. Kim, this has been amazing. I'm so glad you had a solution.
Yes.
As we were going through it, I was like, oh my gosh, it's in the air, it's in our food, it's in our water.
And we all see it and know it.
Yeah, we do. Everybody knows it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, David and Stacy, for what you guys do, and appreciate you having me on and giving me the opportunity to help people.
That's
so
our goal.
important.
Solutions, we don't hide from the problems, but we also want solutions for them. And, that's what you're about. I mean, I think everybody's goal is to be you at 71. That's like
Thank you.
That's you're beating the game
Yes,
for sure.
you
So
are.
thanks for helping us do that. Flyover family, call 888-315-8404. Do it today.
That's right.
You'll be pumped you did. Thanks, Kim.
Thanks, Kim.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, the 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 5 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
Flyover family, a wise man seeks counsel, and the directions to where you're headed are only as good as the directions that you are given. If you don't know exactly how to get where you're going, or even exactly where that GPS location is, you're going to be in trouble. You're driving around just trying to figure it out. Why not talk to somebody that actually spends all day on that route? If you could talk to a truck driver and they're going to explain how to get from where you are to a town that they do every day, that's a much better place to be than just driving around and hoping that you find it. Nobody has better directions when it comes to your finances and not looks at just, hey, what are individuals doing? What are nations doing? What's happening globally? And how's that going to impact then you specifically? Nobody does it better than a guy that has not one, but he has 2 PhDs, Dr. Kirk Elliott. Welcome.
Hey,
thanks for taking time to jump on here with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I want to talk about trends real quick. Market prices. There's a lot of really, really smart people that are following these markets. Some off the top of my head, Martin Armstrong, one of the best trends forecasters on Earth. Where does he think we're headed? Well, sadly, towards like World War III. But with that, what he's getting at is social, economic, political trends all converging into one perfect storm. Gold and silver are going to go much higher. People that I respect in the industry, like Andy Schechtman, for example, he thinks silver is going way higher. He's been following these markets for decades like I have.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I've said for over a year now, silver is probably going to end up at over $100 an ounce, 120. The only, caveat to that was if this conflict in Iran keeps going on, maybe we hit 80 by the end of the year. But that's all changing because what we talked about on the last show, the retail sector is now getting involved, and Wall Street is viewing gold and silver as a bargain price, right? And so the trend is shifting. You've got people like Michael Oliver following this market forever. Gottlieb, who's a gold and silver commodities trader. They're all thinking what? Silver well over 100 by the end of the year. Naomi Prinz, she thinks that silver is going to be 180 Now, she's not some slough, right? She's advised presidents on economic policy. I mean, she's really smart lady.
And she's thinking the end of 26.
Yeah. So she wrote an article on King World News, where what is something that she's actually now talking about, which I would have never talked about this because she thinks silver might be a tier 1 asset moving forward. It's like, what's a tier 1 asset? Tier 1 asset means whatever that asset is, it's on equal playing ground as a currency so countries can settle in it. Now, gold is a perfect tier 1 asset because it's not used in the sense of you make the gold, central bank buys it, people buy it, depositories buy it, they hold it, right? And then when it moves, it just changes accounts. It's just traded back and forth. Silver, on the other hand, acts like that, but it's also used and it goes away. There's diminishing supply. I've never seen anything throughout history where something that's used, a manufacturing metal, has been a tier 1 asset because it goes away. But she thinks it could be a tier 1 asset. It's like, if she's right and silver becomes a tier 1 asset, okay, $180 is chump change. We would be talking about multiple hundreds to thousands of dollars an ounce if it's a tier 1 asset. What I don't think it's going to be a tier 1 asset. The reason I bring it up is because people who are very smart in this industry are now starting to talk about that, right? So Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, like we talked about earlier in the year, they may have modified their peak for metals a little bit, like maybe call it 30%. But Bank of America thought silver was going to be over $300 by the end of the year. They haven't pulled off of that too much. This is Bank of America.
Wow.
Right. So a lot of smart economists behind these projections. Now, there's one thing that I want to talk about, which has nothing to do with the supply and demand of gold and silver. It has to do with the historical trend of comparing two asset classes. Okay. So let's look at gold versus the S&P 500. So over the years, the S&P 500's gone up and up and up. The stock market's boomed, right? And so what you see when you compare the S&P 500 to gold, it's this declining trend line. What does that mean? Does it mean gold has gone down in price? No. It just means that the S&P 500 has basically outpaced gold, and that ratio has compressed. The same reason we talk about the gold and silver ratio. Why do we over allocate into silver right now? Because silver is undervalued compared to gold, and it should outperform. What this chart tells us is that, see that top line, I don't know if all of your viewers are seeing this because a lot of them might be audio only or whatever, but there's this long-term declining trend line of the ratio between the S&P 500 and gold. When we break above that trend line, it's like, hold on to your seat. Gold and silver should soar because the alternative is something that is actually coming down. Gold and silver greatly outperform. So not only is this just supply and demand with gold and silver, this is what are the options telling us? It's telling us that this ratio between the S&P 500 has been compressed when compared to gold. Gold, when it breaks above that trend line, it's like, hold on to your seat, everybody. And we're right there. Literally, we are right there. So from a technical standpoint, it all is favorable towards metals. And when gold goes up, silver is going to go up. And like we've talked about before, silver is undervalued compared to gold. So silver should even greatly outperform gold in the near and midterm future. So no matter how we look at it, whether it's the fundamentals, like we talked about on the last show, it's always supply and demand. There's always something that makes a chart look like a chart. What makes this chart look like this chart? It's that people's perception, whether it's AI stocks or tech stocks or internet stocks or whatever, has been an attractive option, right? And it's not that gold and silver have gone down. They've gone up greatly. But now there's going to be a spark. This is what this chart tells us. There's always some kind of a spark that causes a sea change in philosophy of, I think that the stock market's overvalued. It's going to come down. When that spark happens, gold and silver break above that trend line, and it's hold on to your seats. This is where we are technically when you add that to the fundamentals. When our goal is wise and prudent investors using biblical wisdom to make choices, I don't care how you say it. We want to buy low and sell high. We want to minimize risk, maximize return. You can say it however you want. Going into metals right now actually fills both of those requirements. Buy low, sell high, minimize risk, maximize return. David, we are there.
Wow. Well, and you always look at both sides of it. Again, the chart side, and then what makes the chart look like a chart side. And when you see both of those things all coming together, and we've kind of talked about this whole year. We had the deal with Iran. There's been different elements playing a role in this, but I think those things are behind us. And when you can consistently have a mindset of, I'm allocating into an asset class at all kinds of price points, and it ultimately is going to be higher than all of them, you win, regardless of which exact purchase got you the largest percentage. They're all a win when you're buying something that is going to a new all-time high. And there's nobody predicting that the old all-time high will be where we're at the end of this year, or where we're going to be at next year, where we're headed, for sure. Not Bank of America, not anybody that has skin in the game, So I'm excited by it. Our mindset has been physical, tangible assets all along. And, that's something I can bet on, because I know if something happened to me and I'm like in a coma and I come out 100 years from now, I know these assets are going to be around. It's never going to be blockbuster stock or something that went away. You're never investing in 8-tracks or something that's not necessary. When you have a physical, necessary thing in the ground that God made, we're not trending away from, we're only trending towards, with solar and AI and data centers and phones and on-off switches and everything else. So it's an exciting time to be betting on something that's physical that you can touch. Flyover family, if you want to know more about how does this apply to you specifically, what are your options? If you have a IRA or retirement, or you have a savings, or maybe you're selling something and you want to allocate into something that'll be appreciating while you sleep, do what the wealthy do what nations are doing, allocate into something tangible. If you want somebody to hold your hand and walk you through that process, how do I actually do this? Do I store it myself? Do I have it somewhere else? Where does this go? How do I do it? How do I wire money? How do I actually do this? Go to flyovergold.com, just enter in your name, phone number, email, and have a conversation. Say, hey, what are my options? What's the best thing for me? And they'll talk to some of the best people in the whole world. Go to flyovergold.com. Do it today. You will be glad you did. Dr. Kirk, thank you for your time. Thank you for cutting out time to be with us. We really appreciate not just advising my family and myself, but our listeners as well. Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at sentryh2o.com.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and you look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much.